How's it going? I love the
Hello, guys.
water bottle.
Alright, chat. It's just a Rosa stream, innit? At this point, since you introduced everything like that.
Oh shit! Hang on, I need to mute the tap. I need to mute the fucking tap. Okay, there we go. Got it.
All right, there we go. I guess I can start now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Offensive Charm podcast, where Ginny is offensive, Jazz the charm, and I am the. I hope you guys laugh at that joke, because I've been preparing for that for months.
I know. I still feel like you could have put a little more oomph into it. You know, like
Listen.
especially your part, right? I am Miles, and I am
the. Insert SpongeBob meme. Insert SpongeBob meme here.
Exactly.
All right. I mean, to be fair, we've been planning this podcast for like a year already,
We've been planning
right?
for more than a year. It's been well, actually, I think it was literally like November last year.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Here's the thing, though. You guys are talking about the amount of time since we suggested that we should do a podcast. Now, how much time have we actually spent on planning it?
Yeah. To be fair.
The answer is probably less than a day.
I mean, nah. We've been like making assets. All right, I made the loading screen asset in like 20 minutes, but
Massive thank you to King for the logo.
yeah, and for the
Logo.
and thank you to Jazz for spending money for the intro. It's really good.
I'm just glad it turned out as good as it did. Honestly, I'm real.
It really did.
But welcome everyone to the first episode of the Offensive Charm podcast. Great to finally be here.
Exactly.
and that you could all join us for this momentous occasion.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are wondering what we're going to talk about on this podcast, right? If we can like discuss that
First
in
thing
general,
we're
we're mostly just
gonna the technology advancements that we have made. For today, Jazz is in the TV, but we have the technology. We can isekai him. He can be here.
Yeah.
Next time.
Next time. We'll be working on that in the background. Don't
We're
you
gonna
worry.
give him an actual
We'll get...
chair. Chad, the technology exists and you weren't even aware.
Guys, we isekai'd an actual human into the VTuber world. Isn't that great?
Kind of like how like the news channel isekais people onto like space.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Probably very similar technology involved. Think about it. When the fuck did they invent green screens? Actually, like I wanted to make the jokes like you didn't know, but this particular technology has existed since like 1980, whatever the fuck. But like, when did green screens actually first like come into being? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up real quick.
When did green screens come to being?
Yeah, when were green screens invented?
That's a good question. I've been using green screens for all my time as a video editor. I've never really questioned it. I'm just like, oh, it's green. 2005?
It feels like I'm coming up with let's see. Green screen technology or chroma key has been around since the 1940s, apparently. That's
1940s?
Holy shit.
On the Google search, yeah.
How are they? Wait, how are they used in the 1940s? By the way, guys, we're gonna go off on tangents all the time like this. So.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, get ready for the show. Honestly, I can imagine like old ass movies that use like green screens that just had like a super shitty like background effect and like somebody
Star Wars
running
use green screens.
Like okay. Like you remember that one episode of SpongeBob where you watch like the scary movie where the guy is getting chased by a giant robot and he's kind of just like running in place.
I actually used that meme for an edit recently.
I think like that's the bullshit they were using green screens for back when they first invented it. Like stupid shit like that, right?
Technology.
That's what I'm thinking. Man. So guys, we're gonna start off by talking about what we've been up to lately, and I have been asked to go first, and I would like to apologize to the panel.
Oldest goes first, guys.
Yeah, he's like 60.
I would like to apologize. I wanted to apologize to the panel, but now I realize they don't deserve an apology. But I'd like to apologize to chat at the very least, because I said I was gonna go and watch the Marvels because I really wanted to talk about it today. Unfortunately, I did not find the time to go and see one of the greatest blockbusters.
The greatest blockbuster hits part time.
He couldn't say it with a straight face.
Guys, you think the Avengers was good? You guys think the Avengers was good? Nah, bro.
He tried
Alright, I haven't
so
watched it
hard.
either,
He
so
got
I can't.
So far.
I haven't watched it either. I can't.
Jazz, don't worry, it's not worth it. Oh, did you see it, Angel? Did you actually go and see it? Oh fuck.
Listen,
Oh, man,
guys.
please.
Sometimes you gotta go see a bad movie, you know, just so that you can compare good movies to it.
Hey, I watched
You know what I
all of
mean?
Velma
No.
last year.
We did. We watched all of Velma, and that was an experience. Truly,
Yeah.
I have not.
I
So-
wouldn't trade it for anything, except for all of the time back that we spent watching on Velma. And yet,
I don't
if
know,
that
man.
were on the table, yes, I'd.
I can think of worse shows.
Oh man. Okay, that's fair. But we do have the latest
One Piece.
on the Marvels. We do.
I
we do
swear
have
to
the
God,
latest-
Jenny. I swear to fucking
Look,
God.
listen. One
Hearing
Piece
that
live
come
action
out of
was
Jenny's
actually solid.
dude. When I heard that from Jenny's, when I saw that tweet from Jenny, I was like, oh, what is this?
Just doing.
I'm
as
friends
much,
with this person. What the?
Doing as much as possible to fucking offend as many people as possible. That's our adorable little sister.
I
here.
won't get canceled
mean-
for anything like major. I'm just gonna get canceled for my fucking anime takes.
Oh man, anime takes. We can talk about those, but that's gonna be later in the news. There's some fun stuff to talk about there.
Yeah, we can talk
But
more
I did
about
wanna-
anime later. Yeah.
But I did wanna bring up the latest on the Marvels real quick, since I don't have a full review for you, but we do have the latest analytics. Apparently, that shit is trending like 97% down in ticket sales from the
Oh
first
no.
weekend. On the second weekend, it's getting fucked, which is not great for Disney, since that movie cost
Alright.
almost $300 million to make.
I mean,
Holy
to be fair, I don't.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
that movie.
How
$300
much?
million went into that.
300 million.
And
What
it
they
has-
spend it on?
I don't catering probably. I don't
Bro, just
But
film
yeah.
in Southeast Asia at that point. The food here is
I-
cheaper.
I don't think they've made back even half of that cost. And considering in order to like break even, you need to make twice as much as you spent on the movie. This is like it is. Oh, so no, it literally is like compared to like every other Marvel movie. It is like the worst that like in terms of first weekend and second weekend drop off. It's the worst of any Marvel movie that has come out.
I think
in recent
I think to be
years.
fair though, I think movies in general have just been struggling this year. Like
Mhm.
even
I mean-
after the post-COVID like
okay.
quarantine, where everyone's like, "Oh, let's go see movies. Let's go see like there was a big boom," and then suddenly everything's
Well,
not going good.
I would agree with you, but like Barbie and Oppenheimer both did like $1 billion in the box office, and then the fucking
Okay,
FNAF
that's a good
movie,
point,
the
actually.
Five Nights at Freddy's movie came out, and I think that was like a $30 million budget. I'm pretty sure they
Oh, yeah, I
brought home,
forgot
like
that.
$200 million in the box office.
Oh yeah, I forgot
So,
that. I was like thinking about
kind of crushed it somehow. I don't know.
about movies like Indiana Jones and stuff, you know, that also like box office
well,
bombed.
Yeah, that's
Well,
just like
what-
man, I wonder why that
That-
happened. God.
Oh, let's go. Let's all ask Kathleen Kennedy about it, shall we? I wish we had a little clip of the fucking South Park special of like the Cartman Kennedy, of her just saying, "Put a chick in it, make it lame and gay." It's like yeah. Oh man, did you guys actually go? Did you see the South Park special? That shit was comical.
I didn't.
Oh,
I don't really watch. I don't really watch South Park.
I don't watch
Oh yeah,
anything.
that's fair. That's fair. They went in on.
I think
on
Jazz is the one that
Disney
watches
stuff.
the most out of
Mhm.
like all three of us. To be honest, me and Ginny are just playing Dark Souls all the time. You know.
Yeah.
That's
And you'll get to talk. You will get to talk about that. But before that, I would like to talk about the thing that I did watch, which was Netflix's new Scott Pilgrim anime. Scott
yeah.
Pilgrim Takes Off.
Oh,
How was
yeah.
that?
Which was a little.
I heard.
little
I
divisive.
heard the main protagonist is a pedophile. This is new
Wait,
information, by the
oh.
way. This is new
Yeah.
information. Very new information. I can't believe. I can't believe
every
that they made
fucking
the
time.
protagonist of my favorite show, which I've definitely been a fan of for years, a pedophile. I can't
I'm-
believe they did this. Me and my.
I'm pretty sure-
Me and my black painted goth nails are very upset.
I mean,
The
I'm
fact that we
pretty
have to talk
sure.
about this. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure like Scott Pilgrim is not really someone to be emulated, right?
No.
Yes, the fact that we have to talk about this every single time. Every single time Scott Pilgrim starts trending, this same fucking thing comes up, and it's like how? When the movie came out, when they dropped the first when they announced the fact that the show was happening, we had to have this conversation again, and it's like, God damn it. Okay, but look, listen. How much do you guys actually know about Scott Pilgrim? Like either of you?
I know fair amount. I haven't watched
I
the
know,
original,
like,
but like it
nothing
was meme to
about
death in the 2000s.
All I know about
It
It
Scott
was like meme to
Pilgrim,
death in the 2010s.
all I know about
for
Scott
it.
Pilgrim is that it consistently does this thing where it pisses off everyone, like mainstream media. Well, and people will get upset of it. While at the same time, at the same time as this all is happening, like everyone's like, "Oh my god, he's a pedophile." Teenage girls fucking love it for some reason, and it once again is going to ruin an entire generation of teenage girls.
Just like Twilight. but okay. But anyway, okay. So here's the thing, right? This thing, the whole Scott Pilgrim thing, started out as a comic book, right? Then they had the movie in 2010 with fuck. I took so much like emotional and physical and mental damage when somebody told me that movie came out in 2010. But yeah, that movie came
Wow.
out in
That
2010.
makes sense. I remember it getting meme to death along with Skyrim
Man.
Arrow to the Neon memes.
It came out back
That's
when you were young.
that's what I remember of it.
Yep.
Back when you were in like
And
your
then-
mid-20s, you know, fresh from the war. Yeah.
I was still in high school.
Okay, all right.
Imagine being
So there's-
Jazz, chat. You come back from Afghanistan, and the first thing you
But hang
see
on.
is the
Keep
Scott
talking, I'll be
Pilgrim
right back.
movie.
Wait,
Oh no! I'm
what?
scared. I'm scared.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Goes to Florida. All right, Jenny. What were you saying? All right. All right,
did you
bitch. What were you
say?
saying?
No, okay. So yeah, there was the books, the original books. Those were like in the early 2000s. The movie in 2010, and then of course there was the video game, which I played the fuck out of, got like every ending in, and of course I read all the books as well. And just because like, okay, people were getting real upset about people who had opinions about the show on Twitter, right? Because like, oh, you watch the show, you don't even know Scott Pilgrim. Just so as preemptive Twitter armor. Bam, there, all 6 fucking volumes of the original comic. I own them. I've read them at least 3 times.
Okay.
I saw the fucking movie. I played the video game, all that shit, and I
even know
binged
there
the
was a
entire
video game.
show. He left in the middle of me speaking, just like my real dad. Oh Jesus Christ! What the fuck? What are you doing?
Wait, who said that?
That was
Wait,
Rosa.
Rosa typed that in chat. Oh my god.
I
All
don't
right.
interrupt you.
Okay.
Oh wait,
I
oh wait.
interrupt you.
Before
I
you
want
get
you to leave
before you
again.
get into
Mhm.
before you get into like the the nitty gritty of what your thoughts about the new series,
Mhm.
why don't you give us a summary first of what happened like Scott Pilgrim, just so all of us are on the same page.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so the original story of Scott Pilgrim is Scott Pilgrim is dating a high schooler.
Okay.
Like
And
this
he's,
is okay.
He
so-
himself is a high schooler, right? Right? Right?
No, he's
Aw.
like in his early 20s.
Oh,
So the only reason
no.
the only reason I bother to like make that the first point is because that's the first word bubble in the like when you open the fucking first book, the first word bubble you see is Wallace Wells saying Scott Pilgrim is dating a high schooler. Look, it's right there for you. That's your first intro to the actual book.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's the thing. It's kind of funny because like the whole thing is so much less than what you think it is just from like that, because like it is pseudo dating, right? Like the book makes a point of pointing out that they have not kissed or done anything of sort. They've held hands like one time. So it's like the most innocuous like instance of something like this happening ever. But the whole point is that, yeah, like Scott's a terrible person, right? He's a fucked up person. But he ends up meeting Ramona Flowers, right? Who's this mysterious girl, like nobody knows
Mhm.
barely anything about her. And also she can travel through subspace and has a fucking like hammer space bag on her hip that she can pull a literal hammer out of. Yeah, like no,
All
that,
right.
and
I'll
that shit's
suspend my
never-
disbelief.
yeah,
I'll
none of that's
suspend my
ever
disbelief.
explained, by the way. But the crux of the narrative is that in order to date Ramona, who is he like fallen head over heels for, like love at first sight sort of thing, he has to fight her 7 evil ex-boyfriends. Actually, 6 evil ex-boyfriends, 1 evil ex-girlfriend. But he has to fight all 7 of them in order to date her, and that's like the whole the crux of the story, right? So, getting into the anime that came out on Netflix. So I was skeptical too when I first heard about it, because the first thing I saw about it was like, oh yeah, Scott dies in the first episode. I'm like, oh no. Oh
What?
no. And then of course I saw some
Did you think they were like kill him
uh
off and like replace him with some like I don't know some?
I would respect it. Not
with
gonna lie.
well okay. So yeah, like I was kind of like I immediately like recoiled a little bit because like the
They
way
pull off a
the,
Kojima.
the way the media has been trending lately, like we see this sort of shit too often, and it
Oh no,
usually
Scott
ends up being
Pilgrim died,
annoying.
and Ramona started dating a a butch black lesbian lady. Oh
Or
no!
something like that, right? Yeah, like just I thought that we were going down that
I
road,
mean,
right?
yay! Sorry.
No, you're good. Uh, so I was skeptical, but then I saw some comments like, "Oh, you can't shit on it. You didn't even watch it." And it's like, you know what? They got a fair point. So I'm gonna sit down and watch the whole fucking thing in one sitting. And true to the post, yes, Scott Pilgrim dies in the first episode, or does he? Is the thing. It's the twist, but then there's another twist later. Actually, real quick, before I get proper into it, because in order
we
to
mention
like
spoilers?
really talk about this, yeah, I'm saying, in order to really get into this, I kind of need to get like actually into it. So, do either of you care if I like spoil the show a little bit?
No.
No,
Okay,
but
chat. Do
I
you?
will go get some water while you start talking. So like that, I have no sense of what we're talking about.
Oh, fair, perfect. Yes. Chat. I don't know if you care if I like spoil this at all, but I kind of need
Spoiler
to
warning.
talk about
Well,
this to
I'll
get
put in
into
the
it.
edited video. Spoiler warning.
Okay, perfect. And then skip ahead to the timestamp where the spoilers aren't happening anymore. Already watched it all?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so what happens is in the first fight against the first evil X, like Scott is killed instantly in one hit, or so you would
Okay.
think. But like
Yeah.
of course that like throws you because like, oh, what the fuck, you're supposed to win that first fight. And then of course the narrative kind of switches over to this thing. It's like, okay, so Ramona's got to now fight the 7 evil X's, in which like actually that's not even true. She fights like one of them and then just kind of talks to the rest of them, which is fine,
Talk
honestly.
no
Like
jutsus then? Okay.
yeah, more or less.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
okay, I'm
Alright.
back. Have you started speaking the dark spoiler speech yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
more or less.
You
Yeah.
have? Oh man, I was gonna say, if you don't want to skip, if you want to skip the spoilers, just skip to, I don't know how long it's been running. Skip
Yeah,
like
no,
a minute
Miles is
30.
gonna
No.
That's how long you have time.
Yeah, we already said
Alright.
we already said that, Jenny. Don't worry.
All right. Yeah. So and I do want to preface this with my opinion on this show is mixed, right? I'm conflicted. There are parts about this I really like, and parts about it I really don't like. But as far as parts I like, and that's gonna like go into the first parts of the story. Honestly, it's like I like the first half. Second half kind of lost me. Like for last 2 episodes, but so the first half we switch focus to Ramona, and I think that's cool, right? I'm down with like a Ramona story instead of a Scott story because Ramona's like the crux and the initial catalyst of the whole story, and like she doesn't get a whole lot in the initial like comics or movie. So like learning more about her and having her face her own evil exes, I mean that's kind of a cool concept, right? So from there, like you still got me, right? And of course throughout the story we also learn a little more about the evil exes who were also kind of just like they show up, Scott beats them, and they're dead, and that's it. Like that's kind of like you don't really learn a whole lot about them throughout the story.
Why are they evil?
I mean, honestly, her last evil ex just kind of gathered them all together. And it's like, hey, you guys want to form a league? And they're like, yeah, fuck it. And then they just did it. And that, like, there's not really a whole lot of reason.
This reminded me of someone I knew.
It's
Yeah.
From work.
what is this? Team Skull from Pokemon Sun and Moon?
Who dated one of my
Kind of.
coworkers,
Mhm.
and then once like he started hanging out with like her exes, they found out that she's a terrible person. So all of him, my coworker, and all of her exes teamed up to basically ruin her relationship every time she has a new one.
Gotcha.
Huh. Okay.
So
She deserves it.
So I get that. And like Ramona isn't expressly evil, but she is like almost equally as terrible as Scott is in different ways, right?
Yeah.
Like she kind of left all of them behind without
So the
really
evil
like
exes are
breaking
the
it off
good
proper.
guys.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, here's the thing: like, everyone in the story is kind of fucked up in one way or the other, right? That's kind of like it's very real in that sense that they're all just.
I feel like that's kind of
fucked.
interesting, actually. It's like
Yeah,
a Princess
I like that.
Mononoke kind of thing, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So and it takes a really different turn, right? Like after the first Evil X is not defeated and instead kills Scott, he decides, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna make a bid for the whole thing. Fights the final boss, which is the last Evil X, and beats him and takes all his shit. And he becomes a whole thing. That's like becomes a whole subplot. So like like the story takes a whole different turn. It's very interesting in that sense. Though I will have to say that the fact that like the Evil X's are delved into is not applied equally among all of them, which I kind of get. This is only like an 8-episode stretch, but yeah, some of them just get nothing the same way they did in the original, like the twins, Kyle and Ken, because she dated 2 guys at the same time who were twins, like twin brothers, right?
What the fuck?
They still get nothing.
What?
They still get nothing. By the way, they didn't get anything in the book or the movie, and they still get nothing. But like a couple of the characters get some more stuff. They get fleshed out a little more. And yeah, like she doesn't really have to fight any of them except for the one female one, since I don't know, maybe they were trying to avoid a bad look or something there. I don't know why she didn't fight all of them, but I think that was a pretty cool concept, right?
Ramon
We
is
learn
in
more
no
about
way
some of
not
the
a good person. I don't know about that,
Yeah,
Chief.
no. Is in no way not a good person. Well, I mean, considering how the fight with Roxy went and the flashback of how that was broken off, she could have been a better person, in my opinion. But
The point, she's not perfect, right?
Ramona
She's
sounds
not.
like a
She's
hoe.
not like.
But hey, what would I know?
I mean, I don't think she actually fucked any of them aside from. Well, I mean, she might have fucked Gideon, who was the last one, maybe. I don't know. But I used a double negative. My mistake. Oh, you're good. You're good. But okay. And so yeah, that's that whole bit, and that's like the first 4, 5, 6 episodes, and that's all pretty good stuff, honestly. You know, you some fun character interactions.
Okay,
You
so
still get
basically
some,
just like a different look at the.
yeah, absolutely, and you still get some crazy animated fight scenes, like shit that's animated so nicely that if I hadn't already known going in that it wasn't Trigger doing this, I would have thought it was Trigger doing this. Right? It's got a very like panty and stockingness
Okay.
to it in the way they animate the stuff. So
Okay.
the animation is so fucking clean. It's amazing. It's the best thing about this show is the
I'm gonna
animation.
pick it up.
Now, yeah. So here's the thing though. Here's what I got to get into, and it's the last couple episodes, and it this is where I start to really dislike this show because it makes 2 choices that I really am not a fan of. One, time travel is
Oh.
added into this. Yeah, and as
Oh,
we all
God.
know, if you are gonna put time travel in your shit, you better make sure you got like all your ducks in a row narratively, as far as like every other moving piece of the story, which Scott Pilgrim never has. Like Scott Pilgrim kind of just like shit just happens. It's barely explained. It's more supposed to be like comical and cartoony, which and I can sort of give it that, but like I feel like time travel was not the right choice here because it just kind of makes a whole bunch of discrepancies that suck.
It's always worrying when like time travel just comes up in any like piece of media.
Except for
Right,
JoJo.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, except for
Yeah, I
JoJo.
mean,
I was about to
wait,
say.
isn't that like a universe reset instead of time travel though? That's not the
I'm
same,
not
is it?
there yet. I'm not there.
Oh.
Okay, I mean I know it happens, but I'm not there.
Well, yeah, I mean, fuck you. The mangas are like a decade old.
I know. Yeah, I know it happens, but I'm not there yet. I'm close.
also
I have
there
like
yet. I just watch the
I have, like-
animes. I don't read.
I have
For nerds.
8 episodes. I have 8 episodes left before the end of part 6. So
Gotcha. Also, remember 7 was supposed to be outlandishly many explanations for Ramona's age. Yeah, somebody did bring that up. And, like for the time that the original story happened, yeah, that would be outlandish. These days, I mean, 7X's at 23 probably isn't even that surprising. Which is, I mean, that's a whole other what's it
Lamau.
called?
I think just these days these days online dating just makes it so
Yeah.
that, you know.
yeah,
it's-
that's a
it's-
whole other societal conversation
You're, like,
that we're not
meeting
ready to
people
have
more
on this
often.
podcast yet.
Yeah, you're just
Yeah,
meeting people
absolutely.
more often. That's just how it
Yeah.
goes.
Absolutely. So yeah, the time travel kind of fucks shit up and raises too many questions that don't get answers. But the other thing, and this is the thing I really take umbrage with, that I really don't like. The main villain, because like the original main villain was Gideon, the 7th Evil X, the final boss, right? He gets fucking bodied in the first episode. So the new main villain is Scott from the future. Yeah.
I mean, did they foreshadow this during the show? No, or yes?
No, well, they okay. So in like the 3rd episode, you find out that Scott didn't actually die. He got somebody made a portal and like pulled him into it, and it turns out it was him from the future pulling himself through a portal to the future. Though I will say, in regards to the whole Scott being dead thing, the most like the best gag I think the series has ever had. So there's this thing, right, where when somebody like dies in the show, some coins will just drop where they died, like as a video game, like boss drop
Mhm.
sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, same thing happens to Scott, right? That's why everyone thinks he's dead because he just kind of poofed away, and there were some coins left where his body was.
That
But
was
they have
just
they have a they have a whole scene where there's an open casket, right? There's a fucking casket in a church, and I'm just like, wait, what are they doing? His body's gone. Why is there a casket at all, let alone an open one? And I'm just asking that throughout the entire scene this is happening. And then right at the end, where Ramona walks up to the casket, I'm like, wait a minute. No, there's no fucking way. Like it came to me, and then it smash cuts to a shot of the fucking coins in the casket. His body I lost
That's
my
fucking
mind.
amazing.
I lost my mind. That shit
That's
was hilarious.
fucking amazing. That sounds
okay.
great.
That was a
Okay,
that
okay.
was a fantastic gag, right? Like that was my
Okay.
favorite shit. That was amazing.
I like. Wait, hold on.
But yeah.
Wait. So he didn't die, but there were still coins.
Because somebody tossed the coins out to make it look like he died.
I
Like,
love the idea
that was part
that
of the
his,
setup.
his future self just like pulled him through a fucking portal, then tossed the
10
change
out
on
of 10
the
world
counter.
building.
Like I'm
10
buying
out of
this.
10 world
Yeah.
building.
There's no one here.
Yeah,
10 out of 10 world building.
That's great. I like that.
I'm catching up to X Jazz talking speed, 10 minutes behind. Oh yeah, no, you're good, Acumen. Okay, so the thing is, right? The reason Scott pulls his past self into the future is that apparently he and Ramona have hit a rough patch, and so instead of trying to fix it, he went the full nuclear option and figured out a way to travel back through time so that he could prevent himself from ever dating her in the first place.
Holy
Which
That's-
is like
shit.
which I feel like in my opinion, this completely shits on the original story, because like the whole point of the original story was alongside him fighting the evil exes, Scott's whole thing is that he's a bad person. At the beginning of the story, Scott's a terrible fucking person. He ends up cheating on the high schooler he's dating with Ramona, and then that becomes a whole thing. And then like partway through the story, she disappears because of that, right? Like she leaves him, and instead of trying to go back to the fucking past to stop himself from beating her in the first place, he does some self-reflection, right? He realizes some things about himself. He does some growing as a person, and then he goes after her into the final battle. And we kind of get to the point, like the ending of Scott Pilgrim the original is optimistic in that Scott he gets himself a job.
Miles is dead.
We got him back. He gets himself a job. He reconciles with some people from his past that he may have wronged or that may have wronged him. And we go into the future of his future and their future together with an optimistic light on things, right? Whereas in the future, apparently they have like one fight, like, and this is like 13 years of marriage later, right? It's implied they've been married for 13 years, and all of a sudden they have one fight, and Scott's ready to go full nuclear option about it instead
All
of
it
like
takes.
doing the thing instead of doing what he did the original story, which is like going after her and trying to fix it.
I tried being the good guy. Hits the nuke button immediately.
Yeah, so it's like I feel like it just kind of shits all over Scott's original arc, and it has like a much more like pessimistic connotation.
I saw
What?
someone in chat say, I'm sure future Scott regretting meeting Ramona has nothing to do with the author getting a divorce from the woman who is based on Ramona. Is that true?
Oh shit! Is that real?
Is that real?
Oh,
Is the
God.
author of Spot Pilgrim divorced?
Holy shit! Is
Wait.
that real? Oh
Hold
my
on,
God!
hold
If
on,
so,
hold on,
that's
hold on.
amazing. Yeah, we gotta fact check that. Brian Lee O'Malley is his name. I'm pretty sure. Brian Lee O'Malley divorce. Like, see if that's real. 'Cause
They
holy
divorced in
shit.
2014.
Oh no!
Well, here's your answer, Jez. All right, now normally
Oh, fuck.
I'm a big fan
Oh,
of
my
the
God.
death of the author most of the time, interpretation when it comes to media. However, this one feels like it's staring at us in the
They were married
face.
for 10 years. They were married for 10 years.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I just feel like, and it's like I would think that Scott as a person would have grown a little bit in those 13 years, you know, instead of like immediately being the shit person he was at the beginning of the original story. Like such a shit person, in fact, that like he becomes like the final boss and they have to like fight him in space, and he looks like an old like crazy evil Ryu, right? He's even got the fucking Satsui no Hado coming off of him and shit. Like it is bizarre, like the way this all shaped out.
I
And I just
mean,
it feels very much like the very definition of character assassination, right? I mean, again, he started as a bad guy, so he wasn't that great of a character to begin with. But he's like the ending of the original is optimistic, and this whole thing just seems like it went full pessimism, and I kind of can't. Yeah,
I mean,
it wasn't working for me. So like
I
I
mean,
liked the
based,
show.
ba-
I enjoyed watching it, and I really loved the animation and the stuff with Ramona and the Evil Exes and how they got to do a little bit more. But the way they ended it just killed the whole thing for me.
I mean,
Bro,
based on
Gary,
based on the
wait.
new information we got, though, that's
So
like, you
Brian
can see
O'Malley
why.
started dating this lady. He dated
Yeah,
her for
eat
2
the
years,
sandwich
then
a
they
little bit.
married, and they were married for another 10 years.
Mm.
That's
Mhm,
fucking.
and then they
That is
divorced.
the irony.
So I mean, at that point, if it becomes a lot more pessimistic, I guess it's understandable
Mhm.
that the artist became more pessimistic after an event like that.
Yeah.
You know, but in that
Well, sure.
case, Jazz, maybe we should take this show on its own merit instead of comparing it to the original. You know, like what if
Well-
what?
That's the thing. Like this show is literally using because like the future Scott, right, went through
Yeah.
every single event of the original story as it originally happened, and like
Yeah.
references back to that. Like he shows Scott, yeah, here, this is what happens if you go and fight all the evil exes, and then I marry Ramona and all that shit, right? So I can't not compare it because they're literally using the source material and directly connecting it to this show. So yeah, I don't
I mean,
know.
yeah,
And
but
it's
if you
like-
had
and
to
the
compare it
thing
on
is-
its own, if you had to like weigh it on its own merits, do you
yeah.
think it did enough? Like, it's a show still worth watching?
Well, but that's the thing,
Wait,
right?
so I have
Again,
a question. I have a question. So how
What's
does
up?
this
Go
all
ahead.
resolve? Does this all resolve with
Oh.
like a positive ending, or?
Yes, technically, right? They're fighting evil Future Scott, and then Future Ramona shows up and talks to past Ramona, and then they hug and they become a celestial god Ramona, who just snaps the evil Scott away, just sends him home, like literally just sends him
All
home.
right,
It's
let's
like,
kind of
go have a timeout, go clean up. What the fuck are you doing? Like they just puts him in timeout, and then she resets the universe to the moment like right before they all got teleported to go fight him. And that's the end. And then we do and then so the very end, right, is technically still optimistic, right? They go forward and it's like Scott's like, oh man, I'm never gonna become that future self, which that's like the time travel shit, right? The moment, because they were like standing, they're like right by him, it's like, ah, he's too strong, we can't beat him. Ah, fuck. Ah, man, I never want to become this guy. The moment those words left Scott's mouth, future Scott should have fucking vanished from existence. Right?
Yeah.
That's what's fucking dumb about time travel. It's like if your past self sees you and decides, oh, I don't want to be like that, chances are good
Okay.
you're gonna fucking cease to exist.
Okay.
what
Okay.
the-
So the end, basically the end just kind of it was a fumble.
Yeah,
Basically.
the
It's
end
just
just
a
like sets
fumble.
everything back to the status quo. Although I guess the evil
Yeah.
X is already beaten because Ramona talked Nojutsu them to death. So
You
yeah,
talked
and
Nojutsu.
everybody goes forward with like a new with a new
Alright.
like journey. Like it's an alternate universe
Alright.
sort of thing almost.
I
So
get
yeah,
it.
it's like
I get
so
it.
yeah, like the fact they made the big bad future Scott and just kind of like bundled up his whole original story and threw it in the garbage bin. And it's like, nah, he'd fuck it. All that character development he had, all the years, happy years of marriage, presumably he spent with Ramona, trash, garbage, all of it.
And-
He's the villain now. And it's like, it just
I mean, maybe it feels kind of realistic, you know. Not
I
everyone
guess, but-
stays good. You know what I mean?
I get that, but I don't know. Like me personally, I just preferred the optimistic ending that was the original story, and I still have that. I can just kind of pretend maybe this one doesn't exist, and I can just go read the comics again and just be happy about it. But what I saw, like I don't feel good about it.
I feel like I would have liked it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, go by all means, go watch it and see what you think.
I might.
But yeah, that's just like that's where I'm at. I'm not blaming anybody who enjoyed the show. Again, I enjoyed watching the show, right? I did enjoy watching it, I just have my things that I didn't really like about it. So I just and that's
Valid.
I can't overlook
Are
it.
you kidding me,
I can't
Jazz? This is
overlook
the internet. We either hate something or we love it. There's no in between. What are you talking about?
I can't believe that Jazz hates divorce.
Put that in the title.
I
Jazz
hereby
against
deem-
divorce. Jazz thinks divorce should be illegal. He said it today.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like Future Scott makes a point. In the future, we're not divorced. We're separated. Like they didn't even actually divorce each other. Like they're just
Honestly,
going
they
through a
should-
rough patch, and he
at that
decides
point-
to fucking nuke the whole
I don't know.
relationship. Like,
Bro, at that point, just send it, just make them divorced. At that point, if you're gonna
Yeah.
parallel that closely, just go all the way.
yeah,
Like, fuck
I
it.
don't know. It's honestly, yeah, but like, yeah, it is what it is, right? And that's my opinion on that matter. I guess that's all we have to say about that.
Man didn't fucking want a divorce. He wanted his fucking time back.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know it's
So-
fucking
so would you
bad,
say-
right? It's just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I want my fucking 14 years of fucking freedom back. Fuck you.
Let's. I mean, not everything can end like Code Geass. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I mean,
man.
sometimes things. There's a miss. Even if the things
There's
building up to
gonna
it
be
were
a miss.
decent. Sometimes there's a miss. It just be like that.
Yeah, and it was a miss for me. But like, I'm not gonna shit on anybody who's trying to enjoy the show or who did enjoy the show. You guys are allowed. That's totally fine. I'm just over here with my opinion. And
I mean,
that's
you're
gonna
one of
be
those
it.
people that enjoyed the show. What do you mean?
I don't think you're
Yeah, exact-
allowed, chat.
Well, sorry. People who enjoyed the
It's
show and
against
saw
the
nothing
rules.
wrong
I will
with it.
send you to jail.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like they don't have the same qualms that I have. You're allowed to not.
Wait,
have
I'm
those
sorry.
qualms,
I saw
but
someone.
I
I
am
saw
also
Asta
allowed
and
to have them.
I saw Asta in chat say Code Geass is boring. Asta, I'm never listening to you for taste ever again.
Asta,
You
I
hate
agree with you.
vegetables. What?
I like
My
Code Geass.
fucking
I like
God.
Miles. I liked Code Geass. You got me on your team.
All right. I got Big Brother on my team. Boss.
Yeah. All right. So, and I guess as far as like media consumes, the only one thing I want to talk about is the fact that Rosa and I played the fucking DLC for Remnant 2 last week.
We did.
And that was pretty good. That was a pretty good time, right?
Was it good?
Wasn't that solid? Wasn't that good?
There's one new boss.
Okay.
That's
okay.
the DLC.
I-
They
I-
put
I-
one new
I-
boss in.
I have to qualm that. Hang on. So I did play more of it after we're done, and I discovered some things that I wanna bring to light. So what we thought this was is not what this actually is, right? It's not like a full on edition like the way like the Remnant 1's DLC was, where it's like a whole new world and a whole new story, right? This is essentially just an
Okay.
expansion pack on Lassam specifically, right? So there's
How much is it?
the one shot. How much is it? I don't know. I bought the season
So did
pass,
I, but
I'm
how
not
much
really
is it?
sure.
We can look that up. We
Fucking-
can look that up.
Yeah, we
can
yeah.
look
I
that
know,
up.
I have
I'm
Google
gonna-
open, but I also have cheese in my hands.
that's
Add
fair.
cheese
I'm
to
gonna.
it.
My guess is gonna be $10 to $15, right?
Let's
That's my
see.
guess.
I can just check Steam, right?
Yeah. What's the fucking game called again? My brain doesn't work.
Do you guys buy it on console or in Steam?
Remnant
Console.
2. We're playing on console.
Remnant 2: The Awakened King. Is that it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I'm on Philippine prices. Wait,
Oh,
it's probably not gonna be the same price, is it?
All right, hang on. I got it.
Mixed reviews on
It's
Steam.
$10. It's $10.
$10. Okay. And so
Wow, it's $8 for me.
there are actually both new. If you don't do like this is kind of fucked. I will admit that this is kind of fucked up because like the one shot's supposed to be just all the new content, right? But and I guess what it means by that is just like the new map that is the castle that the Awakened King is hanging out in, because that's all new, right?
You
I mean,
wanna
the
know how
side
much the,
dungeons were.
The DLC cost for Remnant 1?
I mean, do you mean like now or back when it first dropped? Because that I feel like that's worth considering in this conversation.
I don't think it's dropped in price.
Oh, is it not? Okay, how
No.
much is it?
$10.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But listen. So there is, again, if you go to like Lassam without doing the one shot, you will get some new side dungeons. I fought 2 new bosses, pretty interesting bosses, and there's like a whole new and there's like several more of the abnormality enemies, the red guys. I don't know what they call them. And there's some new tile sets as well. Plus, there's several new weapons. There's an entire new class, which I know you were not fond of the new class, but I got to tell you, after like maxing it out, that shit's busted. That shit is so incredibly strong. Like it's actually unbelievable how strong it is. So I think you saw me use the ability like maybe once or twice. I don't know if I managed to get to level 5 while we were still playing. Once you hit level 5, you get an ability where you cast a spell that's just a massive AoE, and everything inside that AoE gets hit with every status effect in the game all at once. So this will just like straight up completely wipe the entire room if you got like a bunch of like smaller enemies, just kills them instantly, pretty much, right?
Here's my gripe with it,
like
though.
What's up?
That's really fucking cool and all, right?
Yeah.
But let's say I'm not interested in it, like I am.
Yeah.
What do I have to gain from this DLC? So
well, again,
there's
like,
a really cool new
there are-
ability.
there-
That's really cool. I'm glad you like it. I'm not particularly interested in it, so I don't really get any benefit from that. But that's fine. You know, it's there.
Okay, by all means, go ahead.
Now, what do we use this on? Where's the new areas, the new monsters, the new bosses? We get
Like I
one.
said, they're in the song. Like you get one new final boss, but you do get like 3 new like halfway bosses. You know how you do like a halfway boss? It's like a
But-
like a smaller sort of thing. But yeah, you get like 3 of those as well, and you get a few new tile sets. Like I said, like a lot of this stuff
Yeah.
for some reason didn't
know
appear
we
in the
had-
one shot. And I feel like that must be some kind of glitch, right? I feel like that's a glitch
I
that
don't
they
know.
didn't actually put those in the one shot. But I did a run through Lasam, and I ran into like a bunch of the new shit actually.
Was
There
it
is a good
like,
amount of
actually
new shit in there.
interesting?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Like there's one where you had to fight this witch who just like fights with a giant fucking like anchor, and you're
Okay.
locked into like a pig pen area. So you actually like it's a check on, hey, are you good at rolling with good timing? If not, you're getting fucking wrecked.
Okay.
Which I mean that took me a few tries to get through actually.
You know what? Okay, it's
but
fine.
yeah, it was a really good boss fight.
I will
Yeah.
let go of some of my
Yeah,
reservations then.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that we didn't quite get to everything new that they actually did put in the game.
I kind of wish they
when
had
when
you
I did
know,
our stream.
put that stuff into that first playthrough you get on the one shot.
Yeah,
It seems really
that's what I'm saying
fucking
too.
stupid to not do that.
Yeah, no, like I'm saying, I think maybe it might have been some sort of weird like glitch kind of situation. Because again, like we've noticed that Gunfire Games doesn't quite have their shit completely together with this stuff.
No.
We had the whole issue with the like multiplayer. We couldn't even do multiplayer for like the first 2-3 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
We had to end up we got in touch with Remnant 2 to actually play something together. Had to wait for it to
Oh
get
my
patched.
god.
So I can imagine that maybe they just kind of fucked something up on that.
Oh, and then even
On
then
the-
to play
on the
together,
development
like he had to like unadd me as a friend.
Yeah, we had to un-add each other from PlayStation Network and then re-add each other in order.
Wait,
to
wait,
actually
did,
connect
did
with
Remnant
us.
1 have multiplayer?
Mhm.
Yes, and it had its fair share of like disconnect issues as well.
Okay,
But
so
we
it's
kinda-
just
we
been
were
a
kinda hoping-
reoccurring
we're kinda
problem for
hoping
them
they
then.
would have. We hoped they would have locked that down by the time we got to Remnant 2, but I guess they're
Oh,
still
apparently not.
working on it. Yeah.
I
So
guess
there's
they're
that.
probably just like, guys, we need to focus on just our strengths. We'll deal with multiplayer later. We'll patch
Yeah.
it out or something.
Yeah. So
The
overall-
game
but
dev
overall,
cycle
I
is like
think-
brutal.
Absolutely. Yeah, and hey, who knows? Maybe they'll be going on strike
My
soon too.
top 5 recommended videos are all about Scott Pilgrim is more gay than we thought.
Oh yeah, no, they go like all fucking in on the gay in the new anime, right?
Excellent.
You got girls kissing girls, you got dudes
Oscar.
kissing dudes. One of the evil X's is defeated by Wallace Wells of all people, who is Scott's gay roommate, and he kisses I think Todd Ingram is his name. He's the vegan evil X. Kisses
mean-
him and he like falls in love instantly, but Wallace Wells is like, nah, I ain't for that shit. I ain't catching feelings. And like this guy is pretty much just like just goes into a depressive
So
state.
2 of the evil
Wow.
villains just did they become gay and then get rejected? That's how they're defeated.
Wow.
Well, I
is
mean,
Wallace
techni-
is this Wallace
technically-
guy the Giga Chad? Like,
technically
is he
speaking,
just the Giga Chad meme?
Well, Roxy was already.
He's a Sigma
Like,
gay.
Okay, so no, actually, so Todd, yes. Roxy, no, because Roxy was already gay, and she is actually the only person that Ramona physically fights in the show. So,
Okay.
well, I mean, her and Evil Scott, but I'm not really.
I love
counting him.
watching lesbian women beat each other.
Well, it was implied, so I guess they're going forward with the narrative
Traditional
now that
lesbian relationship.
Ramona's like actually bisexual, but in both the original comic and the movie, she makes a point of saying I was just a little bi-curious, right? I also find it funny that I I feel like I could have seen this coming, but so Roxy decides to like try and make out with Kim Pine, which is actually one of Scott's exes and a girl that she's in a band with. He's in a band with. And in the original, uh, Kim actually ends up making out with Knives, who is the high schooler that Scott was dating, because they both got drunk at a party, right? And later on in the comic, they're like, "Hey, so about that thing that happened, that was kind of crazy, right?" And it's like, "Yeah, but I mean, shit, you think maybe there's actually something there? I think we should actually go for it." And so they try to kiss again, and immediately tear away from each other.
No.
And like the reaction to the lesbian kiss
clip. It was like,
is
no,
so
no.
much more visceral.
I think I did see that.
But
clip
what I'm
too.
saying is, like, in the show, like, she's so much more like just like kind of whatever about it. She's so much more casual about it. It's like, yeah, this is okay. But in the comic, like, it was visceral. She was like she looked about to like vomit or something.
Lamel.
It was a.
Rosa,
It was
don't
like, yeah, I
beat
can kind of
Rika.
see why they.
Why would I ever beat Rika? I'm the one that gets beaten, not the other way around.
Oh damn. But no, but it's like I can see why in this day and age maybe they wouldn't go for that very visceral reaction to the lesbian kiss from Kim Pine, because that probably wouldn't have been taken very well. But yeah. So that was the whole thing.
Oh my god, how
we're
dare
talking
she
about
not
okay.
like girls? This show is homophobic.
I don't hate when something changes for the times, you know. It'd be like that.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that.
It bothers me a little bit because just like if something doesn't need to be changed, it's just being changed like for no good reason other than because some people are fucking stupid.
Modern audiences.
That like it doesn't like how do I put this? It doesn't bother me that much. Like it's not gonna like upend my fucking life, you know? Like I don't fucking care.
Mm-hmm.
But I do find it a little bit obnoxious. It's like, oh, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like why did you give so much of a fuck? It's like, oh, people are gonna get mad. They're gonna call it homophobic. It's like it's homophobic.
I mean, we don't
be straight. That's fucking dumb.
We don't even know exactly why they changed it. It could be that. It could be a different reason too. I think that's way too speculative. I think that's way too speculative.
You're right. I am guessing, but I'm guessing given the current like socio-political climate, right? That's what I'm basing it off.
That's not like an unreasonable guess.
Yeah. Like we're living in a world where they're coming out with there's some recent rumors about the new Fantastic Four movie they're doing, and the rumors are that Sue Storm is going to be like the main character as opposed to the four of them sharing the main character role equally. There's going to have her be like the leader of the team and all that, whereas like originally Reed Richards was kind of the impromptu leader of the Fantastic Four. Also, apparently, the Silver Surfer is going to be in the movie, immediately die, and be replaced by a woman. Where
did they get all these like fucking leaks?
All these rumors? Well, I mean, hey, people in Disney talk, right? Especially these days when Disney's kind of a sinking ship, right? Why not just put this shit out there? But yeah, with shit like that and like stuff similar in the past that's been going on, like you can kind of like guess that maybe it's all part of a thing, right? There's all part of a certain movement, the message as people call it. But yeah, I'm not usually like so put off by like again, I still watch the show and I watch it all the way to the end, so I'm not so put off by it. But it is yeah, but it is somewhat annoying when
it does piss me off when it's like directly affecting me in some sort of like way.
I don't know. When I'm in my opinion, I usually would just attribute it to just like not something that people didn't really think too much about, to be honest, instead of something like that.
There is a general saying of like don't attribute like to malice what could be attributed to like ignorance, like stupidity, right? But like I don't know, man. There's like
that's true. When you see a trend,
he's just like exactly. Like
the trend.
That's not to say like okay, there's like obvious fucking like pattern recognition, you know. Like there very much is like a trend in a very particular niche. Like there's a reason why fucking Disney hasn't made any fucking money in the box office.
Like I don't know.
Movies?
For me,
yeah.
Like I don't know. For me,
to fuck up consistently the same way over and over and over again. You're a little bit more than stupid. You're a fucking moron.
And Miles, you brought up the Indiana Jones thing, right? That was kind of a similar thing there, where they brought back Indiana Jones, and hey, suddenly India's suicidal, and they're trying to pass off like the role of like Indiana Jones adventurer to this new girl that's in the movie with him, right? So it's like it's like when you're fucking up characters that people know and love just to like put a woman in their place. It's like And not putting women in their
I
place
mean-
like in the negative.
I
putting
mean,
women
to be
in the
fair,
place
it's
of
like
that
Harrison
person that
Ford's
people
not
like.
getting any younger, bro. If they
Well,
want to continue the
well, that's
series with a new character,
Okay.
Well,
Then
that's,
they
that's,
got-
that's the thing. Though. Here's the thing. You
Here's the
can't
thing.
you can't
If they
shit
had
on the original
replaced-
character if you're gonna do that.
Here's the thing. If they were gonna, let's say they did that movie, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
And Harrison Ford, let's say instead of like this what they did, they had maybe Harrison Ford had like a guy who would join him on the adventures, right?
Mhm.
Emphasis on guy.
Yeah. And it's
Played
like
by,
they
I don't know.
they-
Well, what's a
Shia
good
LaBeouf?
actor of today's era?
Well, no, because like the remember Kingdom of the Crystal Skull? They brought in Shia LaBeouf, who's like his son, right? And he
Yeah.
like that's probably the character people would expect to like.
Yeah.
Like they even had a scene at the end of Crystal Skull where he almost takes Indiana Jones's hat and puts it on, but he's like, nah, not yet. He grabs it on the way. I was like, nah, not
Yeah.
yet. So you
Right,
would think
but
he'd be the actor to
People
put in
don't
there.
like Shia
but
LaBeouf
his
though.
yes, and that's the thing. They killed his character in the new movie. Like he's just dead. He went to war and died. So,
Yeah.
So that's
So-
why he's not there. So yeah.
Okay, they killed off Shia
Chris
LaBeouf,
Pratt.
right? But yeah, fucking yeah, absolutely. You can have fucking Chris Pratt, dude. If they had fucking Chris Pratt, right, instead of whoever the fuck they had, and they were like, hey, we don't have Shia LaBeouf playing the same character, but it's the same character, right? It's the same character in the world. We
Yeah.
just have a different actor, and we had it played by Chris Pratt, and he takes over like Indiana Jones's hat and his the adventures. That movie would have fucking sold. All right, that's just the truth. It would have fucking sold. They could have probably made a sequel, spin-off show. Boom, done. That's it.
Yeah.
Just like that, it would have worked, right? But the issue is that people are fucking tired of seeing this fucking pattern, right? And so it's the same fucking pattern over and over again. People are like, yo, like, what the fuck are you doing? And a lot of these are shows that, I'm sorry, but the fact of the matter is, the target audience for Indiana Jones, like, fucking toys growing up, take a guess who it was. Sure as fuck wasn't my sister's.
Yeah, fair
It's
point.
a fucking male
Fair point.
audience. So it makes no
Yeah.
fucking sense to replace the main protagonist with a fucking girl. It's just not. That's not gonna fucking sell merch, right? It's just
That
not
makes
gonna
sense.
happen.
I will counter that slightly. I think that they could have made it work, but on top of replacing with a female character is the fact that they spent most of the movie just shitting on Indiana, like the original Indiana Jones, the guy people really like, right? He's literally suicidal in the movie. His students don't give a shit about his lectures, and they're like all on their phones or like picking their noses and shit in the scene where he's like doing a lecture. Nobody fucking gives a shit about him anymore. He is like almost zero help in the actual like story.
Yeah.
Like he's like the girl that they're replacing with.
Mhm.
She's smarter than him. She's physically stronger than him.
Mary
She's more
Sue.
capable than him. Like he can't really do anything that she can't do. Like even in terms
She's
of like
Rey.
the ancient.
all right.
Yeah,
so basically, it'd be okay if she
the Rey-
earned it.
It's the Rey.
She hasn't earned it.
Yeah, it's the Ray Palpatine problem again. Exactly.
She hasn't
So,
earned it,
yeah.
basically.
Mhm. Exactly.
Okay.
But if they
That's
had like
part of it.
if they had him
Definitely.
fill more of like an actual mentor role where he's actually teaching her stuff and like helping her come into her own,
And then he has like a
instead
tragic
of just like
death or something.
yeah,
right?
like yeah, and like that. I
But
feel
like
like
a
people would have been a little
heroic
more receptive
tragic
of that.
ending. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
the old
Harrison
hero.
Ford just dying in all his old franchises.
Yeah. Instead, there's like
He really
instead
doesn't
they
have
bring
to,
him-
man. Fucking Disney owns his likeness. They could just fucking make him an AI. There you go.
Oh god. Oh no. Fuck. Yeah, but instead
Oh,
what they
God.
do is they bring the
Nothing's
actor
stopping Disney.
back. They make him old and shitty, suicidal. He's divorced. His son is dead. His students don't give a shit about his lecture. Like it's just nothing but like garbage for the main character that people used to love. And it's like that's so depressing. Why you want to
Yeah.
depress people like this? You could have made him like dignified in his old age, right? Like maybe he's rich because he was wrapped in with a bunch of these like preservation societies. He's in a nice house. He's got his wife. His son's maybe still there, and he's doing stuff too. Like they could have made it like a duo thing, like the son and the new chick like work together. And
Yeah,
they both
that
become
would have
new
been
in-
better.
new in- yeah, something other than what we got, because what we got was.
All right,
just
that's fair. That's
not
fair.
great.
That's
Alright,
fair. I mean, going back to like the first part of topic. I think also people just want to normalize gay relationships, I guess, and not
I mean, and
people
I
getting
don't see a problem with
disgusted by
that.
it.
Yeah, I
People
don't see a
getting
problem with that.
disgusted by it,
Here's
but
the
like when
thing.
it happens.
Here's the thing, though. It's already fucking normalized.
Yeah,
We've
pretty
gone
much.
beyond
No, it's not.
normalization. Yes,
No,
it
it's
fucking
not.
is. We've
No,
gone
it's
beyond
not.
normalization into fucking shoving it down people's throats, and that's why people are starting to
I
react
completely disagree. I completely disagree with
aggressively
that,
against it
Ginny.
again. I mean,
I
maybe, like,
completely
when you
disagree
live in
with
the
that.
fucking Philippines, sure, but like in the fucking U.S., it's more than fucking.
Well, yeah, that's the
normalized.
point, dude. Throughout the entire world, There are so many places where it's not normalized yet.
Yeah,
That's a
I
whole
can- I
lot
can
of
see that.
y'all's fucking problem, though.
It's not just dude.
Catch
America's
up.
not the fucking center of the world, all right?
Yeah, I can see it. Okay, I'm gonna break this up real quick. I can see where you're coming from, Rose. I can see where you're coming from, Miles. I think what we're trying to get to is the fact that they're pushing a little too hard for people right now. Like they kind of need to be a little more gradual with this. Instead, it's like an endless deluge, and that's what people are starting to get like fed up with, right? So, yeah, and plus they gotta kind of treat it more. What's the word? Organically. They gotta treat it more organically, because that's where I'm at, right? Like, hey, you're gay. I don't care. I don't care, and I don't mean that negatively, and I don't mean it positively. I mean it neutrally, as in I give as much of a shit about you being gay as I give a shit about me being straight. It doesn't fucking matter. I
Well,
don't care.
I
Like
care
that's
a
where we need
lot.
to get to.
I think as an individual, you should care a lot about your own sexual preference, but it's not anybody else's job to fucking give a shit about it unless you're gonna fucking date.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Hmm.
It's like, like if someone were to walk up to you and be like, hey, Jazz, I'm gay. Why are they telling you this other than if they want to fuck you? For what reason do you need this information? None.
Yeah.
Right, and so, on the topic of like, okay, yeah, the US South Center of the universe, sure, but it's where all this shit's being fucking produced. That's where fucking Hollywood is. That's where the majority of the
but it's also
consumption of this content
everything's
comes
being
from.
everything. Dude, America imported its culture to exported its culture to the rest of the
And
world,
guess
right?
what?
I mean,
Making all these fucking characters gay is not gonna fucking turn the fucking Philippines pro-gay. Is it?
it's gonna influence society somehow because that's what America's been doing for the last how many years, Ginny?
Okay, but
You've
do you need to fucking
exported
shove it
your
down your
fucking
fucking
culture.
throat? Do you need to fucking
You
shove
guys,
it down
yes,
your
you guys
fucking
have been
throat for
shoving
you
it.
to become anti-gay?
You guys have been shoving down the culture down our fucking throats since you guys colonized us. Let's be real.
Then why the fuck are you
Alright.
guys still against gay people?
All right, let's keep it. Time out. Let's keep it simple. Let's bring it down. I can tell we both have a lot of strong feelings about this. But remember we're all friends here, and let's bring it down a little bit.
Oh, guys,
Look,
this is the
all
fun
I'm
part.
saying
This is the fun
is,
part
yes,
podcast. There are like three
Western-
different point of views
yeah.
here.
All I'm saying is,
Yeah.
look, Western culture, yeah, of course it influences the rest of the fucking world, right? But
Yeah.
going harder and harder and harder and harder and shoving that influences further into your fucking face, that's not gonna help. It's doing the
Yeah.
opposite. Because if it's
I
already doing the
agree with
opposite here in the West, where people are already accepted this stuff, imagine what it's doing in places where people don't like this stuff.
I don't know. I feel like it's not as accepted
don't
as you
think
think
it's
it is,
effective.
Ginny. I don't think it's accepted as you think it
In
is,
the
Ginny.
US, it's pretty accepted. But again, out in the rest of the
I
world,
can
it's
agree
fine.
with
It's not accepted. Either way, the path to acceptance isn't to shove it down people's fucking throats. That's just not gonna function. All that does is make people more fucking pissed off. And it makes people less likely to fucking like the thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's just
I don't know. I'm still of the opinion that it's okay to be normalized. I don't know. In media, I feel like it should be normalized.
I'm
Like there
okay
should
with
be
it being
more.
normalized as well, right? But that doesn't
I find that
necessarily.
too.
Here's the thing. When we're talking about this like particular interaction, right, which is the characters are like, oh yeah, it's fine, whatever, we're not into that, right? Versus throwing up, right? Let's say someone's really just not into they just really didn't like it, right? So what? Is it fucking wrong for a character to be straight now? We've hit the point where we're no longer just trying to normalize homosexuality. We're specifically creating heterophobia. Is what we're fucking doing.
No, I think that's way too much, Jenny. I
I think that's excessive. I think that's absolutely fucking true.
You're putting it in the worst possible interpretation
You
ever.
literally
I feel-
have people on Twitter being like, "Oh my fucking god, these characters are fucking straight." How
Okay,
could
but that's
they?
the thing. That's the thing. That's Twitter. That's Twitter, though. You got to be real. Twitter is not
That's
real.
true. It's not
Twitter
real.
is not
but, you
real.
know, it's fine. Those people
Twitter
just
is not
exist somewhere. But you know,
Twitter
that's
is
what
not
I'm saying.
real.
Twitter
Like,
is not fucking
there
real.
are fucking people like that will just straight up be like, "Oh my fucking god!" Like all of this straight bullshit.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
that shit's
yeah.
only happen online. Like normal people are not like that,
okay.
Ginny. There's no way.
Yeah, well, not a lot of normal people, but I know they do
literally
exist. Because do
they
you remember the
literally
movie Bros?
have BIPOC only circles in colleges.
That is true. That has happened. I mean,
That's
that's a
not
whole.
Twitter.
That's a different
That's
discu-
actual
that's a different
physical
discussion.
building.
But I do think of like the movie Bros, which was like the romantic gay comedy, right? And I didn't actually watch it. I watched synopsis of it and a lot of clips. And yeah, that thing goes like way like that. It's just like It's almost gay porn at a point, I'll be honest. And then that guy got really upset that nobody wanted to go see it, and he started calling everyone homophobes because they weren't into it. And like he went on a whole tirade on Twitter. I think he like deleted his Twitter account now, but there are definitely people in real life like that who are pushing it that hard. That is true. It does happen. Like that. Bros is a pretty like exception and not the norm kind of case. But I mean, I'm not gonna say they don't exist because they're there. It happens. Does Jazz need therapy? Oh no, I'm good. I need to work on my moderation skills because I can tell going forward on this podcast these two are going to be at each other's throats apparently. So
sorry, me and Ginny disagree on a lot of shit. All right, me and Ginny disagree on a lot of shit. And that's just how it goes.
That's only 2% of the population on this blue Earth. What happens? That 2% is on the internet. Well, that's the thing. They're not just in the internet. They're in a lot of these production studios, which is why we get shit like Spider-Man 2.
Oh yeah, well, Spider-Man 2 is a whole thing. I didn't like.
You can't tell me like, it's just Twitter. When I go in the store, I buy Spider-Man 2. I sit down. I'm like, oh, let me play this in Spanish. My fucking language.
Oh, the Latinx, yeah.
And it's a yeah. Only fucking 2% of the population is into that. But I have to fucking eat it, right? And it's in my media.
So
what happened in Spider-Man 2?
The Spanish dub is Latinx.
Yeah, the Spanish dub, they Latinxed the Spanish dub of Spider-Man 2.
What do you...
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So again, like, you can fucking tell me, like, oh, that's just fucking Twitter crazies. But those Twitter crazies are in our entire fucking production. Like, everything that we do. They're in they're in fucking Hollywood, they're in our fucking game studios, and they're fucking pushing this shout out in mass.
Yeah.
So it's not just Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be real. If society eventually just changes and the things just becomes acceptable in Philippines, then that's just how the wind blows, Jenny.
Oh no, not.
That's just how the wind blows.
Oh, you're gonna get a lot of people mad with Philippines.
I'm a lot more resilient than that, plain and simple, I guess. I'm not willing to just kind of turn the cheek on shit that involves me and my lifestyle and my culture. And I'm also just not willing to accept someone calling me something negative or labeling me something negative simply because I don't agree with that, right?
I can understand that from the point of like trying to avoid the slippery slope, right? Because like me, I can do like the he, him, the she, her, and the they, them even. Like I mean, I'm kind of confused about they, them a lot of times because like are we talking singular, plural, etc. That's no problem there. But I'm willing to like be fine with that. But like once we start getting into neo pronouns, like the zer, zim shit, and especially xeno pronouns, which apparently can't be
I mean, what's your problem? What why is neo problem? No, how come you can't deal with it?
Because neo-pronouns, there's like literally no limit to the ones you can make, and that defeats the whole point of pronouns. At that point, just have a name.
That defeats the whole point of... Dude, language just evolves. Words get added.
Hear me out. My problem with this is that I'm expected to fucking follow along with it. And if I don't follow along with it, I'm treated like a bad person. That's where my problem lies. My problem lies the moment that I can be punished for not buying into other people's fucking delusional bullshit. That's where I start to have a problem with it, right? The reason why Latinos fight so much against the Latinx bullshit is because when it was first brought up and we were like, we don't like it, they were like, yeah, well, your entire language is blah, 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 blah. All of these ists and phobics and etc., right? And so now we're essentially being labeled as bad people simply for, what, not wanting to fucking buy into your bullshit? No. I have a problem with that.
All right, I feel like it's different from neo-pronouns though. But
neo-pronouns
for me, it's like a different
bullshit.
No, it's not.
Let me explain.
Okay.
Let me explain. If I am fucking working, right? I used to be a manager for a store, right? I'm supposed to respect the pronouns of my employees. No problem. An employee feels the need to tell me they prefer certain pronouns. No problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're also a human being, and you look like one of two genders no matter fucking what. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. And I'm going to fuck up. Because the majority of human beings don't use these fucking random made-up word pronouns. And then I'm gonna get in trouble, possibly lose my job, because you're gonna be a little whiny bitch about it. That affects me. You see my problem?
For me, it's just like
how often do you run into unreasonable people like this? Like, is it every day that you just run into unreasonable people like this?
You don't, and that's the problem. If they were that common, where it would be something that's ingrained into my fucking brain, sure. But the issue is, these unreasonable people are very select and few between, and when you get them, they expect you to never fuck up.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point,
you fuck up once to lose your job. That's the issue. I don't want to live my life in fear that I might meet the 1 fucking % of people that can literally ruin it just by me misspeaking.
Yeah. For me, I want to, like, as more of like a reasonable thing, I believe is the fact that, like, at a point it becomes really hard to take it seriously, right? Because the neopronouns, as far as I know, can be like pretty much anything. People going around with like fox self and demon self.
Yeah,
it's like if you're going around calling yourself demon self, I'm telling you I'm offering you some bandages, an eye patch. I'm telling you go back to fucking middle school with the Chunibyo shit. Like, come on. At that point, you're doing too much with it, right? Like,
all right. But here's the thing. You compared it to like living in fear because of this 1% that you're talking about. It's like saying
not fear. Just,
that's what Jenny said.
I just gave an example, right? It's just like all it takes one of these fucking idiots to fucking roam around, and because the way the society is so like, oh my god, we need to take care of these people.
Let me make a compare.
And blah 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 blah. Like,
okay,
I can respect someone without buying into their fucking nonsense.
Okay, Rosa,
wait. Give him a minute. Let me say. The way you said example, right? If you don't want to live life in fear of this 1% supposedly. I mean, it's just like the way you live your life normally. I don't live my life in fear of the fact that I could get shanked while walking across the road, even though like there's a possibility of that 1% happening.
You're
I don't think it's something that big to worry about.
You are absolutely right, and you know what? The same way that it's illegal for me to get stabbed in the road, I think it should be illegal for me to lose my job because some fucking incel, some fucking retard decides he's gonna be fucking unreasonable. Some person that belongs in a fucking insane asylum decides they're gonna walk into my store and ruin my life. You're right. I think it should be illegal the same way it is for me to get shanked on the road. I agree.
I think the possibility is way too low for that to happen on a normal basis, Jenny. Like we're talking about statistics and probability. That's like,
but why
it's not something you worry about.
Okay, but why should that one fucking person have the ability to ruin my fucking
Why do you
life?
care so much about this one fucking person when it probably isn't going to happen to you?
That's the fucking problem. I fucking don't.
Yes, you do.
I have to.
All right,
I have been forced to.
I'm bringing it
I
down.
have to take sensitivity training.
No.
I don't?
All right.
I have to take fucking sensitivity training as a fucking manager. Were you aware of that?
Oof.
All right.
Wait, does that include neopronouns now?
Not yet, but it fucking might.
I mean, yeah.
You never know.
You're even talking about something that hasn't happened yet.
Well, okay. To be fair.
Well, that's the thing. So you're arguing that we should treat these people seriously. That's what happens when we treat them seriously.
And to be fair, I will say that like because my mom's works in a warehouse, right, as like a managing assistant of several buildings, and she's very involved with like the DEI stuff. That she's been telling me that it's that like the pronoun stuff has been starting to creep in on that front. So you know it might be getting in there, but like I believe. Because we're real big. I know you're in the Philippines, Miles, but we're real big on like freedom of speech here in America. That's like a thing. That's a massive like socio-political topic, especially these days. And that sort of thing, or you can actually get in trouble with the law based on not wanting to use someone's pronouns or whatever. That's kind of a massive encroachment on freedom of speech when you think about it. So it becomes a bit more complicated than just trying to accommodate like literally everyone on everything. Right?
I mean, here's the thing too, right?
There has to be some room for compromise on these things.
I mean, here's the thing too, right? Most people I meet that have neo-pronouns are pretty reasonable people.
Yeah, that's fair. We're worried about the ones who are not people because
I have yet to meet someone with neo-pronouns that is very unreasonable with me accidentally misgendering them.
Okay, that's great.
Like maybe that's just my experience, right? I don't know if that's happened to you, Rosa. Obviously, you still kept your job as a fucking manager, so.
Yeah, it's all very anecdotal. But the fact of the matter is, these people exist, and I do know they exist because I've seen their TikToks, and they get real riled up about this shit. And it's just you just want to be a little careful about this sort of thing.
Maybe
I believe that freedom of speech should be maintained.
Maybe it's just my culture too. As I don't know, in Asia we're just trained to be very accommodating. If someone wants to do this, all right, fine.
That's true.
You can do it.
Like, it's very anecdotal. What I said isn't necessarily like that. I'm just telling you, like, hey, I have specific rules in my job. I have to take sensitivity training, and a lot of jobs do this now, right? Right now, those things haven't been added to it yet, right? But like that's why I'm not willing to treat it seriously, because if I do and everyone else does, all of a sudden that's now added to that list of sensitivity training stuff, and that's not an anecdotal thing. That's just a thing,
Yeah,
right?
that
Like the
becomes,
fact that okay, yeah, the
institutional at
majority,
that point.
same way, you know, the majority of trans people that I know are super fucking chill, right?
Yeah,
But that's not to say that like the fucking crazies don't exist, right?
That's true. All right. But let's.
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean that. I mean, yeah, that doesn't mean that even then. I think everyone just deserves some respect, some measure of respect. I don't know if I know you're the type, Rosa, that's be like respect has to be earned and stuff like that. Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay.
I
I believe on that point, like a certain amount of base respect should be
Yes.
paid to people you don't know,
The-
and then
the
any
way that I've
respect
been
above
taught-
that should be earned.
The way that I've been taught is that when you meet someone, right, for the first time, you give them as much respect as you can because you want that person to respect you in return. And respect is a two-way street that should be always equally mutual, right? So you open up with as much respect as you can give. If that person returns the respect, whether to the same degree or not, then you return the respect to that same degree that they give you. If they don't,
I mean, that sounds fair.
if they return back disrespect or mistreatment or whatever, then they get back exactly that. Disrespect and mistreatment. Which is why, again, I have friends that are trans. I don't have any friends that use neo-pronouns. Not that I know of. But I have friends that are trans. I have friends that all sorts of stuff. Some people identify in different ways. I have friends that even like the Latinx pronouns. Right? And that's fine.
I mean,
That's cool.
I mean, then
I don't mind individually calling that person Latin if it will make them feel more comfortable. That's
Okay.
totally fine. The issue is when that respect is not returned towards me. I don't want to be called that. So why should I not receive the same respect and be called what I want to be called? Why should 98% of Latinos have to fucking deal with this fucking Latinx crap in their fucking video game, right? Like, that's a huge disrespect to them and their culture, which they're proud of. Just because 2% want something different.
all right, that's fair. I still think though the Latinx Philippines kind of thing is separate from neo pronouns, in my opinion. I still feel that way. Like it's a separate issue with just people deciding for us instead of people deciding for themselves, like neo pronouns most of the time.
But isn't it? I may maybe understand it because I don't speak Spanish or Filipino. But isn't like the Latinx and Latin with the E, the X, like isn't that like a direct, like comparison to like English's neo-pronouns? Isn't that like kind of the exact same thing? Or am I misunderstanding something?
English and Spanish have completely different like rules and culture
All right,
from the way it has evolved.
Okay,
and
because I honestly don't know.
Because Latinx did not come from the Spanish community, that's true as well.
It's also jazz. Spanish is a gendered language, unlike English.
Yeah.
Like completely unlike English. That's
There
why
is no,
Filipinos
that
also
option.
it's a non-gendered language, unlike Spanish.
Right, but then does that not mean that the Latinx and Latin were not made to serve the exact same purpose as neo-pronouns in English then?
No, they were meant to serve the same purpose as like they them. Which is quite a bit more reserved. Yeah, neo-pronouns, you're right. It's a different issue, and
It's a different issue.
Significantly more over the top of it's okay. It's less of a widespread problem, but it's a much weirder problem.
Yeah, and it's like,
I wouldn't really call it a problem.
I wouldn't call it a problem either.
I wouldn't call it a problem
just
either.
a thing.
Not yet.
Not yet, but
Not yet.
Like,
what do you think's gonna happen?
My only thing with it is that
like
I
I
just can't
mentioned
take
before.
it seriously.
Exactly. If it's reached to the point where it's being taken super seriously, and they become like
I don't think it's gonna be taken.
Community is a protected thing, and you have to take sensitivity training if you don't. It can absolutely reach that point, and that's something that I think at that point it's a problem. Right now, it's not.
I tell you what, because I saw a TikTok of
what if it diverges and just becomes normalized? What if it diverges and becomes normalized? Like everyone just gets used to it.
Miles, if Starburst pronouns become a real thing, I'm leaving this planet. I'm finding a way to get off this earth. I can't do it, man. Starburst pronouns is not a thing.
Don't whine. You'll get used to it, Jazz. Humans are adaptable, all right? Humans are one of the most versatile people on the planet.
I will say, if it does reach the point where it's totally normalized and no one gives a shit, those same people are gonna find something else. They're gonna no longer identify with those terms. They're gonna find something completely different because those people just want attention.
Part of it is, yeah, like if you're coming up with like all the 100 different new pronouns, and that might be an attention thing. Let's be honest here. Let's be 100% honest. Yes, we want to respect everybody and love everybody, but at a point there's a little bit of narcissism that creeps into it, and of wanting to be especially special and not really doing anything to be special, right? Like not learning a skill or a talent or anything of that sort. You just you put on a new label, and that makes you special somehow. I guess I don't know. I don't care. I don't care.
I mean, it's also with regards to how people identify themselves nowadays. You know, that people want to like define themselves more personally than just based on the masculine or the feminine way of presenting things that we've had most of our history. You know,
okay,
and I think that's
what
I would say
to that. What I would say to that then,
identify as a doctor.
Change your name. Like
identify as a doctor.
Changing your name is so easy, and you can make your name anything you want it to be, and then it doesn't have to be like this thing that you're pushing on literally everyone else with the pronouns.
That's a completely different analogy, Jenny. There's no way.
I think if you just change your name, we could solve this problem, right? Like that, just make your name whatever, right?
Well,
there's somebody whose legal name is fucking Shapeshifter right now, right? That's their name.
What Jazz is saying is a much simpler solution.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is more of like on the line of like, oh, like you want to make yourself special and known, and you want to have some sort of merit, and you want to personalize who you are and what you're known as. Fucking do something.
I'm not talking about it in that way, Jenny. I'm talking about who you are with regards to societal expectations of what a male should be and what a female should be, And if you don't want to fit any of those norms, then you try to identify something else. You try to give meaning to it yourself. I'm not saying, oh yeah, I'm just gonna. It's not about doing something. It's about who you are.
Okay.
Separate from that.
I get what you're saying. But like, do you understand how ridiculous that sounds?
What do you mean?
I want to be something different. So I'm going to make something up and attach value to that on my own.
Welcome to philosophical existentialism, Rosa. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, everyone.
And then expect the world to treat that thing seriously. And if they don't, I'm going to throw a hissy fit about it.
Not everyone throws a hissy fit about it, Jenny. Let's be real.
Some people do.
Most people don't. Okay, so those some people. We can say most people. Most people don't. That's the thing. That's the thing, though. Most people don't. A lot of people just want to keep themselves, identify something as themselves. That's the people I'm talking about.
Okay.
Why not just identify?
Obviously, there's gonna be.
You want to identify something unique? Do what Jazz said. I don't identify as male, female, etc. I identify as Rosa. I am me.
Yeah, that works.
That's it. That's all I need.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That works for me.
I mean, it's because pronouns are just part of the English language. It's not something you just can completely get rid of.
But
it is something you can add to. It is something you can add to as language evolves.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mouse. So the problem here is that the pronouns thing demands that of like everyone, because everyone uses the language, right? But if you're talking about a name can be uniquely yours. A name could be your thing and just your thing, right? And I feel like that's a little more respectful of everybody who has to share this space and this language. If you just,
I'm gonna bet you people are gonna complain about that too. If people start getting unique names anyway.
People already do that.
People don't complain about it. You can.
No, they will. They will,
like
Jazz. Just wait.
Here in the US.
They're gonna.
That's literally what OCs are. We're fucking VTubers. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? We literally each have a unique name that isn't our name. How many people know their name Jazz? Or Spark?
I have two. Exactly.
There are a bunch of people.
No one's gonna fucking complain about that.
Named Spark? You know someone in real life whose name is Spark? Are you serious? No way. Oh man, maybe I should change my name to Spark, like my actual name. I like my name. Alex.
I'll tell you when people will complain, when the name is fucking unpronounceable.
Yeah, when you make a Xeno name, then we have a problem. But if you just make like an actual name people can pronounce, I'm sure they're not going to be bothered too much by it, right? I think that'd be fun. I honestly think that's the best solution, is if we just bring the focus to people's names and let them change their name to whatever they want it to be.
Look,
I feel like that's a pretty good solution to the issue.
Look, in my opinion, I think if these people want to go and be creative and be themselves and be this unique thing, absolutely, they're fucking welcome to. As long as you don't take my right to make fun of you. We're good.
Yeah, freedom of speech, right? this is what it is, and the world will sort itself out from there. But why don't we circle back to talking about video games and TV and movies and shit? Like we were supposed
Yeah.
Yeah, we went on a big tangent, didn't we?
That was. But, hey, we can't say it
Having-
wasn't somewhat.
Don't worry. This is
Having
just round
someone
one,
I can-
guys. There'll be
having
more
someone
ding,
I
ding,
can
ding, ding,
disagree-
ding.
Yeah, having someone I can disagree with is so much more fun because we can actually go back.
Oh,
There's gonna be a
absolutely.
ding, 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 ding.
Rather than just being
There's gonna
like,
be
"I
round
hate
two.
this,
Don't
me
worry.
too." Cool.
I almost feel like I'm moderating like a debate stream instead of a fucking podcast. Oh man. Okay. So where we?
Sorry,
where we
you know
we
me,
talk-
you know me and Rosa Jazz. We just disagree on
Absolutely.
most things. That just
Absolutely.
happens.
But that's gonna make this podcast a lot of fun, honestly. But here's the thing. Okay, so
That was
where we
it's already
go?
gonna be
We were
nuked.
talking.
I'm sorry.
We were talking about. No, I think we should be fine because our first 10 minutes.
We're
was just
talking
we
about the stuff we were interested. The like the stuff we
Yeah, yeah.
did this.
Well, no, hang on. I think we'll be okay though, because like it's like the first 10 minutes that they're usually checking on with
No,
YouTube
that
videos,
doesn't matter.
right? The
That
first
totally
minutes.
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't?
We have AI fucking like speech detection now.
Damn it. Well. Hey, at least over on Kick,
There is no
right?
longer a human being checking in on the first 10 minutes. That is no longer a thing. That is very, very long past.
Oh fuck. Well, hey, we still have Kick. You still have the recording on Kick, you guys.
Does the
but-
kick
but-
recording stay there or
okay.
no?
Either
So-
way,
so
either
where we
way,
left
I
off-
don't think we've gone like hard enough yet. And again, the neo pronoun people are not yet a protected class. It's fine. I haven't
Yeah,
made fun of the
so
funny
we're-
hat people.
Don't worry. I'll make sure they are. It's fine, chat. Don't worry. I'm here to protect. I am here to champion the woke agenda, guys. Don't worry. My fellow leftists. I am here for you. All right. I am on your side. My fellow communists.
our resident communist, everybody.
Your resident communist is here. Don't worry, guys.
Oh man, we're gonna have to have a collab one day between Miles from the Offensive Charm podcast and fucking Dev from the Archcast, and we would just have a communist cast.
Communist.
The communist cast.
You know what, guys? Lenin was right.
Holy shit! Oh no!
All right, I'm not tanky, guys. Don't worry. I'm not
Was it done
tanky.
by
I'm not.
It's too late. I
Okay,
already
so-
did.
So we left off. We were talking about Remnant 2, and I think we came to pretty much a conclusion on our thoughts on that. The last thing I will say as part of my week is that I re-upped my gym membership.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Look
Yeah,
at you.
I'm getting.
Look
Yeah, I'm
at
starting to
you.
get a bit of. I'm starting to get a bit of.
Being less of a nerd.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit of punch, right? So I'm like, okay, I need to like get in some cardio. And Fitness 19 around the corner has a fucking heavy bag in there. So I grab some boxing gloves and I do some boxing cardio because that shit's not only great cardio, it's also pretty solid stress relief, you know.
I need to
And
buy
us
myself a
content-
boxing bag, like an actual one.
Oh, a heavy bag, yeah, heavy bags. Are
I broke
nice.
my
but like
mini one.
they're fucking expensive though.
They
You might be better getting one of those like little standing like training mats they have in like in like martial arts dojos, you know. I think those are usually a good bit less expensive. You can get one for like $80 or something like that. As opposed
Yeah,
to like
but
heavy bags usually start at like 100 and go from there, right?
We'll see.
Probably like 200, something like that. But yeah, so I've been doing that, and what I've discovered with my sessions at the gym, doing some boxing cardio, is that my fucking stamina has gone down to fucking nothing. I'm winded in like 2 minutes. I really needed to be going back to the gym consistently because holy shit, I am not in a great place. Like I look fine, right? Like, I look like I'm in pretty alright shape, but I'm not actually at all.
Jazz literally been Rosa. Jazz literally been leveling up strength, not endurance.
Yeah.
There's no rolls. You
Yeah,
can't roll.
because I got all the
Man has
redeems on
no
the stream where it's
stamina.
like
He can swing his big hammer once.
exactly.
Sorry, ladies. One pump's all you get.
After the damn.
Grandpa's
Jazz
actually
got roasted there.
Right? Because I have all the workout redeems where it's like doing curls and pull-ups and all that shit that's good for like just general strength, but like cardio, I have not like been jogging in a good bit, and just bro is gonna fat roll. But yeah, just like going to the gym and like getting on the treadmill and doing the boxing and all that. It's gonna be good for like keeping my cardio in check and making sure I get enough cardio to not be just like completely winded after like a minute of actual strenuous exertion. So that's that, and I think that's pretty good. That's gonna be good for me. I'll keep you guys up to date on how gym stuff is going. And like
All right,
smash
that's
smash
good.
cut to the next smash cut to the next podcast.
I mean,
so
I
I
think-
quit my membership. my New Year's resolution has ended immediately.
If that actually happens, I will edit a short, be like 5 minutes later. So guys, I quit my gym
Man,
membership.
Oh fuck!
dude,
Oh no!
I can't wait for New Year's to roll around and for everybody to be like, Rosa, what's your New Year's resolution? I'll be like, my New Year's resolution is to get fat. Like, unironically, I weigh like 80.
You're a fucking stick,
pounds.
Rosa. You're a
I
fucking
weigh
stick.
85 pounds.
You have the opposite problem of us.
That being said though, I do want to start working out at this as well. I want to. I want to not just gain weight, but I want to actually
Get muscle.
Yeah, I want to actually get muscle because I am I'm skinny, but also I have belly fat. It's just what the fuck. So I need to
start jogging, I guess.
Yeah.
But Miles, I heard an us there, Miles. You getting a little chub there too?
Yeah. I definitely need to start working out. I've been looking up on YouTube videos and then just doing. I have an exercise mat. I bought one recently.
Again as well.
Yeah. As far as keeping off the extra weight, it's definitely it's a combination of cardio.
This fucking alcoholic, guys. I want to lose weight, so I'm not gonna drink beer. I'm gonna drink vodka instead. The most alcoholic thing to say.
Who was that? I remember there was somebody, some celebrity, people asked him how'd you lose so much weight? And he was like, I stopped drinking beer. He's like, how did that make you stop losing weight? He's like, well, I started drinking vodka instead. Who the fuck was this said that?
No. Because here's the thing, Miles, you should actually look into yoga. Because I knew a guy back in my not high school, college theater class days, and this dude was fucking cut on the stomach, right? He looked like fucking Hugh Jackman in the earlier Wolverine movies, right? He was fucking those abs were ridiculous. And he's like, oh yeah, I do some cardio and I also do yoga. And he's like, yeah, I'm like, yoga, really? And he's like, yeah, man. That's how you get the nice definition. It's like, fuck it, all right. So yeah, yoga's apparently real good for that shit. You should look into some yoga. I mean, you're Asian, right? You already have the ancient yoga.
I'm Indian specifically. I'm part Indian specifically.
Oh, there you got
I'm still not gonna let go.
Shit,
I'm still not gonna let go of the fact that Ariel said chai tea to me. I'm not letting that one go. That one's staying with her.
Bro.
That one's staying with her for the rest of her life. I'll remind her to her grave that she said that.
Because immediately just run the clip from Spider-Verse, right?
Who was it?
Ed Sheeran is quoted saying, "I've dropped 35 pounds in 3 months just from not drinking beer." Has that been?
Yeah.
So the person asked, "Has that been tough to cut out beer?" And he says, "No, not really. I just replaced it with vodka." I will say that's probably the fact.
That's the most musician thing I've ever heard anyone say. I don't know, but that's.
I would say that
real homie right there.
The fact that I don't drink at all probably has a lot to do with the fact that I haven't gotten just huge at this point.
Dude, maybe that's what I have to do. I have to, cause I'm the opposite. I've been drinking vodka and rum and stuff. Maybe I just need to drop the vodka and start drinking beer.
I see.
Need to
the only time I recommend Ginny drinks beer.
I've been slowly but surely molding into a true straight man. All right, I watch fucking B-rated action movies. Okay. I just that's all I do. I just hang out. I watch B-rated action movies with the boys, and I drink beer.
What if you're not evolving into a straight man? You're evolving into a butch lesbian.
Oh no.
Okay, wait. So Recluse of the Veil.
Rico, run away before I beat you by accident.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
So Recluse of the Veil makes a really good point, though. To be fair, it's literally marketed as chai tea. That's what's written on the packages over here. So that's right, Miles.
Wait, what?
It's not that we're trying to be racist. We're being groomed to be racist.
Yeah, no, that's because otherwise Americans wouldn't get it. Y'all call it chai tea because you guys won't understand that chai already means fucking tea.
Americans are being groomed.
Wait, chai isn't
also, Ari has no excuse.
Chai isn't a plant?
Chai is literally tea. It is tea. It means tea. There's no need. We're saying tea, bro.
What kind of tea
you guys
is it,
are saying...
What kind
Chai
of
is just
tea
tea
is
in
it?
general in India. It's literally just tea.
Do you have like types of tea?
Oh man.
No, it's like saying it's literally just tea. Like you describe something and then chai. That's how you describe it.
So like, okay. So what I'm asking is, right? Like when people buy chai tea, what fucking flavor is it? Are we just boiling water, boys? Like, what's happening?
I don't know.
It's literally tea. It is just tea.
Okay,
that's been marketed. It's been marketed as more.
What kind of tea is it that we're marketing as TT? What is TT? What is in the TT? If it's fucking milk tea, that's fucking genius marketing, by the way.
Oh man. I just had a funny thought though, because I'm just thinking about the fucking Spider-Verse character, Pavatar, I think is his name. I think is how you pronounce it. How come he speaks perfect English?
Who?
Pavatar. So Pavatar is in the second Spider-Verse movie, and he comes from like this Indian city, right? It's like called New Mumbai or some shit. I don't know. But he's like Indian Spider-Man is this whole deal, right? But like when they go to his universe and start talking to him, he just speaks perfect English instead of like an Indian language. So I was wondering, like I get it, like for the convenience of the audience.
India is really good in English.
Yeah. Like isn't India like one of like the most
India
like well-speaking English?
If you wanna study English in Asia, you either go to the Philippines or India.
Yeah.
If you wanna study English, you go to either Philippines or India.
Yeah, the Philippines they straight up speak English over there, and then like, yeah, like India as well, yeah.
And maybe that's a universe.
Also, anime. I don't give a shit if Americans say chai tea. I'm just playing it up for the bit. Let's be real. As an Indian person, I'm just playing it up for the bit. You guys can call it what the fuck you want.
I'm gonna give you the racist answer. I prefer you didn't. Not on the first episode. Wait until
in the alternate universe, the English never left India. You get to India, they have like a British flag. It's like, wait a minute.
India is the largest speaking English.
There is a bit. There's a bit in the movie where like he's saying like, oh yeah, and this is where the traffic is, more traffic is, where traffic is. He comes to Taj Mahal. He's pointing at. He's like, this is where the English stole all our shit. And I'm like, well, all right then.
Dude, with how many people there are in India?
It's true.
Does India has more English speakers than yeah, exactly. I was like, India has a lot of people in it, and the grand majority of people in India speak English. I'm pretty sure, yeah, like they literally have more English speakers than anywhere else in the world.
There are a lot of languages in India too. It's like,
dude, Indians are so like fucking smart.
Are we?
Yeah. Like okay, like
yeah.
Dude,
are you?
Whenever
what percentage Indian are you, Miles?
Half.
Just out of curiosity. Oh, half. Oh, okay.
Half. Whenever I speak to anyone that's like Indian or talk to anyone who like has been to India, they always like telling me like, oh like yeah, these guys are like really like they always seem really like conscientious, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Even when they're trying to scam you.
I mean, I'm not completely sure. All right, guys, just to make things clear, just because I want to make my ancestry clear, I am half Filipino, half Indian ethnically. Mm-hmm. Like racially, I'm half Filipino, half Indian. But my dad was born and raised in South Africa, so he's South African by nationality, which also went to me. So I have 3 countries, all of them colonized.
Well, there you go.
What was it like being three-way colonized?
I'm as colonized as you can get, motherfuckers. The most colonized person.
What was it like getting 3-way colonized, Mile? 1 colonization in each hole.
I'm spit roasted colonized.
Wait, where's the 3rd hole? Wait a minute.
Have you not heard of sounding, Jazz?
Yeah.
What? Oh, wait. I'm about to say he's male. I'm pretty sure only has
Let me introduce you to the pencil of colonization.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Also no. They didn't speak. My dad didn't grow up speaking Afrikaans. He spoke Tamil. Yeah, my family was Tamil.
Is that an Indian language or Filipino?
It's like a Indian language in an ethnic group in India.
Oh, okay.
They're from the south.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. my dad. I'm not sure if my dad spoke Afrikaans because like by the time he had me, all he knew was English. He had been internationally for so long, he even forgot how to speak Tamil.
Okay, gotcha.
He never taught me how to speak Tamil. So my only two languages are Filipino and English.
Oh no.
The third one was
Also your butt. It's the second and third hole. Oh no. God. Okay, all right. So real quick. Would we like to move on to the next person's week? Miles, would you like to talk about your week? Here we are, an hour and a half into the podcast.
My week has been spent. All right, guys. All right, that's not really how we expected the podcast to go. Not gonna lie, but I mean, kind of we did, but also.
The whole reason why we came up with doing a podcast was we kept fucking like having like the first half hour of D&D every week being just us three fucking talking shit.
It was even before that. We would just talk shit in like in VC.
In VC, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day. I know I've gotten busier, so I can't join you guys as much. But yeah, it's been mostly
That's
that.
all good. That's all good.
I've been video editing a lot for
okay,
most of this week,
okay.
catching up on work.
Now,
Because I want to talk about.
Now we can
Yeah.
force you to be here and talk to us for at least once every
Yeah.
2 weeks. This is
That's
our.
true.
This is when me and Jazz get custody.
What you been up to, Miles?
Isn't that great, guys? I get to spend time with my adopted brother and sister every 2 weeks. All right. Yeah, for most of this week, I've been pretty much just solely focused on doing my editing work. But like last week was a trip.
Yeah,
If you guys are not aware, I played through Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Straight.
How did that go?
It took me 6 days in total.
So,
It took me 6 days in total. The stream did not stop until I finished, and we raised $600 for charity, guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
During the whole
let's
thing,
fucking
so-
go.
That's something I'm very happy about. That's something I really am
Good
very
shit.
happy about. Because like one of my goals as a
Make-A-Wish,
content
right?
creator is for Make-A-Wish. One of my goals as a content creator is to like give more, use my platform for more good, you know. Otherwise,
That's
I feel like it's not as meaningful to me. And I guess I've just been raised that way since my parents are also they're also pretty much like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's good stuff.
basically, yeah. It was not really a spontaneous decision to hold that stream. I've kind of been planning it for months. When the time was coming, I was like, "Oh, should I do it? Am I capable of doing it?" Because it's something I never really attempted before either. It was my first time streaming for that long, like quote unquote being on cam for that long. So it was it was definitely hard, to put it that way. Because Dark Souls 1. Now, the one thing, guys, the one thing that unites me, Jazz, and Rose together is we all love From
different
Software
Dark Souls.
games.
Yeah,
We all
and
love
and we all
From
have a-
Software games.
And we all have a different favorite between the three. But that's
Yeah,
the question I wanted to ask first and foremost before anything else. Now that you played all three in a row, is it still was your choice still the same one?
Man,
was
it's
your
hard.
favorite again?
My
Dark
favorite was
Souls
Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls.
That's
Is it
'cause-
still.
Yeah,
Is it
right.
still?
Yeah, Dark Souls. Yeah, the thing is right. Dark Souls 1's the one I'm most comfortable with. It's the one I've played the most often. Dark Souls 2 is my first time playing it ever.
How'd you like
Ever,
it?
ever.
Like after you playing through the entire thing, fighting every single boss, I want to know what your thoughts are on Dark Souls now that you've actually played it.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that, but yeah, Dark Souls 3. I'm gonna get to that, Jenny. Just give me a second.
Yeah,
For-
go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me.
You're good.
For Dark Souls 3, I played through it once, but I never beat Gale or Midir in my first playthrough. Like I gave up on Midir. That was one
Deer's
thing that
pain in
was
the
also
fucking
like
ass.
it was something gnawing at me. It was gnawing at me.
That
That was
was
one of the
one
things
time
gnawing
coming
at
at
me.
me
That
in a
was
fight.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, it
Like,
was.
like-
It really
Like, imagine
was.
Miles walking
Like-
like, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna get you this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I
Like
felt.
the fucking abyss
I
was
have the
gnawing
power
at
of God
Madeira
and
this whole
chat on
time.
my side.
I don't know if anyone was on my side during that stream. All of y'all were bullying me. What the fuck? I invite. You know what, guys? Guys, here's the thing, right? I invited a lot of VTuber friends to be with me in
Fucking-
chat during the whole
Madeira
thing to keep me
fucking slipped
company.
everyone on 20 before the fight. Goddamn.
I invited everyone to be like, yeah, I invited everyone to be so that I have people who can keep me sane during this entire process. It didn't work that way, guys.
I
My
tried.
sanity deteriorated further. These motherfuckers.
Hey, I tried.
Alright, except Rosa. Rosa, you're the exception. Everyone else.
Yeah.
Everyone else.
One of the rare times where I was the good one, chat.
Rosa's the exception. She was helping me a lot. Everyone else just was there to bully me and troll me. And make fun of me. I was already doing something really masochistic, and then everyone sealed the deal.
I love Catherine's like,
All right,
you tried. I was like, I didn't try.
Asta, no, fuck you, Asta, you did. Fuck you, I remember. Screw you, Asta. I remember you trolling me during Eliam Lois. I specifically remember you being there and being a bastard. All right. Anyway, talking about Ginny, your question now. How I think about Dark Souls 2, right? Is that what you're asking me?
Yep.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I still think about it actually.
Let's go.
Sometimes I lie awake and stare at the ceiling and just think about Dark Souls.
Just
2.
remember how much pain I felt in the frigid outskirts, Ginny. I'm still traumatized by it.
I still need to do that area with one hand.
Okay.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh yeah. Also, explicit mouse. This is a charity stream. That's because everyone's like fucking being a VTuber and acting all horny all the time. Which I guess fair enough. I am a host, but goddamn, time and place, guys. I was doing my best. Even I would, admittedly, I would slip into it sometimes too, because that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right.
Water. I'll be back.
Go for it.
All right, I'll wait. I'll wait for Ginny. But yeah, talking about that stream. I'm happy I managed to do it. Managed to raise a lot of money. 600 is a lot. Like goddamn. It's more than double than what I raised last time when I did a charity stream, and hopefully I can like do more of that next year. My goal next year is to raise $1,000 for charity. I explicitly put that in one of my goals for 2024.
On up, man. Proud of you.
Yeah.
I am proud of you.
I also want to edit the whole thing into a video. That will come soon, possibly next year, just because of how long it would take. Death compilation. Oh, there'll be many of that. Don't worry.
Yeah. Do we want to like have a special section of it where it's just the
I will have that section where it's Miles versus Ladder.
Exactly.
Ladder
yeah,
one.
That fucking ladder that you kept just dropping down over and over.
You guys were distracting me.
You gotta put the fucking. You gotta put the. What is that? That one. Killer Instinct. You gotta put the fucking Killer Instinct announcer over it. It's like hyper combo, super combo, ultra combo. Like just every time you drop down the ladder.
You guys were distracting me that whole time. That because there were a lot of people. There were a lot of people in VC while I was doing that. It was the worst. All right, it's the worst boss of Dark Souls 1. And I mean, the second worst boss of Dark Souls 1. There we go. The second worst boss of Dark Souls 1. And the run back is super irritating. There's a ladder, and I fell several times. In the moment, I was like, this is the worst thing ever. I hate my life. Why am I doing this? My friends were having a ball, though. They were all laughing at me. And that's one thing. I don't mind being the butt of the joke. I think that's like, it's fun, That's just how it be. I swear, I was not throwing, guys. I swear, I was not throwing. I was not throwing for content. I was trying my best. Alright? I definitely was trying my best. Alright.
All right. So tell us about the journey through the games. How was it? How you feeling now?
That's the thing, right? I had a plan in Dark Souls 1. I was like, alright, I have a plan. Everything's gonna go smoothly. I practiced what I was going to do at the start, just so that, I was gonna go through an endurance stream, so I wanted to make sure I had a good start. I did not have a good start. I did not have a good start at all. My gacha rolls were terrible. I wanted to get a Black Knight weapon. For those who don't know, in Dark Souls, you can get a Black Knight weapon at the start of the game. There are 3 chances for one to drop, and I lost I did not get a single one. All 3 were gone.
Oh,
there were none.
Yeah,
and I didn't want to reroll the save. I didn't want to reroll the save because I thought it was. I mean, I could have, but I felt it was lame if I rerolled the save. I thought it'd be better if I just did what the game gave me this. I might as well just roll with the punches,
Yeah.
So
yeah, I can respect that.
But thankfully, I had the backup plan of using the Great Club, and it worked out. Yeah, for the most part. Dark Souls 1 was pretty decent. I think I died a lot more times than I wanted because I wasn't used to the weapon. And just because the Black Knight Halberd is just that OP. and I wish I had it. I died way more times. I think I died
No,
over
no,
150 times in Dark Souls 1.
That shit carried me through the whole game.
You died more than
Alright,
twice
I
that
think-
in Dark Souls 2, right?
Dark
You
Souls
set
2,
up-
I
you
checked
set up a
I
counter,
checked the stats for
or-
Dark Souls 2. I died 437 times in Dark Souls.
Holy shit! How many days were you playing it and playing Dark Souls 2?
I think Dark Souls 2 took
That was like the majority of it.
3.5
Really?
days, I think. 3.5 days for Dark Souls
Damn.
2. I finished Dark
Holy
Souls 2 in
shit.
3.5. Also, Dark Souls 2 had the most bosses. It had 42 bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Like, Dark Souls 1 had 26. Dark Souls 3 had 25. Like, where did all these bosses come from, bro?
it was a different team, right? It was a different team working on it. So
Yep.
there is
It
that.
was. And I think, alright. Dark Souls 2 is a
Dark-
great game.
Dark Souls 2 boss quality is significantly fucking lower than every other fucking Souls.
What do you mean? Like,
Dark Souls 2, the bosses, they're very much quantity over quality.
yeah,
There's
they
a lot of them,
kinda feel
but
that
most
way.
of them fucking suck. Like,
it does kind of feel that way. I felt like a lot of them
yeah.
is big dude in armor.
Yep.
you know what I mean?
Armor,
It's mostly
or no, yeah, it's pretty much all. Yeah, that covers just about it. Or like crazy lady, psycho fucking dark lady.
Mhm.
all yeah. And
Which
but to be fair, some of the best moments in Dark Souls has been in Dark Souls 2. I will say that.
Yeah.
and I would say
Dropping
that-
down into hell with with several knights by your side and
Yeah,
fighting an
that fight
army.
is so
Oh,
fucking
that's a-
cool.
That's a good.
Oh.
That's a
That
great
fight
fucking
is so
And then
fucking baller.
And then right after, I had to go to the frigid outskirts. It was like, what is
Day and
this?
night. It's day and night.
What?
The same team made that fight and the frigid
How is this?
outskirts. I don't know how it happened.
How did? Who approved this? How?
Oh man. I would
Also,
say,
yeah,
though,
guys,
that,
some-
like,
Something I do want to add. During that stream, I had a punishment wheel too. It was mostly exercise on that punishment wheel. And eventually, there's also like part of the punishment wheel that was like gift chat a sub or donate $5 to charity. And I had to remove them because I was running out of money. Like I was hitting like the limit of my bank. I would have overdrawn
Come on,
if I had kept
bruh.
those on.
ooh.
Like as much as I want to give, I want to be one of those streamers one day that'll be like, all right, guys, if I die here, 100 gifted subs to chat. You know what I mean?
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, don't we all want to
Yeah.
be there? We just
Like,
do that shit casually.
Like I would love to do stuff like that just to like give chat a
Yep.
treat and stuff. You know?
The thing is,
Like,
you really gotta make money to give money, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. So I'm
Yeah,
not there at that
follow
stage
the,
yet, but one day, guys, one day we'll get there. But yeah, I mostly
One day
exercise
we
for
will
that
all
stream.
be the Mr. Beast that we want to be.
Yeah, the top 1% of Twitch streamers. We're getting there one day.
I don't even want to be the top Twitch. I just want it to be sustainable. You know, I'm
Yeah.
fine with sustainable. Especially living in the Philippines, I just want to be sustainable. Anyway, that aside, most of the things on the punishment wheel was exercise, and that's why I was like saying I kind of want to exercise more too.
Just sorry. I don't want to live in the Philippines. I just want to be sustainable. Achieve sustainability to escape the Philippines.
To escape. The Philippines.
I'm putting that down for possible podcast titles.
Listen. I am literally an overseas Filipino worker working in the Philippines. I have a cushy job right now as a content creator, right? you guys know my editing work does not get taxed.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So,
Yeah.
50-ish viewers is all you need to be the top 1% on Twitch.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, that came out a while ago.
Yeah.
It's 50 viewers.
It's like
top
10
1%.
viewers to be top 3%. 10 viewers.
Oh fuck, we're already top 3. Goddamn.
I'm not. I'm still not top. I'm still not 10 concurrent viewers. Not yet.
Well,
Hopefully
I
soon, though.
I've been dipping like in and out of it, honestly. Sometimes I got like 15 people. Sometimes I got like 8.
See,
So I'm going in and out. I haven't
Me
like,
and Pl-
consistently stayed there yet.
it's
Yeah,
me when
the-
playing League. I'm not consistently
the
diamond, bro.
average
Sometimes I dip in.
streamer- On average, a Twitch streamer gets 27.7 views per stream.
All right, but yeah. Besides that, besides my hopes for like in the future, you know, I think it was a fun stream overall. I'd like to do more like it in the future. Like I'm thinking about Sekiro next.
Okay.
Stream goes on until I beat Sekiro, but I feel like I'll save that for a different charity stream.
I've been thinking
I
about
feel
doing,
especially
finish Sekiro.
I've been thinking about doing a like stream goes on till I pay off my fucking credit card
Oh god.
marathon. It's gonna be a couple months probably.
Are you allowed to share how much that is?
Maybe more. It's
It's high.
like 16,000.
16,000.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that. Right.
I'm
That's
just gonna
like-
I'm just gonna be live for like a year.
All right. If I earned $500 a month, I'd be sitting pretty, right? I'd be living the good life in the Philippines.
Uh-huh.
16,000.
Okay, so in order to be sitting pretty, living the good life in the area that I'm in like Florida, like Miami-ish kind of area, like not even just I'm not even in Miami, I'm just near Miami.
Yeah.
I have to be making somewhere in the ballpark of you said what, 500 a month? We're doing monthly? Somewhere in the ballpark of say maybe like to not just get by, right? To like actually be like okay, like be good and like have spending money like regularly.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the ballpark of 5,000 to 6,000 a month.
5,000,
Yeah.
6,000 a month. Holy
that sounds
shit.
about right.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
same,
mean,
pretty much same here
I'm-
in California. So
I'm from a third world country.
Yeah.
Like that amount of money is just like, bruh.
Yeah, near
Asta's
near
in the same boat as
Miami,
you.
it's basically California, except
Mhm.
our minimum wage is lower. What's minimum wage over there, Jess?
Mm.
Like 17?
I think so. Just about. I'm running like somewhere around 22 an hour.
Yeah, over here.
22 an hour.
Yeah. But yeah,
For-
Asta's in the same boat as you, Miles. He's like, I'm fine with living in Brazil
Yeah,
as long as
over
my
here is
clients
12.
are from
Guys,
the US.
As
as
a,
a-
retail,
as a comparison-
as a
enough-
retail store manager, I was making 18.
Rosa paid Asta more than his last minimum wage job did in a month on the commission he did for her.
Yeah, that's how it is. Guys, like you're talking about like per hour, right? For you guys, 22
Yeah,
bucks,
per
12
hour.
bucks per hour.
Yeah.
Our minimum wage is 10 bucks per day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Per day.
Oof. Yeesh.
That's the strategy.
Well,
I just gotta, if I want to keep being a content creator, I just gotta move to like a
To a third world
third
country.
world country, dude.
I was about to go to South
One with-
America.
one with good
speaking
Specifically,
Spanish
one
there.
with internet. I was about
Yeah,
to say,
it's
alright,
gotta be a
time
good-
to move back to Cuba, then I remembered, oh wait.
Yeah, it needs good internet too.
Not only,
at least
dude,
decent internet.
if I moved to Cuba and somehow managed to get a stream off, I would instantaneously become a political prisoner. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
No,
Ah,
I know
freedom.
you're not joking. It's somehow that makes it even funnier. And
Isn't
also
democracy
kinda sad,
nice,
but-
guys?
It is.
It is.
It's
it
nice
is.
to be able to do. It's nice. It's a
You know,
privilege.
that freedom of speech is
Truly.
some good shit. I'll tell you that.
It's a privilege. I'm also free to criticize my government, which I do a lot of the time.
Yep. Like, people,
So do
people
we over here in
not-
America.
Like,
Maybe a little more than we should.
like as much as I love to shit on America, sometimes I'd be like, oh yeah, this shit sucks. I would not trade it
Mm-hmm.
for fucking anything. Just cause like people like really take for granted the amount of like we get to say that. Any other country,
Yeah.
you say that, you might get stoned or shot or sent to jail
Gulag.
or whatever.
Straight to the
gulag.
gulag.
Straight up gulag.
Yeah, but imagine living in Russia, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Ooh.
like,
Dude, people hate the Russians so much. They're like, oh my god, how could they fight in this war? How could they? They have to. They don't have a choice.
yeah.
They don't have a choice.
Yeah.
And to be fair, even if given a choice, many of them probably still would. But in their defense, they don't get to see the same shit we get to see. They get propaganda
All
shoved
they-
down their throat.
Yeah, no,
literally
all they get is propaganda. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
So
Hey, vey.
we have freedom of press over
appreciate
here. We have
appreciate it.
freedom of-
Appreciate guys. For people who live in countries that have free speech, appreciate it. A bit more, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But circling back
I know
to
I
Dark
do.
Souls, right?
Yeah, back to Dark Souls. Right. So in one of the challenges I got was I had to change this for the next 2 games. But one of the challenges I put in because I was very unwise, I was very stupid. I could not heal until I beat the next boss.
Oh. Oh.
and it
But how's
happened to
your roll- how's
land.
your roll timing, bitch.
It happened to land on Manus.
Oh no.
Oh fuck! The whole run to Menace is such a bad time.
No. The run to
Oh,
Manus is fine. There's like one
Oh,
enemy
wait.
between you and Manus. The problem is
There's
Manus.
like a bunch of dudes shooting a bunch of like humanity like
Yeah,
bullshit
no, there's a
homing shots at
shortcut.
you and stuff.
No, there's a
Oh,
shortcut.
Oh,
There's,
yeah.
there's an elevator. There's an elevator you can just go
Oh,
down.
Oh yeah, there is that elevator. So I was thinking
There's an elevator you can just go down. There's like one mage abyss enemy in your way. That's all. You have. So the run back isn't bad. Manus
Okay.
on the other hand was bad. Thankfully, I kept trying again and again. I think I've died to Manus the most during Dark Souls 1. He was the one I died to the most.
Did you save Sif?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
But it was hard to try summon him in the arena.
Yeah.
Because I was using a club, right? And I was naked. So using a strength weapon while naked, you can get away with it in Dark Souls 1 and 2. In 3, you cannot get away with that. I tried in 3, I could not get away with it. But yeah.
In 3, you get a
I
fucking negative for not having something equipped, right? You
Uh,
get
it
if one of your armor slots you don't have something in it, you get a negative to your like defense stats. Like instead of just being 0,
Yeah.
you should get a negative. So if you have nothing on.
it was less that Ginny, because I didn't mind getting a negative. Problem was I would just get hit if I used the strength. Like
Oh.
trading was not optimal at all
Yeah,
regarding my
Menace.
playstyle. But yeah, for Manus, I tried again and again. I had to sleep without beating Manus, and the next day I beat him. It was pretty clean when I beat him.
Classic
Calamite,
experience.
People
Oh,
say
yeah.
like Calamite's the hardest. I beat Calamite in 3 tries.
Yeah. I mean that's like any like hard boss in any game though. There will come a point where you attempt it so many times that you start getting worse with each attempt. So
Yeah.
you just gotta put the controller down and come back to it.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that 100%. But yeah, Dark Souls 1 wasn't that bad. It was pretty nice because Dark Souls 1's my comfort game. For those who don't know, for me, Dark Souls 1's the best out of the 3.
Yeah.
Level design wise,
That's
Opinion
it cannot be
you're
beat.
allowed to have.
No
It's
one
true.
beats
Allowed
to
Dark
have that
Souls 1
opinion.
level
I agree
design
with
wise.
that. Yeah, I agree with that. Level design for Dark Souls 1 is spectacular.
All right. Yeah, and then Dark Souls 2 came about. Now, as you guys know, a lot of you in the audience, right? There's a lot of people from the collective, and you guys know Rosa's the biggest Dark Souls 2, and I gotta give props to Rosa for helping me because goddamn, it would have taken me so much longer to finish some of these areas without Rosa's help.
Mm.
But yeah, okay. So Dark Souls 2, I guess it's the one I can talk about my experience with because it's the one I didn't play. And I hate the fact that I had to put points into adaptability. Why did they do that, Rosa?
I like
Can
it.
you?
I like
Wait,
it.
what's adaptability for again? Like what's it do?
So adaptability, it affects your defenses, it affects your poise, and it affects your.
It affects how many iframes you have rolling.
It affects your agility stat,
Oh. Okay.
It aff-
Alright,
which
gotcha.
affects your iframes. There's two
Yeah.
ways to get agility. One of them is adaptability, and the other one is attunement. So if you're a mage character, you'll gain it from attunement. And you might put some into adaptability if you really want to get it really high. If you really want to,
Mhm.
your dodge rolls really good, which typically really doesn't matter as much. And if you're a melee character, you build it into adaptability. So adaptability is kind of like the attunement stat, but for melee boys, basically.
Yeah.
And you don't
That's
have
what
to
I
build
had-
into it just because Dark Souls 2 has like really solid, like if you really want to build a tank, you can, and never have to dodge. You can do that in Dark Souls 2. A lot better than
Yeah,
some
that's
of the
not
other
my-
games.
That's not my playstyle, Jenny. You know. So
Yeah, it's fine. But the reason why I like adaptability is because it creates okay. Dark Souls 3 PvP, it's like a fighting game. It's very technical, right? You
Yeah.
can time dodges. There's a whole thing around like getting someone like on the dodge, right, and stuff like that. There's a lot of technicality to Dark Souls 3 combat. Dark Souls 2 combat's a lot more random, right? You don't know what someone's gonna do. You don't know what their adaptability is. You don't know what their iframes are like, and it's gonna be different
Yeah.
character to character that you fight. And so for PvP, for example, like that's why a lot of people regard Dark Souls 2 as the best one for PvP because of that. There's so much variety in the
Yeah.
build, and it's not just on like a move set or weapons that you choose level, but on a very technical level. There's a lot of
I thought
variety.
definitely for sure Dark Souls 2 had the best weapon.
Oh yeah,
Like I saw all the options I had,
there's
and
so many
goddamn,
weapons in Dark Souls 2.
eating good. Anyone who like
Weapon
enjoys
variety,
playing different
outfit
classes and stuff
variety.
like that.
Dude, the amount of like fashion souls in Dark Souls 2,
Mm.
beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the hub world, Majula, is amazing. I think it's the best one.
The best subworld, 100%.
I think it's the best one. I think it's the best one.
I
Like
don't think Emerald Herald's the best. Like
Dark Souls 3 waifu is S tier,
I agree.
right?
I agree.
She is S tier.
Did the Faram Knight armor make it into DS3? It did, right?
Yeah,
It should have.
Yeah, because that armor set's fucking amazing.
it's super.
It
solid.
should have. Yeah. But yeah, I think Dark Souls 2's strengths definitely like the atmosphere felt nice. Atmosphere felt nice. Once I got used to the gameplay, it also felt nice. So I got convinced eventually when it felt good to play.
Yeah, like the gameplay, it feels really good in Dark Souls 2. Like it's not.
It feels really good.
It's not as fast as Dark Souls 3, but it's more fluid.
For me though, when it comes to feel, I think Dark Souls 3 is still the best out of all of
That's
them.
fine.
But Dark Souls 2, I don't know what it is about Dark Souls 3 that made it feel good. I think I'm just used to Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I think maybe I'm just used to Elden Ring that Dark Souls 3 felt better to me than Dark Souls 2. Even though Dark Souls 2 definitely felt less jank than Dark Souls 1. I know people are gonna be like, oh yeah, the hitboxes and stuff like that. And I felt that the hitboxes in Dark Souls 2 did feel a bit worse, but not to the point where like I would complain too much about it, you know?
Yeah.
Not to the point where I could complain
they're
about it.
really not much worse than the other games.
Yeah. Then the mechanics were like you can clear the path towards the boss. I thought that was pretty neat. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I thought that was a neat mechanic.
It's like okay, so like you obviously like there's physics engine in Dark Souls 2. You can like move stuff, you can explode stuff. Did people show you that you can light the oil pots on fire in the gulch? Not the oil pots, like
you told me about it.
bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you told me about it.
There's a lot of like unique mechanics in Dark Souls 2 that.
Yeah. I thought that was cool. Dark Souls 2 had a really. Yeah, I thought that was cool.
The AI pathfinding in Dark Souls 2 is like really, really good.
Sometimes to my detriment, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes to my detriment, it was really, really good.
I think it's the only game where, like, if they can't reach you, they won't just stand there and look at you, right? Like, they don't go in a direct line towards you. They'll actually, like, oh, this person's up there. I'm gonna climb this ladder and jump down to get there. Like, they will actually pathfind that.
Yeah. I thought Dark Souls 2 had a bunch of really cool, unique mechanics. I thought the fact that you could, like, do some things in the level to make the boss a lot easier to fight.
Yep.
I thought that was really cool. That was one of the that was a big selling point for me. Remember when you told me that I could brighten up the arena for the Lost Sinner, and I was like, "Oh my god, I've been screwing myself over this entire."
And it actually increases like your lock-on distance.
Yeah, I didn't know that until you told me, and I was like, "That makes sense." That's why there are a lot of dark play. That's why they call it Dark Souls. I get Dark Souls 2
That was
because
one of,
twice
like,
as dark.
Like draws of Dark Souls 2 was like, oh, like this game's gonna be super dark, and like you're gonna have to like use the light. And it wasn't
basically
as true,
I like the way
it was still
then
playable without the torches. But like it's still, you know, it's still like
yeah.
And like
No, I thought it's the way that the level design fed into the boss design was pretty cool. Basically,
yeah.
I thought that was neat.
It is unfortunate the bosses themselves are so like, eh.
Except for that windmill thing, where I think if you didn't tell me about that, I would have been fighting that boss in poison. Not gonna lie, there's nothing to indicate that.
There is nothing.
There is nothing to indicate that. I'm thankful you told me that to save myself the headache. Even though Iron Keep broke my soul. Iron Keep broke my soul right after. But yeah, I thought that was good.
Did you
the
use
bosses, I think.
In Iron Keep, you know, like how there's like water jugs everywhere. If you roll into them, you get wet, and if you become wet, you become way more fire resistant. So you can walk through like the fire and like hold like through the lava and stuff to get out.
It wasn't the fire that was.
Huh?
So how long does that last though?
Not a lot. It doesn't last very long.
Oh.
It wasn't the fire that was getting me. It was the run back to the smelter demon and the smelter demon itself. That was like probably the one that blocked me the most. The Alone Knights, I thought, okay.
Did
to
you
be
ever
frank,
go back to the smelter demon boss fight after you beat him? Like, did you ever go back to that boss room?
why?
Take a guess who's
No.
there.
Who?
The pursuer.
Okay, Jenny. If that happened, I would have raged. I would have thrown the controller.
I regret not being there. I regret not being there.
I would have thrown the controller. You again? You piece of shit.
I remember.
There was a reason they call him the pursuer for a reason, right?
Yep.
I killed the boss version of pursuer. He should stop pursuing. What the fuck? He just keeps going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Sir Alone and Knights are my favorite
Yeah, he's really
enemies
cool.
in the game, though. I think they're my favorite enemies in the game. I thought they're the coolest. Like Knights with katanas. It's 10 out of 10. Great enemies.
It's super cool, and like the actual fight. You never got to do some of the like Covenant stuff, but the Dragon
I did
Covenant.
not.
Have you seen what the Dragon Covenant set looks like?
I have.
Yeah, like, that's like, super cool.
I saw some videos.
Something else that's unique to
that's
Dark
like-
Souls 2 is they have challenge runs.
Yeah.
So like, it's the only game where the game actually rewards you for doing certain challenges, like beating the game without dying, beating the game without
and
seeing a
no
bonfire.
bonfire. Yeah.
Um,
I do remember. I do
and
remember
also,
like seeing that there were
there's
some
the-
rewards for it.
Yeah, there's also the Covenant of Champions, which is quite unique. Like as a Covenant and as the
I
mechanic.
feel like they should
OCP.
have kept that for Dark Souls 3. They should have kept
Yeah.
that for Dark Souls 3.
Covenant of Champions is super,
IMO.
super cool.
IMO Covenant of Chance. They should have kept that for Elden Ring
If you
too. For all of them,
beat-
actually.
By the way, if you beat the Covenant of Champions, you get a ring that gives you melee damage with your fist.
Jazz, you know about the Covenant of
Yeah.
Champions like thing, right?
I believe it sounds familiar.
It's
I
when
haven't played
it's
Dark Souls 2 in a
usually in Dark Souls 2. If you keep fighting an enemy enough, they will stop respawning.
Yes, okay.
After around
I remember
12,
that.
and then the Covenant of Champions will like make it so that it's like Dark Souls 1 mechanics where they just keep coming.
Yeah,
And they're harder.
So they won't respawn.
Also, you can't do Jolly
it
Cooperation.
sets you to New Game Plus, and you don't get cooperation. Like while you're doing it. But if you like go through the whole thing with it and you like get up you get all of the tokens for it, you're rewarded with a ring that gives you, it basically increases your melee damage, like unarmed melee damage. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
And with regards to boss design in Dark Souls 2, it's not the most memorable for a lot of them. But the ones that were memorable were really fucking memorable. You know what I mean?
Which ones?
Fume Knight for one. I think that was the
Okay.
best
Fume Knight.
boss in the game. I think that was personally for me. It was the best boss in the game. Sir Alone, of course, they're both in the old Iron King DLC. I guess.
Sir Alon, yeah.
Sir Alone. I'm not sure how the pronunciation is, but
I
yeah.
think it's Alon because every time I've heard him talked about in like lore videos and shit, they say Alon.
All right, Sir Alone, and then Burnt Ivory King. I thought was a really cool boss.
Mm.
I thought that was like the most epic shit ever.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that was in the Dark Souls
you
game.
brought that up earlier.
It didn't-
That was so
it-
cool.
It felt like it wasn't in a Dark Souls game. You know what I mean? Because there's no other fight in the series like it. I feel.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
not
like the
Except-
precursor to
Dark
like
Souls game.
Radon.
Yeah, Radon.
Exactly.
Precursor
Like,
to
it feels
Radon.
like,
It feels like
yeah,
Radon.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to bring up fucking. That's Elden Ring though, so technically.
I'm
not
talking.
Dark
I'm
Souls.
talking about like Dark Souls series. Like it feels like
Yeah.
there's no other fight like that fight in particular. The rest of the DLC can. The rest of the
Something else
DLC
about
can go
Dark
fuck
Souls
itself
2.
though.
Like Dark Souls 2, I feel like they did a really good job with like NPCs.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
the
I agree.
NPCs
The-
are really interesting, and they really like. Each of them has a different personality, right? And they act differently.
Yeah.
They even do emotes and stuff like that, and like they really like kind of push
Mhm.
the AI for NPCs. During the, I want to say it was the DLC I can't remember the name of the fucking DLCs. The Fire DLC. There's this one tower you can go to where there's a guy that invades you, and then he runs all the way down the tower to kind of kite you through the enemy. He's such an
Okay.
asshole.
Yeah.
But, like,
That
But yeah,
does
like
sound
the
familiar.
AI, like if you try to run away, he'll chase you up to a certain point, and then he'll be like,
Mhm.
nah, stick to the strategy, and like he'll like And it's really interesting, right? Like seeing like the AI for like different NPCs, they are individually programmed to do different things other than just follow you and to fight you.
Oh,
You know,
Jester
which-
Thomas, the most more memorable one.
Yeah, just for Thomas is interesting.
Jester Thomas,
But,
what a fucking Chad. Also, I hate him.
So yeah, I think it's really cool when they like did that.
Yeah.
They also have like a lot of like variety, right? With like, it's also the only one where you have like inhuman NPCs. Like you have a Tark that can fight alongside you. Like I remember, like I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? Like this is so cool.
Yeah.
Scorpion guy, right?
Yeah, man, Scorpion Tark.
I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dark is cool.
Okay, I wasn't able to experience that. That's a thing. Because
Like,
I just went for the boss, but I didn't realize I could summon him.
Yep, you can summon him. And he
yeah,
fights alongside you.
I
He
didn't
tells you
know.
about how his wife's like gone crazy and he's all sad about it, but he wants to put her out of her misery and he asks for your help
Yeah.
because he's not
Yep.
strong
Yeah.
enough to do it alone.
That's something that's
etc.
really cool. Like using like the unique use of rings, right? Like you have to use like the ring that you talk to enemies in order to talk to him.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty interesting too.
And then there's
The branches of
you
yore.
You haven't done this, but
Yeah.
another cool thing about Dark Souls 2 that's very unique to this one versus the other ones. It's the only game that has a true new game plus, as in there's additional.
No,
stuff.
I experienced it, Jenny. I experienced it.
You did?
I did partly because he made me use a bonfire aesthetic on the
I
Lost
did
Sinner,
make
so
you
I
use-
felt.
Yep, I made you use the bonfire thing.
So I experienced a
Throughout-
bit of it.
The entire game, you have stuff like that.
Yeah.
There was that little bit of that in Dark Souls 1 too, though, the talk to enemies ring, because you had to put on that ring to talk to the fair lady down in Lost Izalith.
That's true, but there's no boss like this. Fairly doesn't help you with the boss.
That's true.
It does help you save Solaire, though.
She's glued to a fucking wall. Like I don't know. What
She does help you save Solaire, but it's not. I don't think it's as impactful as like being able to
absolutely.
fight
As
alongside someone with
Tark, yeah.
a boss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, fair point.
besides Solaire being there all the time, you know, because Solaire is just a common side. But having like a unique NPC like that fight alongside you would have been cool. Except I didn't do that. I just beat up the Scorpion Lady myself.
Well,
Valid. Oh, speaking of other
Good
cool things, are
insights.
in that same fight. You know how there's like
Mm-hmm.
a piece of stone on the ground.
Yeah.
So you know how she has that move where she burrows and
Mhm.
then comes up out of the ground to attack you. If
Yeah.
you stand on that piece of stone when she comes
she'll
up,
knock her fucking head.
yep, it'll stun her.
Oh. All right. To be fair, that fight was over for me so fast, so I didn't really notice those
That's fine.
kinds
Yeah,
of details.
it's a lot
I
of,
was
like,
way
little
too
details
overleveled for that area.
I think are
Oh, yeah.
really interesting. That, like,
I was
actually,
way
like,
too
put
overleveled
into
for that
it.
area.
Even though like the
Yeah,
bosses
I think-
were lame.
Yeah, a lot of the bosses were kind of lame. That's the thing, right? Dark Souls 2 bosses, as I said before, they could be either like the most memorable fights ever, or like it's a big guy in armor, isn't it? That's 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 pretty much it. I thought the mechanic with Vendrick was unique, where you had to
Yeah,
get the
that's
giant
cool.
souls.
Mhm.
I thought that was pretty unique. Once I got all 5 giant souls, Vendrick was so easy. He was like literally Gwyn level
Yeah.
of easy, which makes sense regarding the story. You know,
Yeah.
I think narratively too, Dark Souls 2 was pretty satisfying,
I see. So.
and it kept the mystique of Dark Souls 1, but gave you a bit more to chew on.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? My biggest disappointment in Dark Souls 2 was there were a lot of small things that irritated me, I think, that added up. Like not being invincible, not having iframes while opening stuff. I think I'm too used to it. Maybe you know it's a good
Right.
thing.
Having iframes doing
Allows
you-
like opening
like-
stuff and like doing backstabs.
like
Opening
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
Like
Not
doors
having
and
iframes,
whatnot,
yeah. There were no's like that. I'm used to being invincible because every other
Well-
From Software game, you become invincible while doing those. So I was not used to it.
In
It was
Dark Souls
irritating
2,
to me.
You're not invincible, but once you've actually started the animation, like once you've like up to the point where you're grabbing the chest, you can still be knocked out of it. But the second that you're in the animation of opening it, if someone hits you while you're doing that, you'll take a small amount of damage. Like you have damage resistance.
Yeah, but usually I will get hit out of it anyway,
Yeah.
for the most part. So I think that was like one of the irritating parts to me. Also, the runbacks. God, the runbacks were. A lot of them were very irritating to do. Frigid Outskirts, like, will dock a point off. Not gonna lie.
Frigid Outskirts is uniquely fucking.
I am
shit.
so irritated. I have never like Frigid Outskirts broke my soul.
I still have to do it one-handed. I'm
I was
looking
so-
forward to that, dude.
Like when I was doing Frigid Outskirts, I was like wondering to myself if I was even able to pull it off. But then Mr. Chad comes along. What's his name? Vangarl, the absolute
yeah.
Chad. This motherfucking Chad. I added him to the team. There were From Software knew they fucked up when they give you 3 NPCs for the entire level to go through. They give you 3 NPCs to go. Vangarl also tipped the scales in my face, thankfully. So I'm glad I met him. Besides that, and the ending for Dark Souls 2, the ending bosses, kind of shit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Maybe I was a bit too overleveled for Nashandra and Throne Defender, Throne Watcher.
Well, so the Throne Defender,
But-
Throne Watcher, you were supposed to have fought like ages ago.
Yeah.
Like after getting like the ring, to unlock that door to go there, you could have already gone and fought them ahead of time, and then they wouldn't have cut to the next fight.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something that you could have actually done.
What about what's his face? Scholar for Sin.
Man, Aldia was not a
Aldia?
good fight.
Aldia,
Aldia was not.
Yeah.
Aldia was not a good fight. I wish they'd improved that fight. For the most part, if you're a melee character, dude, I had a big ass broadsword, right? I was still getting damage getting close to him. Like the windows of opportunity to hit Aldia are so low, and I'm glad I had NPCs during that. I had 3 NPCs.
That's something
Fight,
I
otherwise-
about like the Chandra and Aldia. They just chip your health away just by you being near them, and it's so fucking obnoxious.
Yeah, it's like
they're not fun fights even remotely, and they're not tough. They just kind of sit there, right? And just like you walk up to them, you do deal damage.
it's
But it's just like,
yeah, it's
constantly
annoying.
chipping away at you while you just exist, while they just exist there, and it's so like it breaks the rules of a Dark Souls fight, which is they attack you, you dodge, then you hit.
I
They
felt
don't
that
do
about
anything.
Smelter Demon too.
They just sit there, and you take
And
damage.
it does.
I
seem
felt
kinda
that about
to
Smelter
use that
Demon too.
same-
Yeah.
But to use that same mechanic in the 2 boss fights in a row, like that seems especially shit.
Yeah.
No, I mean
And
that's
then
fine.
the
I think I'm used to that now because of Elden Ring. It's fine. It's fine to me. Having another. It feels like just phase 2. You know what I mean?
Well, no. I don't mean the fact that there are 2 boss fights in a row. I mean the fact they use the same gimmick in the 2 boss fights that are in a row, where like being near them does damage to you.
They use
the
it
fact that
4
you have to-
times, and it irritated me each time.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Like just using the same damn shitty gimmick, and you have to deal with it with every boss, like all those boss fights in a row. It's
What's
not
the 4th
great.
time?
Yeah.
4th time was Smelter Demon too.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
maybe.
Like, I can't believe they
Alright.
put 2 Smelter Demons. Smelter Demon 1 was bad enough. They put Azula Smelter Demon in there. Like, goddamn,
They
bro,
put- they-
get me
they put-
out of here.
Put a fucking
They put-
blue one in there. Hey, but you
they
can
put a
get
shine-
both. You can get both boss souls, and then do a really cool build, and then have big flying fire colors, and be cool.
And they
Yes,
put
you-
the second Smelter Demon behind the burst. Okay,
Fuck that area.
second boss run in the game.
Fuck that area.
Like-
Would you like to fight a shiny smelter demon?
Oh my god, I had enough
He's the
Smelter Demons
shiny.
in my lifetime.
He's the shiny.
If I see another big mechanical thing breathing fire, I'm just gonna get mad. When I play Lies of P eventually, I will get mad. I know it.
Hey,
'Cause I
hey,
will
man,
feel how I felt.
You should play FromSoft's new game, Armored Core 6.
Nah, that's
Alright,
different. It's
but-
not a Dark Souls game. It's not Dark Souls.
All right. Well, yeah, I got you, but it's still FromSoft. But moving on, Dark Souls 3. What do you got?
Best boss design in the game in the series.
I
Absolutely.
would agree. Absolutely. Deer's fucking sick. What's his face in the
Best bosses on any
Ring
fucking
City?
FromSoft game, in my opinion.
Gale's
to
fucking
date.
sick. Friday's fucking sick.
You gotta give Radon some credit though.
Frida, okay, Frida's boss fight's cool for the first fucking like the first phase,
Mhm.
and that's it.
I think the second phase, which he like whips out the fucking flames and shit. I think that's a pretty cool part of it. I think it's pretty cool.
I
too.
thought-
Just
I
like the
thought
big, he does a big jump up in the air and comes down on you.
I
like,
think
that's cool.
visually it's really cool. I think mechanically that fight stops being fun after the first phase.
Because there's
I'll-
3 phases to her fight, right?
I like
I think the second phase is
I-
okay just because you can summon Slave Knight Gale to join you.
Yeah,
Mm.
I thought that was a
So-
cool part.
There's like the really cool like homie like duo like 2v2.
Bro,
And then
Gale
the
was a
third
homie.
it just draws on and on and on. It's the third phase, and it's like, fuck off, man. Like, Gale doesn't have enough HP for this shit.
Okay, I will say
Pretty cool
for my
concept.
fight, the one where I beat Friday, Gale was such a fucking Chad during that third phase. She knocked Friday down every single time, and I was able to wail on her because of that, and we were able to finish the fight together. Pretty epic. 10 out of 10.
Also, just as an aside,
I think that fight
her
would be
weapon's
easily
fucking
fixed.
sick.
I think that fight would be easily fixed if after reaching the third phase, if you die there, when you go back in, you're in the third phase. That would fix that fight.
That would be
That would fix
a lot
that
more
fight.
convenient.
Because a big part of the reason why that fight becomes such a drawn out thing is you're probably not gonna do it first try. And you have to go through all 3 phases every time, and it loses its like mystique, like it loses the wow factor of like the absolute visual, like because that fight's stunning visually, right? Like when you first do it,
absolutely.
it loses it really fucking quickly.
Yeah,
I don't know. For me, I don't. It doesn't lose it for me.
The impact of like, oh, like you just killed like her dad, and then she comes back up out of the ground, and like you're waiting. There's a point where like you think you beat the boss, right? And then because they purposely put like a pause in there, you have to go through that.
Yeah, they put a pause. They give you an
every single
item.
fucking time.
Yeah. So to that point, then I feel like it's. I hate to put it like this, but I feel like it's almost literally a skill issue because it only becomes like a problem the more and more you have to attempt the fight, right? If you got it on the first try, then you're probably like, oh, okay, cool, you know.
Yeah.
Cool. But if you do it every single time and you get your
but
ass kicked over and over again,
it's a skill-based fight though.
It's not even
That's
that.
the thing.
Like, it's not even that. You're probably not simple as. You're just simply probably not gonna get it the first try, right?
Yeah. True.
Just having to do the whole thing again a second time, alone. Let alone a third time, etc. Yeah, it gets more annoying with time. But even after the second time, it's already too much. It's already really fucking annoying because it's already lost that draw, that impact, the second time around, right? And so, you know, it's just if either Gale had more HP, so he'd actually last for more of the fight consistently during the last round, or again, they just cut the fucking fluff once you got into the third phase, and then every time you go in. Maybe after the first try she's tougher, right? To accommodate for the fact that you're gonna have all of your healing and stuff, right? That would fix that fight entirely.
I don't know. For me, I didn't really mind it. I thought it was cool having 3 phases. For me,
but I do see where you're coming from, though, Rosa. I do.
But also, I did use Gale, so
or at least like cut out the waiting space. It's like I get it. I know she's gonna show up. You already
okay, yeah.
Like, at least cut that out.
That's true. Alright, that's fair.
Like, fuck off until it gets done, you know?
That's fair. So how does Nameless King go, by the way?
I put Nameless King in the thumbnail because I thought it was gonna be the one of the hardest.
Stream? Yeah.
Yeah, the whole stream. But no, I didn't have a problem with Nameless King.
Once you beat Nameless King for the first time, it's never an issue ever again.
I didn't really have a problem with him, especially when I switched to a Dex build. Alright, in the middle of Dark Souls 3, I switched from... Because Dark Souls 1 and 2, I was naked and rolling with a strength weapon. That's all.
You switched to a Dex build?
I switched to a Dex build in the middle of Dark Souls 3 because... how do I put this? I was when I got to the Dancer, Osiris, and Champion Gundyr, there was a moment... There were those bosses I felt stuck.
Wait, Champion
I felt
Gundyr?
stuck with my build.
Champion Gundyr.
Yeah, Champion Gundyr.
Parry him.
I mean, I'm not a parrier. I don't know about Miles, but I can't parry for sure.
I can parry really well in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 3 and 2, I don't know what to tell you, Ginny. I was just shit at it.
Fair enough.
I was just shit at it. So, yeah, it felt like for those particular bosses, I could never get a hit off without it ending up as a trade. Because the animation for everything would just take so long. Because I was using a really big weapon, right? But so when I got to Lothlorien, I was like, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to just switch my build and go for a Dex build. I switched to Twin Blades.
Dex build. Let's go.
I went to Twin Blades and everything felt so good. It was like,
Twin Blades feel good, real good in that game. Speaking of Twin Blades, man,
the fucking game where they remove power stancing except for certain weapons. When I power stanced on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, would you call that? Like with Frida's scythe? Is that power stancing when you get to do the stance switch to the 2 sides like she does, or?
I mean,
I'm not sure
it
because
just-
only certain weapons can get
that's
can be.
something I didn't like about Dark Souls 3 was like
Mhm.
having to use FP for the like special moves on your weapons.
Oh,
Because it's
I
just
agree.
like, okay,
I mean-
well now you're forcing melee characters at the fucking get attunement.
I agree.
fuck
That
off.
felt weird.
Actually, blow me. Like,
Mhm.
get the fuck out of here with this shit. And then most of the effects aren't even that good. Like, they don't hit hard the way they do in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Like, I remember, like, when I saw they were doing that in Elden Ring, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, like, I don't want more of this. But they actually did it pretty well in Elden Ring. I should appreciate that.
And for the twin swords, I was like, I wonder what the weapon art for this. It's like a spin. It's shit. It's horrible. I can do more damage
Hey,
just spamming L1.
The Frida one was fucking cool though, because like with the double sides, you essentially got the Hoarfrost stomp from Elden Ring, where it's like the wave of ice that like immediately like destroys most like of the lower level enemies in the game, and does pretty decent damage to bosses too.
I think
I
I
thought it was cool
Jazz's
with it.
style in Dark Souls. He just goes for the flashy play style.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Did you get to use the breakdance? Did you get to use the fucking Farron Greatsword, man? That's just
Dude,
Speaking
for
of
every boss
breakdance,
soul, I
did
just
you see what
I just
sent you,
immediately like.
Jazz? Did
Oh,
you see what I
you
sent
ate all the Barsoul? Where? What?
Did you see what I sent you
Where?
through Discord as a DM like ages ago?
As a DM, maybe? Hang on.
I sent you a video of something. Cause like, so every
I'll
time
say-
that you talk about like a breakdancing sword, and then you mentioned Farron Greatsword, I'm like, oh, he's talking about like the Dark Souls 3
The
sword.
Dark Souls 3, yeah.
That's not at all what I think you're talking about. I immediately think
And-
you're talking about the sword from the sword from Dark Souls 2.
To be fair, aren't they both kind of based on Artorias?
Yes, I think so.
Aren't they
I don't
both?
know.
They're both based on
I remember-
Artorias.
The Watchers of the Abyss are like they're themed around
Yeah.
Artorias.
Yeah, like they're literally inspired by Artorias' story. But the thing is, so you can make two different weapons with their boss soul, right? You can make the sword that like works very similar to Artorias's, where you get like a front flip slash thing, or you can get the one where they have like the little knife in their offhand and they can like stab it into the ground and like and they slide the
around.
great sword
It's
around.
super
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Look
the
at
one
what I
I
sent
use.
you, though.
I
Look
fucking
what-
love that sword.
Look what I sent you.
I'm looking at my fucking Twitter DMs and I don't see it. Okay, I have your DM here. There's like 2 messages, which is weird because like we had a whole like conversation. Is this like on a
Hold on.
different account maybe?
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just DM me
Wait,
again. from
no,
the same
not
account
Twitter.
you-
Discord.
Oh, Discord. Oh, shit.
We don't have messages on Twitter because we never fucking talked on Twitter.
Oh, what? No, we did. Well, the first time we talked was on Twitter.
Was it?
Like the first time we actually talked to each other was on Twitter,
That's crazy. I don't remember.
right?
But yeah, go look at Discord.
I'm looking at our Discord DMs right now.
It's called the Majestic Greatsword in Dark Souls 2.
Jenny showed me the video on this. Yeah.
Yep. When
thought
you
it was-
power
This might have been a
stance-
while back.
When you power stance 2 of them, they have a very unique. I'm just gonna pull up the video and then show it to you.
Yeah,
Pop
because
the video.
I scrolled it pretty far and I don't see it, so fuck it. Yeah,
Pop-
just put
pop
it,
the
put it
video.
up on the
So
yeah,
the
put
best-
it up on the screen.
Do
you know the
let's
US
have
What is
chat
all
all
this?
look at it together.
Here you go.
Actually, wait, can you share screens so we can actually see the?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can. Give me a second though.
Oh, okay.
You know, in the U.S., a solar company.
Oh man.
Boop, 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 boop.
Not gonna lie, I just caved and bought YouTube Premium, guys.
Yeah, same.
I don't
A
wanna
while
spend money
back,
on
but
it.
yeah. That's-
My will to not. Fucking Ginny will spend $40 on a fucking TV asset, but not YouTube Premium.
Also, I'm like, just so you know, for chat, I'm like blocking half of the screen
I know.
with my TV.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Where did it go? Why
It's
did it
not
go
for
away?
chat. This for you, Jazz. Ginny just wants you to see that.
Oh, I can. Okay. I can.
Why
I
did it
can
go
see
away?
Why would it go away? I can see the video. Oh, where to go? Oh, I go away on the stream. I don't know.
Same thing happens on like my stream with Rika. I don't know why it does this.
Oh, I think I know why. Because did you
Why?
go straight back to OBS Studio after you brought the video up?
What
I
does
think
it
you have to
mean?
actually like. I think you have to be like on the tab with the video in order for it
I
to
am
play
on the
through
tab with the
OBS.
video.
Oh, it is. Oh, well. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck's happening then. Jazz is the center of our world. Oh, acumen. Thank you.
That's the stream. And then yeah, like whatever reason, like it just doesn't want to capture this fucking window. This happens all the fucking time. Whatever. Chat, I'm sorry, you don't get to see it. Fucking OBS is dumb. And I don't know how to fix that for you. I generally don't.
It's alright. It's okay.
But anyway,
Alright, yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna play this for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, so these are like Artorias' sword. When you make attacks while holding the sword with the left hand, they have a unique moveset, which we'll see in a second.
Oh.
Pretty cool, right?
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw this.
Hold on.
Is that just with two Artoria swords?
No,
Like, it has to be specific?
So right now he's showing you the one-handed moveset. This is no power stand. He's just showing you the one-handed moveset between right hand and left hand. Right hand is just normal, like, greatsword moveset. Left hand gives you the unique spin.
Mm-hmm.
When you do the I think it's R2 or R1. Or L2, sorry. When you two-hand it, again, two-handing it while it's in your right hand, same normal greatsword moveset. When you two-hand it in your left hand...
Yeah, you get the flip that Artorias does in the boss fight in Dark Souls 1.
Yep. Now, what makes this whole thing unique is, let's continue on over to power stancing. So when you power stance, and you do, like, right-hand attacks, and, like, normal left-hand attacks, it is like normal, but when you do a strength, like a heavy, left-hand attack, it has a unique move.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty solid. Yeah, the big jumping, spinny, jumpy thing. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's what I thought you were talking about when you said.
That is some anime shit for sure.
Breakdancing. That's the type of shit I thought you were talking about.
I just remember like a video I saw a while back of like somebody compare. I think it was the guy. The guy who did like the parody of I'm at Soup from Code Geass Abridged, but with Dark Souls characters. Same guy did like a comparison of like movesets, like a jokey comparison of movesets between like Dark Souls 1 and 2, where it's just like a big heavy swing with the great sword. It's just like brr, brr. And then like Dark Souls 3, he's like doing all kinds of crazy flips and bullshit. And he pulls out a second ultra great sword and like starts using like wings just like flapping and flying in the air. It's like the dumbest shit. But it's like, yeah, no, like in Dark Souls 3, they went super like over the top anime with some of the move sets, and I love it. It's great.
I feel like Rosa, you know how you know how Bloodborne's your favorite out of all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bloodborne ruined Dark Souls 3.
I agree. I fully agree.
It's Bloodborne's fault Dark Souls 3 is like this.
It's Bloodborne's fault that Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring are all like the series in general moved to like a more faster pace, less like kind of like nitty gritty, kind of, you know, slower, like on the ground kind of feel, right?
All right. To be fair though,
I don't mind that honestly.
Elden Ring, yeah, of course you don't, Jazz, Mr. fucking Dex user right here with.
Jazz, the 30-year-old Zoomer, needs his games to be fast-paced and colorful.
Mr. Fortnite Zoomer player over here.
I want to do cool anime Zen Tetsuken bullshit. Okay, I don't want to just swing a big slab. I'm not trying to guts berserk it. All right, I want to fucking.
He's like this in D&D too.
I want to do cool Griffith shit where he jumps up on the sword, and stands on it like a fucking cool.
You're
guy.
literally the oldest out of all of us, and you're like oh yeah, guys, let's play Fortnite. Let's play.
Listen.
I'm over here. I like my color. I like my games to have gray colors so that my eyes don't hurt.
I don't know. I'm playing Valorant.
Listen, okay.
I can't.
Listen. The statement Griffith did nothing wrong is a joke, except when it comes to his fighting style. He did nothing wrong. It was way cooler than Guts' fighting style. I'll fight anyone on this.
Chat.
The way he fights is way
Dragon
cooler.
Slayer, bro.
Chat,
Dragon Slayer.
It's just a big hunk of metal that he swings around. That's all he does.
Chat. Jokes aside, Griffith really did do nothing wrong though. He is the good guy.
Oh no. You fuck
I'm
off.
at it.
You fuck off. You get the fuck out of here.
Jazz, it's true. All right, Griffith is the good guy. All right, he's trying to save the world. All right, he's just a realist. Okay, he knows that you can't save it one bad guy at a time. He knows you have to take over. All right.
Yeah, so killing all of his friends. That was
Man.
Griffith has a plan,
Co-
alright?
total Paragon move, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
You know
sacrificing
what?
the few for the sake of the many.
Oh, it's. I think Stalin thought the same, actually. You know?
No.
I'm
gue-
just
I guess
saying, man.
Rosa
It's
gets to join you on the
I'm
commie
just
cast
saying,
later.
Griffith's fucking like new country's the only place where after your
Alright.
fucking family
Okay.
dies, you can meet their fucking soul. All right.
Yeah, I'll
I'm just
consider
saying.
Stalinism.
I guess.
It'll be a cold day in hell before I consider Stalinism. Yes, I'll just
I'm
put it
just
that way.
saying.
Alright.
I'm just saying.
Alright.
Griffith is the
Okay,
good
alright.
guy. All right.
Tell you what, Rosa. I think Miles was that it? Is just the Dark Souls stuff, or is there anything else on your week?
I mean, I actually want to ask your guys' opinion on Dark Souls. Like, I know Rose's opinion, but what about yours opinion, Jez?
Yeah, I love DS3. I love the whole series, but DS3 is the go-to for me.
Actually, I got a better question. What makes Dark Souls special to you guys?
God, I think it's just like the world that you're moving through and like the role that you're playing in it, because you're just so completely unimportant at the start of the game. You're just some shit ass that somebody wiped off their boot, and you just kind of like slowly, like it's very satisfying to slowly build your way up as you fight through bigger and badder monsters and like eventually gods, and you get all this crazy power and shit, and like you eventually end up just deciding the fate of the world by the end, right? It's just that built-in underdog story that is being the cursed undead who's just left in a shit pile somewhere, and then making your way to the center of the world, right? And it's just a really cool thing. And it's like, of course, the way the game actually plays, the characters you meet, and the stories they tell. Like, it's all great stuff that like is layered on top of all that. But just the journey, it's the journey for me. You know, it just feels, it's a fun, cool, like good feeling thing to just get all like, and especially since you have to fight tooth and nail for every inch of that journey, because the games are fucking hard, or at least they were before we became like Dark Souls veterans. But you know, like still,
It's still hard for me, bro. I died 437 times.
it's
Dark
definitely not
Souls.
as hard. It's not as hard for me as it used to be back when I first started playing those games. I know that much.
All right, that's
All
fair.
right, what about you, Rosa?
I just like hitting dudes.
Fair enough. hey, making it succinct. That, I mean, if
Like,
it's
okay.
that simple for you, is that simple? That's all right.
Look,
I can hit. I mean, to be, I
Dark
kind of
Souls is
get.
the
I get
highest
it.
quality action RPG where I can make my own character in a relatively like medieval armor, like swords, dragons, fantasy setting, right? And fight enemies while having full control of my character's action. It's the
I
highest
get
quality game that lets me do that,
I get it.
followed
Yeah.
by Skyrim.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point.
Like that's
Fuck, I
all.
hate the combat in
That's
Skyrim
all
so
the
much.
easiest way. Game developers, you want me to like your game? This simple. Allow me to use like swords or magic or whatever the fuck, right? Give me pole arms. If your game doesn't have pole arms, it's shit. Alright? Give me fucking cool armor. Let me make my own fucking character. Give me a character creator that I can spend hours and hours and hours into. And make it quality. Because this is the issue that I have with a lot of the fucking, like Souls-likes that come out. They lack the quality that Dark Souls has. And I don't just mean, like, oh, visuals. I mean, I'm talking, like, the little nitty-gritty details, the subtle camera shake when the big heavy weapon hits the ground. Or, like, you know, when you hit a guy, right? The camera splatter. Stuff like that. Right? Dark Souls uses motion blur in a way that other games don't. Other games would be like, motion blur, it's on all the time. Fuck you, and your eyes and your brain. You're in for pain hole.
It's so that's the option I turn off immediately. That's the option I turn off
Souls uses
immediately.
motion blur when heavy sudden motions happen. Which adds to the effect of, holy shit, that felt real. That felt heavy. That felt intense. Right? And it's gone the rest of the time. Right? Proper use of, like, your tools to, like, make the game feel quality and deliver, like, a really solid experience with unique music, unique animations, all this, all this stuff. I'm a very detail-oriented person. That's the sort of shit that fucking gets me. This is why I don't like Lies of P.
Okay.
That's the sort of stuff that hooks me in. It's having that quality, and also another reason I don't like Lies of P is I don't get to make my own fucking character. Let me make my own character. Let me be my fucking goober in this world of like chaos. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how you sell me on a game. That's all the Dark
Meanwhile-
Souls is to me. It's nothing special. I don't even care about the story. I just want to fucking be able to have my own little dude, give him cool armor and a cool weapon that I feel like I earned, and beat up boys. That's it.
I think the feel of Dark. I think that nails for the feel of Dark Souls. I think every action RPG game that I play, I just end up comparing it to Dark Souls. I mean, like, does it feel as good playing this action RPG like Dark Souls? If not, I just keep thinking to myself, man, it could be a Dark. I think that's what also turned me off from like playing The Witcher 3, right? Combat just didn't feel as good, bro.
No.
The gameplay of Witcher 3 was just like, I'm probably one of the non-mainstream opinion that I didn't like Witcher.
It took me a while. It took me a while and multiple attempts at playing The Witcher 3 to actually just be like, my last attempt at playing it, I actually played through the entire game and I enjoyed it. I loved it. But I had to really like make sure that I understood going into this game that I was gonna have a less quality experience of Dark Souls. I had to actively tell myself like, hey, don't forget this isn't what you're coming in here for, right? The combat's a little different. As much as you want to do the cool Dark Souls stuff with the combat, you have to remember you have to unlock that shit in The Witcher. You have to unlock the like spinning combo attacks where you can like spin your sword around and go around and beat everybody and slowly chip away at everything around you until everything dies. You have to unlock that, it's gonna take time, and it's just not gonna be as satisfying until you get there. And I had to kind of come to accept that going into The Witcher. I really kind of focus on the story, which is something I have a hard time getting into the story of games when I play them sometimes. And I had to really kind of immerse myself and force myself to kind of like really like care about the story of The Witcher to actually enjoy it. That and Gwent. I enjoyed Gwent. I spent so much time playing Gwent.
Playing Gwent.
Holy fuck, Gwent is so good. Gwent carries that game. The Gwent music, best music in the entire game. Like, if Gwent was not there, Witcher 3 would not. I'm sorry, I just couldn't play it.
I hope Rosa never touches the Genshin card game.
Yeah, Genius.
Be over.
Dude, you know what disappointed the fuck out of me?
Might get her to play Genshin, right?
When they made the fucking Gwent, what do you call it? The fucking Gwent, like, standalone game? They overcomplicated it, man. Like, what made Gwent so special was, like, the lack of complexity that I had, which is like, this is just like a medieval, shitty card game that people just play to, like, pass time.
Pass
like,
the
it's
time,
not, no one's competitive about this shit. Like, they are, right?
Probably...
Like, there's little rings where people play it. But at the end of the day, it's just a way to, like, take away from the absolute horror that is the world of The Witcher.
Yeah.
I think
right?
they probably just wanted to compete with, like, Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, and stuff like that.
And so they made it really competitive and, like, really, like, they overcomplicated a lot of the rules, and it took away the fun. It sucked the fun out of it, man. I couldn't play it. I was super excited for it.
That's fair. I'm just letting this whole conversation and just like, man, I'm like looking over. Hey, Catcom, what you up to over there? Yo, we're just cooking up some Dragon's Dogma 2. Don't worry about it. We'll get to. We'll get
oh boy, am I fucking excited for that! I'm excited, but also disappointed.
I haven't played Dragon's Dogma 1 yet, so I definitely should get on that.
I'm excited because
soon.
they're putting a fucking like quarterstaff in the game, and you do cool quarterstaff shit. So I'm like, yeah, all right, that works for me. I'm down with that. That'll do.
Oh yeah.
I'm good now. But what are you disappointed about though? I'm curious. What's your gripe?
As much as I love Dragon's Dogma, the gameplay has a lot of problems.
It looked kind of jank when I was watching your stream.
It is quite jank. And there's a reason for this. There's a reason for this. This game was riding on the heels of Skyrim and Dark Souls coming out.
And Devil May Cry a little bit.
Right? So, no, I'm just saying, like, those are the games that came out before this game that are in the same sort of, like, medieval RPG genre, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Skyrim came out, very different style of game, so obviously it wasn't going to be similar, right? But people were still playing it, though, so that didn't take away... I mention it because that took away from the attention that Dragon's Dogma got. People were still playing Skyrim. So the release window for... That's why Dragon's Dogma isn't as popular as it really should be. Because, again, even though there's a lot of issues, it's not... It's not a bad game. But Dark Souls came out really, really shortly before, and this affected the game in a really negative way, and I'll tell you what that way is. This game didn't get the benefit from the absolute fucking amazeballs, like, genre redefining moment that was the release of Dark Souls 1, where it became really mainstream and everyone was like, wow, this style of game is fucking amazing. And so because of that, Dragon's Dogma didn't have that modernized action RPG mechanics and style of combat stuff, right? I think if Dragon's Dogma had a more Dark Souls-ish sort of combat as a base, with then obviously its special abilities, mechanics, and stuff like that, which is all very unique to it, thrown on top of it, it would function fucking amazing. Right? It would be it would be a much better game, right? Because nothing pisses me off more when playing that game than the targeting. It's just not very good. The targeting, the movement, some of this really jank sometimes. And again, this is where I think it would have benefited from coming out later, right? Yeah. When they announced Dragon's Dogma 2, I was like, yo, I'm fucking excited for this shit. Let's fucking go. And then I watched gameplay. And I'm a little bit saddened. Because I get the feeling that despite the fact that it's not as amazing of a game, because Dragon's Dogma is such a cult classic and the people that do play it fucking love it, the people that know about it and play it, I feel like that kind of gave the devs a bit of a big head on it, and they felt like, yeah, our formula is good. But it's really not. It's really not. And so I watched the gameplay, and aside from the additional stuff they're adding, which is kind of cool, right? Like the new weapons and stuff, it looks like the same game. And it really, I really wish they would improve on some stuff. It's been 10 years, man. I'd really like it if some stuff was improved, and I don't think we're gonna get that. I think we're gonna get more of the same game, which is fine. But it could have been better. I say could have, the game's not out yet. But I feel like it's not looking like it's gonna be better. By a lot.
If I may go first on this one, Miles, just real quick.
Yeah, go.
Because I feel like this has less to do with when it came out, and I feel it has a little more to do of where it's coming from, right? Because this game comes from Capcom, right? And it's I'm pretty sure the devs on the first one had a lot to do with Devil May Cry, and they also had some Monster Hunter people on it. So it has a lot of DNA from those two series, and that's why it ended up feeling and playing the way it does. Literally the warrior guy, the warrior class in Dragon's Dogma 1 just straight up has Dante's Stinger from Devil May Cry, where he does the charging stab attack.
Yeah.
That's just a stinger from Devil May Cry, right? So there's a lot of that DNA in there, and the fact you're climbing up on top of big monsters and shit, very Monster Hunter-ish. So it's I feel like it's more the DNA of the place it's coming from than say anything regarding the time period that it was released in or around. It's just they're using what they got from other projects they've been doing for years and years with DMC and Monster Hunter, both old series. So they're just using DNA from that.
I will say I am liking
the vein.
The aerial archery that I saw in the fucking trailers. That looks cool. But there's a lot of really unique stuff it looks like they're doing with it, which I'm excited for. And the way that the monsters affect the environment. There's the one section where they use in the trailer where they use the an ogre as like a land bridge.
I don't know. For me, I think there's something to be said about how the devs decide to make a game when, as you said, it feels like a lot of the time devs don't learn from other people.
Yeah,
and how they do things.
I feel like they should.
Yeah, you definitely should. I think some of the best game developers are the ones that play other games besides the ones they make. It allows them. It allows them to find the things that they like, incorporate it, and find the things that other people find convenient. I think that's the one thing that they're always ready to iterate. They're not settled with just keeping everything the same. You know, they always change. They change things up. They do things that might even if it might alienate some people. But it's mostly stuff done that makes things makes the game a lot more fun to play. They tweak their formula consistently because they've been releasing again and again, right? They haven't been it's been 10 years between Dark Souls 1 and Elden Ring. They've made so many games in between that. So they're constantly tweaking everything. And I think that's one of the things that makes From Software so successful as a company. You know, they have their vision and they're constantly working towards making it better, making it more
I mean, fuck.
finding it.
What year did Dark Souls 3 come out?
2016.
Like what, like 5 years? 6 years? Between games?
7 years ago. Yeah.
No, I mean, like between that and Elden Ring. Yeah. It's not bad.
I mean, it's not just that. They also Elden Ring. I mean, there's been influence from Sekiro. There's gonna be influence from Bloodborne as well.
Yeah.
And those came out in between those and stuff like that. So it's just I don't know. I feel like
Dude, how many
games that take
how many FromSoft games have they released since Skyrim?
fucking there's 7, I think. I believe it's 7.
Skyrim do we have now?
Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring,
yeah.
Demon Souls. I mean,
Armored Core 6.
I'm not counting Demon Souls.
he's saying Armored Core 6, fine.
I'm not counting Demon Souls. Armored Core gets the count.
Okay,
So
fine,
Dark Souls, Dark
Demon
Souls 2,
count,
Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3,
then. Then Sekiro,
Sekiro. I
Elden
forgot about
Ring.
Sekiro. Elden Ring.
Sekiro and
Elden Ring.
And then
Armored Core 6.
Armored Core. God, 7 games.
Armored Core's not a Souls game, guys. Come on, it's not
I
a completely
didn't say
different
Souls games.
philosophy.
I said FromSoft.
Oh, okay.
Because fucking Sekiro wasn't the Souls game either.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it feels like one.
No.
Technically speaking, though, it's not.
No, not
I
even.
mean, like-
technically speaking, Sekiro is a fucking. It's a very different type of game, just in general.
I'll
Yeah, there's a different flavor.
I'll make my judgment when I play Sekiro for a charity stream. See,
Sekiro is a. It's a fucking what do you call this? It's a fucking rhythm game with stealth mechanics.
I feel that. Understandable.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from. On that
It's like Batman Arcane Asylum, guys. It's a rhythm game.
like Sekiro is unironic. That's what Sekiro is. It's a fucking rhythm game. Like I remember, like
Alright,
when I was.
I'm
playing
also
it,
serious about the Arcane Asylum thing. By the way, it was originally developed as a rhythm.
Oh wait!
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying Arcane? It's Arcane.
Arkham Asylum.
I thought you were saying Arcane Asylum. Was like, holy shit, Batman with
Arkham.
That's
Arkham
that's a
Asylum.
terrifying.
Sorry, my bad.
That's a fucking terrifying.
My bad.
thought.
Sorry.
No,
My
you're
bad.
good.
Sorry.
Warner Brothers. That's alright.
I was talking
you
too
can't
fast.
have it.
Batman goes to Hogwarts. Let's fucking.
Batman with magic. Hey yo.
Hey, Warner Brothers could do it.
Yeah,
They got
yeah,
both,
Arcane
right?
Asylum sounds super cool though. It's like a D&D like.
Arcane
location.
Asylum.
That sounds pretty sick. Yeah.
But anyway, but yeah, no. So the thing with Sekiro, right, is
Mhm.
literally what makes like the learning curve for Sekiro is very different to Dark Souls. For Dark Souls, learning curve is like mastering the controls, right? They're fairly complex controls. And the game is pretty demanding of you to understand those controls at a pretty instantaneous level. You have to have good like muscle memory to react appropriately to the speed at which things are happening in Dark Souls, right? You have to have really solid understanding of the controls and how to move your character appropriately within a reasonable time frame.
I argue in Dark Souls also you need to have mastery over like the knowledge of the. Because if you know what stats to upgrade, you can just not roll
That's
and just
another
knock
thing as well,
everything out anyway.
Having an understanding of like your build as well, yeah, it's very important. But I mean, I'm talking like at like a core like gameplay level. Like once you've mastered those controls and the like that style of game, that carries into anything that you play. That carries into fucking God of War, right? That carries into any game that you play that has that style. You can play any Souls-like, and even if no matter how the builds function in that game, you have a decent enough understanding of the basic gameplay mechanics and the basic like controls. You have a solid enough muscle memory to how those function that you can play that game a lot better than someone who's new to it. That's where the learning curve actually lies. In Dark Souls, that's where the get good comes from. Literally, the more you fucking bang your head into the wall, the more accustomed you get to those controls, right? Sekiro is different. Sekiro is literally a fucking rhythm game. The learning curve in Sekiro is learning the rhythm of the attacks of every single boss fight. That's the only way you're gonna beat them. You have to you have to parry. And it's literally just hitting the parry button in rhythm. And something that I learned is that there is a rhythm that you can find that will consistently get you through every fight in the game. And once you've done that, it's really fucking easy to play the game. Because once you get a consistent rhythm going for the actual pairing, it doesn't matter what rate the boss is attacking you at, its attacks are gonna land on that rhythm. And so you will parry every attack anyway. And then it's just, learning when to stop parrying an attack.
I gotta lock that shit
for
in.
For context, the reason why I say this, right, and I'm pretty confident in this, when Sekiro came out, it was in between my first by-the-books job and working at Gamestop, so I was just home. I was one of the first 50 people to platinum Sekiro.
Yeah, you told us about this before.
I didn't do anything other than play the game. I had a friend of mine who save scummed because he was really gunning for one of those top 50 positions, right? So he was really trying to beat the game and platinum it as quickly as possible. So he saved scum.
How do you save scum?
Save scum on the console. On the PlayStation,
game?
pretty easy. You make a PlayStation save, on your you upload your save data to the cloud if you have PS Plus, and then you finish the game. Right, you get the trophy, and then you load in your save data. So you have the trophy, but you still have your save data, and so now you can just go through a different ending.
Okay. I think you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing in Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is also how people duplicate stuff in Dark Souls games on console. Is they get a friend, right? They give their friend the soul. They'll upload the save data before they gave the soul, and they give their friend. They drop the souls for their friend, then they upload their save data. Now they have their soul back.
Okay.
By the way, Chad, I am teaching you how to cheat. Don't tell anybody. But anyway, but yeah, so he was save scumming and everything to get the endings. I was like, I just want to play the game all 3 times. I don't mind. And after I finished beating the game for the first time and I had the rhythm down, I breezed through the other 2 playthroughs so quickly that even with him save scumming, I still beat the game before him. Because one of the trophies is to basically buy all of the abilities. If you save scum, you're missing out on all of the extra souls that you get as when you run through the game a couple other times. And the higher New Game Plus souls. But yeah, going through New Game Plus in that game is so much easier than every other Souls game because you're not getting hit. It doesn't matter. You're just hitting you just have to go through the rhythm a couple more times, basically, like the loop of combat.
Man, I gotta figure that out then, because I swear to God, Sekiro was the fucking worst when it came to that thing that they started doing in Souls games that are, I'd say, around somewhere in Dark Souls 2, where they'll get real deliberate with the animations for the enemy swinging their sword, where it's it's a whole thing where it's they're every fucking joint has to move into the swing, and it becomes so hard to tell when the swing is actually.
Elden Ring's the worst offender of that. I swear to
God.
My God. Elden Ring's the worst offender.
No,
I
trust me.
I don't experience that with any other game other than Elden Ring.
For me at least, Sekiro was
Elden Ring was so obvious for me for that. That's
yeah.
For me, it was
Was Sekiro?
For me,
I can't think of
with
any anime that does that.
I don't know.
Did you know Margit can just not attack?
Exactly.
If he raises his thing.
Exactly. The fucking Margit overhead where he holds it for 10 straight seconds.
He can just not attack. He just chooses not attack.
For me, there was a bunch of that in Sekiro. I was fuck you, bitch. Just swing the sword so I could parry it, you fucking I got caught on that shit constantly.
So with Sekiro the thing with Sekiro is that parrying, again, it's not a thing you focus on. It's something that you build a rhythm for. And so once you understand whose turn it is to attack at what time, it becomes natural. So the way the Sekiro works is that you have to constantly attack, and then the second that you see that they're going to go for a swing, you spam that parry button in that rhythm. That's it. That is Sekiro combat in a nutshell. It's they're attacking, spamming parry button in the rhythm. They stopped attacking. I attack, attack. Spam R1, spam R1, spam R1, spam R1, spam L1, spam L1 to fucking parry. Attack, parry, attack, parry. That's it. That's the combat in Sekiro.
This gives me hope. As a former drummer, it gives me hope.
Yes, yes.
It gives me a lot of hope.
Like if you have rhythm, if you have drumming skills, that will translate to Sekiro. If you play rhythm games, if you play like those games where you have to tap and stuff, you know, you know how like sometimes in those rhythm games instead of like tapping like one finger, you have to tap both at the same time. That's what happens when you have to like when they go in for a piercing attack, like one of those unblockables. But you could still like do that move where you like catch the blade or like step on
The
it.
Shikiri counter.
Yeah, the counter.
What's his name again? Yeah,
Something like that, yeah. That's basically that like alternative like effect, right? Like that's the alternative type of parry. But it's just parrying. It's all just parrying. It's literally all parry. It's
A Mikiri counter.
Parry attack. That's the game. Like it's not a Souls game. You don't have to circle around the enemy or dodge or whatever the fuck. No, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You just attack, parry, attack, parry. Like that's it. It's combat. That's combat.
Yeah. Fair enough.
There's the occasional jump, there's the occasional moving out of the way, right? But there's not a whole lot in like the actual like, okay, what the fuck am I doing in this fight? Oh fuck, he's coming for the swing, I'm gonna dodge, right? I'm gonna go in for an attack. Like, that is all thrown out the window. It is a dance that you play following their rules, and that's it. You just have to know the dance. That's it. All you have to do. Just know how to dance.
Fair enough. All right.
I want to talk about like I know you guys talked about what made Dark Souls special to you guys. About what made what's special for me. If that's okay.
Sure.
Absolutely.
I don't know, cause like Dark Souls came to me at the time in my life when I was pretty fucking depressed. I was in university. I didn't know really what to do with my life, and like Dark Souls is not like real life, you know. A lot of things can happen unexpectedly. Dark Souls has rules. If I do this thing, the game will reward me with this. You know, it's very consistent like that. So it felt like a nice consistent thing that I could do, and it's something my friends accompanied me on the journey because they were like, I was in my friend's apartment. They lived near the college, so I was in my apartment. They would all group. I would play the game. They would hang out with me. It had that nice kind of feeling of camaraderie. And that's something that I tried to recreate during the stream. You know, that's why I invited everyone to join me during the thing. Because I kind of wanted to create that feeling I felt in university when I was like stuck at Ornstein Smoke. The whole friend group came to watch me fight Ornstein Smoke, guys. I don't know about you guys. I wasn't even streaming then, so I felt pressure. There was a lot of pressure, like having to fight in front of people live. Like, I don't know. I felt I was performing or something. You get the feeling, Jazz, right?
Yeah.
Performing on stage. Yeah. When I was finally able to beat it on the last try, like everyone was celebrating. It felt really good, so I kind of really wanted to. It made me feel good about myself in a way that no game ever has. So to speak, because I felt like I did feel like I had accomplished something, and I think it's that sense of accomplishment in Dark Souls that like kind of separates it from other kinds of action RPGs like Legend of Zelda, like I don't know, Witcher 3 and stuff like that. It feels like it's not you're not going through a story, you're going through your story, you know, your experiences and stuff like that. And it's also something, and the reason why I wanted another reason why I want to do charity, I want to do something good for people. I wanted to recreate the experience I felt, and I wanted to share Dark Souls with my friends.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people in our friend group just don't get it. They don't get it, you know. They don't understand why we like Dark Souls so much.
Yeah.
It's like one of my ways to share why I love these games so much, you know.
What you said about like the rules of like you know, Dark Souls, like, okay, you just do a thing, you get rewarded. That's something I never really thought about, but that's something that is one of the things I really do like about Dark Souls.
People like equate. There are a lot of like weird elitist From Software fans like, oh, Dark Souls is like real life, you know. If you have to get good to go, you have to get good. You have to get stronger to go to. It's not.
Life
no,
isn't
it's
fair.
not.
Life doesn't really have.
Dark Souls is fair. Life
But
is
Dark
not.
Souls,
Dark Souls is
Dark Souls like rewards you, and like that's something that, like I've always struggled with, like feeling like rewarded for stuff that I do. It's a big part of like I don't know. Like I grew up as like the gifted kid, right? It's like, oh, like you're so smart and like you know you could do the test really good and whatever, blah 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 blah. But like I never felt like you know the world around me really rewarded me for that, and so it kind of made me like lose any kind of interest in a lot of things in my life. And Dark Souls is one of those things where it's like, okay, like I feel like I'm putting in the effort and I'm getting rewarded for it, you know. So
Yeah,
that is something I
exactly.
absolutely like. You said that, and like I was like, I relate to that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That like getting into the more philosophical aspects of Dark. We're not even talking about the story or anything like that, because the story can be deep for a lot of people too, with regards to how the relationship between others are, you know, plus the world is and stuff like that. I've always like in my head when it comes to like the theme of hope and stuff like that, nothing makes hope hit harder than in a dark for me. Because that's when it matters. When things are at their bleakest, when you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, that's when hope hits the hardest. You know what I mean?
And
And-
dude asked, wasn't the re-release for Dark Arisen also coincided with the remaster of Skyrim? Dude, the PS4 release of Dark Arisen, Skyrim, and Dark Souls 1 all happened within a year of each other. And I remember that year, like, I was like, yo, this is the best shit ever. Because for the longest time, I was saying these are my 3 favorite games. And, like, I wanted to be like play them again on the newer console. And they, like, within a year, they were like, hey, we're gonna put this out. We're gonna re-release this game. And I remember, dude, I lost my shit. I was like, what the fuck? There's a higher being listening to me, and I like it!
I'm starting to think you just have like this like a proclivity towards dark fantasy medieval aesthetic.
Yes, I said that before.
I think, yeah.
That's literally, yeah.
Man, I'm really hoping Soul Friend's gonna end up being great.
When I was asked
we
what
can
Dark
sort
Souls
that
is to
together.
me, that's what I said. It is a really good that particular
You did.
genre that I like.
It's the best.
Okay. Well, you
think
said
it's
you
the
like
best
it,
of the
but
genre.
like I'm starting
Yeah.
to think it's like more than a like. It's more like a love. It's more like a yeah. If that's the thing, then fuck it. I'll give it a shot at least. You know?
Yes, literally.
Like, yeah. Okay, fair.
That's just that. Yeah, but yeah, for me, that's what makes Dark Souls special to me.
Nice, sick. So, anything else in your week, Miles, besides Dark Souls, or?
I mean, esports stuff. I guess I'm not sure people are super interested in that. But Worlds happened.
Yeah.
For League of Legends. I haven't played League of Legends in years, and then I reinstalled the game. So who's the joke now? I'm the butt of my own joke. I'm the butt of my own joke. But yeah, I thought it was a really cool achievement because for the finals, it had 6.6 million people watching, which is an insane number. This is not counting. Guys,
Sorry,
better yet, this is not counting Chinese numbers. Chinese were not included. Chinese people were not
Holy
included in this
shit.
count.
I have to wonder how much of that was directly influenced by Arcane existing. I'm just really curious. Arcane coming out and like
I think it's less to do-
really, like
it's-
putting League in the
if-
mainstream, right? Like,
I mean,
don't
it's less to
know.
do with Arcane. Dude, when Arcane came out, everyone was talking about was like, do I have to play League to understand Arcane?
Fuck no.
Everyone was
And
talking
it's,
like,
the statement remains. Hang on. No. The statement remains that the best thing about League of Legends is everything but League of Legends.
that's kind of true.
Jazz,
Yeah. What's up?
I think League has always kind of been in the mainstream, right? Like, but
Well,
like,
yeah, but
okay,
like,
so for context, the first time I ever heard of League was when I was a kid growing up. I was like, oh yeah, like I'm the kid that like goes home and plays video games. I'm the gamer. I don't do the sports ball. I'm that kid. All right, I'm the weird kid who's by themselves and plays video games.
yeah.
And one of the first people that I hung out with, I was like, hey, I also play video games. Do you want to play League? And this is when and then it kept happening, and I realized the theme. Middle school girls play
Yeah.
League. I don't know why. But that's
I
just
mean-
the thing.
we gotta ask. We gotta ask Rika.
All
when
right,
she started
I'll
playing
tell
League.
you why.
We gotta
Because the
ask her when
characters
she
are.
started
No. Here's a simple. It's something the gacha games I've learned. You know, because League characters are hot.
Yeah,
Dude,
true.
at some point, this is before I realized that like all the esports games are fucking MOBAs, with the exception of like Call of Duty.
And Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
Please don't leave Counter-Strike.
Like all of the fucking well, there's the thing. Aside from very specifically like tactical FPSs, where it's 5v5 FPS, and it's basically a MOBA, but with guns.
Overwatch.
All of
Counter-Strike isn't like that, but okay.
Dude, Counter-Strike, Valorant, all these games. Tell me, okay, think about this. All right. One side defends a thing. One side attacks a thing, and there's lanes.
StarCraft was not like that.
I don't know if Counter-Strike fits that. I mean, I think there's an argument for like Overwatch and
like typically for
Valorant.
shooters,
No,
right?
Counter-Strike just okay. No, I get the
for
defending,
shooters-
attacking. Yeah, that's true.
Typically for
Counter-Strike's
shooters,
more
there's a lot more in
fucking-
between, right?
like COD. or
I
something.
think about Counter-Strike makes me think of Siege. It's kind of like Siege. Siege is kind of in the same
okay.
kind of vein,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
When I
Yeah,
made
they're the
this
same vein,
MOBA
pack shooters. Yeah.
I made this MOBA to Siege correlation when I realized that every single map in Siege is basically you have an internal lane, you have an outside lane, and then you have a side lane.
Yeah, the three lane thing is like very universal
And
across a lot.
there's map variety between those lanes, but for the most part, right, when you're making callouts, hey, there's people moving through this lane or through this hall or through this, etc. And it's a very universal thing. And then obviously there's like there's the one side is attacking, one side's defending kind of mechanic of it, right? And that's just that's a very MOBA mechanic. And most like competitive games that are played in esports function like that. But
Exception for fighting games, though.
yeah, with the exception of fighting games. Fighting games are unique. They have my respect for that. But yeah, and so yeah, like I don't know. The first time I ever heard of League was through like a girl, and then every other time I've ever fucking heard of anyone playing League, it was always like the weird girl at school, always, without a shadow of a doubt. Like never. It's always the weird girl at school who may or may not also be a theater kid.
Oh man, but speak. I'm thinking of speaking of fighting games and also League. I'm just thinking of Project L, which is a hilarious name, but like that's a placeholder.
Project L is gonna change the landscape.
That is a fucking hilarious
that?
name, even as a placeholder for a fighting game. It's the League of Legends fighting game.
I mean,
They're calling
Valorant
it
was called.
Project L.
I mean, the Valorant's beta former name was Project A, before it became Valorant. So I'm assuming they're gonna give it a different name. Obviously.
Well, no, yeah. but what I'm saying is that like it's called Project L, and like think of like the concept of L as it exists today, right?
Yeah.
Like fucking hold this L take, etc., etc. So like calling your fucking fighting game Project L.
Project
I just-
Loser.
All right.
It's just unintentionally extremely funny. But the thing about that though is that apparently it's going to be like a 2v2 setup, right? And people are thinking
Yeah.
it might end up being like League, where you can like go in with a random. And
I doubt it. I completely doubt it.
The fucking unreal amounts of salt if you go into a fighting
I
game.
can't think of a way to like tank.
with a random partner, and they just start feeding.
I can't think of a way to tank a fighting game faster than that, Jazz. That's like the fastest way to tank it. Considering,
so
all
funny,
right.
though. Like the scrub codes would explode, man. The day that comes out, scrub codes would be the best read, right? Like going to the scrub codes fucking subreddit. Oh, it'd be beautiful. Oh, it'd be so good.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think all I've seen about Project L regarding to the hype around it is that people are so excited. It will change the landscape of fighting games because every fighting game so far you pay, right? You have to pay to get in. Project L is going to be free.
True.
And it's going to be widespread. It's not going to be like a game that has to build itself from the ground up to become popular. No, it's being made by Riot Games. Of course, people are going to fucking play it, right?
Yeah, man.
If it's free to play, if it becomes...
Sorry, cut
Yeah?
it off. I just want to read before like it scrolls up and I don't see anymore. But Sneaky says I know quite a few unusual females, and at least 3 of them play League. There's a really weird correlation there, and it's there. I'm telling you.
But
I think,
Miles,
listen, we're weird. I'm weird. I play League. It's just weird people play League. All right.
Yeah, and there's a lot of weird people. About 6 million of them enjoy watching the tournament. Apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
I
That's even a small section of people who play League. Not everyone's into the esports side. Like
That's
10%
true.
of League players watch the esports thing. In China, League is the most popular esport ever. The most popular Coca-Cola flavor in China is a League flavor. Let me put that in perspective.
Oh.
The guy who won the guy on the team who won his 4th world championship, Faker, is as recognizable as Leonardo DiCaprio in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the name Faker, right? I know who. I
have
fucking
never
Faker
heard that
is.
name in my life.
But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jez.
No, I was just gonna say I think you're absolutely right about the fighting game thing, because like I feel like the fighting games have definitely been like coming back in recent years with stuff like Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 7. You know, there's been a shit ton of new anime fighters, and like a lot of those have been incorporating like auto combo stuff, so like more casual players can still enjoy the game and not just immediately get smoked by people who've been playing fighting games for like decades and whatnot. But yeah, once like people have also been talking a lot about the concept of like a fighting game that has a free to play like build, like a
I mean, it's not gonna be the first, right? There are fighting games like that, like Holocure.
Yeah,
No, not Holocure. What's the name? It's not Holocure. Right. Fucking
the other Hololive inspired fighting game.
I forgot the name.
Virtual Showdown or some shit.
Yeah, Virtual Showdown.
But like that's not even close to like going to be on the like the level of notoriety that's like that came out with isn't going to be able to touch what it's going to be like when the league.
You see what Riot is good at, right?
Yeah, that's going to be everywhere, right?
Riot's good at getting a complex game and giving it mass appeal. That's what they've always done. That's all. Valorant is just mass appeal counter. League of Legends is mass appeal Dota. Like that's literally all it is.
Dude,
I have so many I used to be an esports caster, so I have like a lot of like grievances with how Riot handles things. But I can't deny how popular they've become. They've done something right with
they're really good at marketing, and they're really good at lore. Please make movies.
Yeah,
I mean they made Arcane.
They made Arcane. It's not
season 2 is coming out next year.
Yeah,
season 2 is coming out next year.
Season 2, yeah, they dropped the teaser trailer for it. That's true.
Even better, Riot. Please make action RPGs.
They kind of did. They did make one
yeah.
already. So what's it called? The Bilgewater one. Yeah. What's no? Oh,
that's not an action RPG. That's not an action RPG.
I guess it's not an action RPG, but it's
just a normal RPG.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Rosa, about that, because Riot made a new studio called Riot Forge that makes games like separate single player games.
Oh my fucking god!
So that could be
could be something. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we might see something.
Good games.
Well, okay. Like some of the because they've been coming out with.
I know, right?
I heard good things about the one that takes place in Bilgewater, where that it's made by the same guys that did like fucking Battle Chasers. But I've seen gameplay of it, and I've like heard about it, and like people really like that game. So yeah, they've already like started branching out into other shit aside from League.
I remember when Riot Games was a meme because they only had League.
I mean, Riot has they have like there's like D&D like books themed around.
Oh, they have the card game.
Runeterra, yeah.
Yeah,
Runeterra.
And they were coming. I don't know if they already dropped it, but they were working on a farm
that's one thing that I always like
kind of thing with the
impresses me
Yordles.
with that's one thing that's always impressed me with their like League specifically. There's so much like really cool lore and like really cool characters, and the game is trash. I just don't get it. It's like, why just make good games? You have all of this story. It's amazing. Yeah. It's absolutely great.
I mean, hey. They must have heard you because they're branching out.
Let's go.
You and a lot of other people.
I can't wait.
They're getting into it. All right. So anything else you wanted to bring up specifically about the league? I don't know what the fuck they call it.
I mean, besides that, that's like Faker won his first world championship, right? It's like unbelievable because the guy like won world championship in his rookie year. Won the next year he wasn't able to attend the world championship, but the next 2 years he won, so that was 3, the most out of anyone has ever done. And then now 7 years after that, he won again after like bringing up a bunch of rookies, where he acted as a player coach.
That sounds like something they could put into.
That's an amazing fucking story. Holy shit!
Yeah, like they could make a movie out of that. Fuck,
last year,
Turismo pro player got a goddamn movie.
Last year during Worlds, his team was in the finals against his. All right, you guys want anime storyline? Last year, the grand finals was him versus another player who was who they were in the same high school.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
They were in the same high school.
Yeah, like okay, so we need the whole story though. Like I feel like for Hollywood they like embellish it. It's like, oh yeah, and this guy like kicked Faker's ass in high school.
There's
He was
a
bully.
there's
He
another.
shoved him in a toilet and shit. Like,
I was thinking the
so
same
like
thing, right? Like, like a Hollywood kind of like
That's so
like
fucking embellished.
reimagining of his story.
Exactly.
And like it's like
That's
in
so
reality, it's like they didn't even fucking know each other. They joined the same school.
Well, I'm telling you,
Exactly, right?
these storylines are anime as fuck. In China, there's this the Chinese league, right? Two of the best teams in 2020 during the pandemic, because I was watching a lot of league. I was Top Esports and JDG. Their respective mid laners both come from the same town. They played in the same internet cafe when they were young, and they joined separate teams, and they met in the finals for both
That is super
because there are two
anime, yeah.
splits.
Yeah.
There are two splits, right? They met in the finals for both splits in the same year. One won one, the other one the other one spring, the other one summer. It's like insane how these storylines go. That's the thing I like about these esports games. Like before like I was like when I was younger, I couldn't get why people were so into sports. Like, why are you guys so into sports? Like, who
Man.
cares? Just play video. Let's play
man.
video games, read the book or something. Now I get it. Because these
The closest
storylines
I
are
have-
anime as fuck, bro.
Dude,
These
the-
storylines are the most anime thing in real life
the
ever.
closest thing I have to like a story like that in my life is work related.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's it
man.
about?
So I had a coworker that got hired like a few months after me, who was supposed to like replace the person that trained me after they left as a key holder, but they weren't like very they weren't a very quick learner, so I got promoted first, right? And then later down the road, like a couple years later, he got promoted to assistant manager before me. And then I got promoted to be assistant manager of the other store in the same mall as him.
Oh shit.
And then we both got promoted to manager literally the same day.
Damn. So where?
Damn.
Yeah.
So
like-
when's the
like-
1v1 boxing match?
We both started
Right?
as kind of like rivaling, trying to like one up each other, like as like low end
Mm-hmm.
fucking like position, right? Like
Mm.
like a little rivalry, right? Like, oh, like who could sell more of this, who could sell more of that, like, right? And we kind of we both went up and split to like different stores, but within the same mall, right? Like competing stores. And then yeah, like that's the closest thing I can think of. It's a fucking work related thing.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Oh
I hate it
man.
here.
I just imagine like the like extremely dramatic like movie moment where it's like in Miles' case the guys like they meet at the grand finals and they just have like a fucking Devil May Cry 5 like final battle between virtual.
I can already see the anime,
It's
dude.
like, it's
I
like-
can
it's
see
like-
the
it's like-
anime.
It's like if things could have been different, would you have had my life? And be yours, like all that shit, or like alternatively with Rosa and her, it's like they meet in the food court, and it's just like Devil May Cry 3, just start to grab swords and just start fighting shirtless in the rain, right?
I got
We
this
need more
baguette
absurdity like
at
that.
the Italian store. Oh yeah.
I wish
What's that gonna
I wish
do
there
against
were
my pizza? My pizza is a triangle, therefore it has cutting power.
I wish there were more anime that were chuny as fuck, like as Jazz
Oh,
described,
man.
where like they just lean completely into it. You know, like it's just a regular thing, and
like,
suddenly they're
super
fighting in the
chewy
rain.
abuse stuff like IRL. That's great.
Like
I'm gonna get another drink.
they don't
Fucking
explain it,
thirsty,
right?
man.
It just happens. I want them to not explain it. It just happens. Like two rivals, and then they meet in the thing, and as you said, Spark, they just meet in the rain and start fighting. I think that'd be really funny.
They gotta throw the shirts off like Yakuza style, just like fucking rip the whole thing off in one go, pull out the swords and just go at it, right?
I don't know about you guys. I'm a big fan of absurdist humor, so that kind of shits up my alley. That kinda shits up my alley.
I'm so excited for fucking Infinite Wealth next year, fucking Yakuza 8. Man, it's gonna be so
I
good.
want nonsense. I want Yakuza nonsense. Like when I saw like the stuff from, I can't wait to start playing the Yakuza. Or the Like a Dragon
there's a fun news stories we can talk about there once we get to the news. Fucking
The news.
yeah.
We might want to save the news for next.
Oh really? Oh,
It's
come
been
on.
3.5 hours.
It's fine. It's fine. We got this. It's fine. But we still need to get on to Rosa. So I think we can wrap it up on your week there.
Yeah,
Miles.
I'm done with my end. That's okay.
All right, Rosa, what's up? What's going on with you?
Rosa's
I think she-
Rosa's
I
like
think she-
staring at the
I think-
ground right now.
I think she left to
I went to get some apple juice. I'm thirsty.
My
While I was
bad,
getting
my
apple
bad.
juice, I had an amazing idea for like a plot. Right, hear me out, right?
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna open up with the protagonist. He's walking home in the rain, right? Kind of fitting the same
Mhm,
theme as what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
he spots
Okay.
another kid waiting for a bus, right? And the protagonist has his first couple lines where he's like, "Oh, like we did an exam today and I got an A, but Mark over there, he goes to the same middle school as me. We have the same math class. He got an A plus. I was top of my class, but now he's top of my class." Protagonist draws a sword. Like, one of those really, like exaggerated, like, long draws. Now I must
Yeah,
fight him to defend the honor of my family. and that's
And then when they're
intro.
both on the ground, exhausted, both of their mothers come and grab them by the ear, drag them home.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. All right. So Rosa, we're on to you. What about you? What's going on with you? What do you got
Actually,
planned?
you know what? That
Chill
plot,
out.
Rosa, that was just normal school day in Asia. Actually,
I believe
Normal.
it. I believe it. I
Like the like the
If-
fucking Gurren Lagann sword draw.
if I've
Exactly.
learned-
Just
my
nor-
God.
that's what I was thinking. If I've learned anything from anime,
Just-
all right, is that Japanese people live anime lives.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Them
Dude,
and also
people-
American wrestlers too.
People
American
think
wrestling is just anime.
the characters in anime the make weird noises all the time. There's like the People actually do that in Japan.
What?
They actually speak like that. They do the They do that. They do that.
Oh god, yeah. I feel like I've heard this before actually. Like what I've heard. Like,
Well, I do
people
that.
talking in Japanese or whatever. Yeah, like I feel like
Is that
I
just
feel
an
like that
Asian
is real.
thing?
Maybe.
It's such an
Like-
Asian thing. We're just like we have to show that we're paying attention to what's being said. Be like
No,
Like
I do that as well.
is it an Asian Latino thing?
It depends who I'm talking to though. Like if I'm talking to like my mom, I'll just stare her blankly so that hopefully she thinks I'm not paying attention and then she walks away.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Fair
It
enough.
depends.
I think that's a special case, Rosa. I'm not sure. I feel like that's a different case.
All right. So, Rosa, what's going on with you? What you got?
Let's see. What have I been doing? What have I been up to? I've been playing The Last Fate. Have you guys heard of that game?
I was watching you play it. I stepped in your stream for a bit.
I was
It
not able
is-
to see your stream.
It is a new Metroidvania that came out.
Yeah.
It is I would classify the style as a mix of like Castlevania and Blood. It is so fucking wicked cool. It's currently my favorite game. I don't
Game of
want
the
to
year for
stream
you?
it because I don't want it to end. And I'm pretty sure my next stream will be the last one on it.
Oh no! Damn, that quick? Haven't you only streamed it like twice so far?
Yeah.
She played it for like 12 hours on
Like-
stream, I think.
No, I played it for like
Oh.
8 hours and 6 hours.
Okay.
So it's not a
Um,
terribly long game, but
Well, I don't know. I don't know. The first stream, I got, I want to say like 40% of the game. It said on the save file, and then after the second stream, it said I was 60-something%. Even though I felt like I made more progress. So I don't know. But yeah, the game's like it's pretty fun. But you know, it's the Metroidvania. It just you have a lot of weapons. It's very Souls-like in the sense of like you go and you upgrade weapons, and you can upgrade weapons with like the normal material, or some weapons have special abilities. You upgrade them with the special material. Very Souls-like in that sense. There's casting as well. You can cast spells.
You guys fan of Metroidvanias?
yeah,
I
I
am.
mean, like, so my most of my experience comes from I never played any of the Castlevania games, but I did play fucking Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, which is straight up like that's just ripping Castlevania. I think it was the guy who like originally made the Castlevania series also made that game, so it's very very similar.
It was
has,
literally a reference.
Yeah, I think it has the same.
And
It
that
has like
game's
the same
full
mechanic.
of references to tons of other media.
Oh yeah, like like if you there's the button that lets you do JoJo poses and shit with the main character.
Yep. There's you
and there-
get the mask in the game. You can get Dio Zoroardo as a fucking
Wait, are you
ability.
serious?
Yes, you can
Yeah,
literally get
exactly.
Zowarudo as a fucking ability.
Yeah, Bloodstain was fucking sick. But and yeah, and it has like the same like get different new skills from enemies thing that I think Symphony of the Night had. I believe that came from Symphony of the Night. But yeah, and then that and then the entire Shantae series is very Metroidvania, and I've played like every game in it. So that's my Metroidvania experience.
My experience was Hollow Knight. That's fantastic.
fair.
It's a
Okay.
fantastic game. It's
Is From what I hear, it is pretty solid. I know from what I played of it.
It's
It's
so
also
good.
pretty
Man,
good.
It's
I
so
played a
good.
bunch of Metroidvanias. I can think of, just off the top of my head,
Mm-hmm.
Ender Lilies. I can think of Death's Gambit. I can
Mm-hmm.
think of also Bloodstained.
Would
Now,
Salt
recently,
and
Last
Sanctuary count?
Faith. I would say Salt and Sanctuary counts. I think Salt and Sanctuary kind of falls in a similar kind of style as Last Faith, where it's not just a Metroidvania, but it also has very much like RPG elements of Souls-likes.
Yeah,
I always say that Souls-likes are like, I always say that Souls-likes are 3D Metroidvanias with RPG elements.
I can see that.
Salt and Sanctuary and The Last Faith are basically they're that minus the 3D.
I can see why you like Dark Souls
they're
2
still
so
being
much.
2D. Yeah.
I can see why you like Dark Souls 2 so much. It was the most Metroidvania from soft game in the series.
Yep. But yeah, I can think of a lot of like Metroidvanias I've played like through the past that I've really enjoyed. Yeah, like it's definitely I would say that's after Souls like that's probably my favorite genre, and I think that's probably the root of why I like Souls likes.
Has any of us actually played like Metroid or Castlevania? Because I haven't.
Yes. I played Castlevania Symphony of the Night when I was really young, and then I don't think I ever finished it. And I played it again recently on stream, and I was like, wow, this game's aged. I'm not having fun.
I do want to go back and play Metroid.
Oh, I played
Dread at
fucking
some point, 'cause
Lotto
that one
Swore
looked cool.
recently. That's another fucking Metroidvania that's really fucking good.
Which one?
It's Records of Lotto Swore. What the fuck it's a really long name. That's like the most of it. That I remember.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that.
But
Okay.
They got the light novel title as a name.
Why I think I think it comes from anime, like or like it's like it's based on anime or like a light novel or something like that. But I don't know, record of Lotto Swore, something like that. Whatever. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's kind of short.
So what makes Last Fate so good?
Last Faith? Again, it's the fucking the finishers, bro. They are very blasphemous. That's another one. They're very blasphemous like Blasphemous 1. It had like it was known for its really like solid, gritty finishers. It has the finishers from that. The aesthetic of Bloodborne, so like where Blasphemous is more Christian horror, Bloodborne is more gothic horror. Gothic horror vibes, right? And it's just, but it has like the gritty protagonist of like Castlevania, and like Castlevania like characters and like shit bad voice acting.
Oh,
It's
like fucking was that Symphony of the Night that has the die monster? You don't belong in this.
Yeah.
What is a man?
I think that was Richter. Yeah, Richter Belmont. God, stupid.
A miserable pile of secrets. But enough
fairness,
talk.
In all fairness,
That's you.
the only negative thing I could say about Last Faith is the voice acting is not great. But if I had to take a guess, I would say that they probably didn't hire voice actors for it. They probably had like the team do it. I kind of get that impression from it. A lot of them, it sounds like they have like an accent and they're trying to like be American. Weirdly enough.
Wait, what team put this out?
That's me. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't even know. I haven't looked into the game at all. Like what I said just now is entirely just a suspicion from listening to it.
Yeah.
Wait, it's the Last Faith, right?
The Last Faith. It's a really fucking solid game. I've been enjoying it. I also played recently the Blasphemous 2 and I couldn't finish it. I don't like it. It's such a letdown.
You don't like it?
It's such a letdown
not hitting like the
compared
first
to
game.
the first game, yeah.
Oh.
It's like it's like a lot more linear and just like the finishers aren't there. They just aren't. There's like one generic finisher and the occasional like I think there's like 2 or 3 enemies that have a unique finisher. Versus the first game, every enemy had a unique finisher. And,
Man, they must have sent it, huh?
Yeah, and then like also like this game, like Last Faith again, like most enemies have a pretty unique finisher and they're really like really cool. They're really fucking cool.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been playing that. Aside from that, I've been doing my Dark Souls one-handed run, which turned into a feat thing.
How many? Oh yeah, Rosa Cole, the new feat streamer.
Alright, well we've been all up and down the fucking block on Dark Souls. So just real quick, how's it feel compared to playing with 2 hands? We'll just go with that.
It feels like when you're playing it for the first time. Like
Really?
it's the main difficulty is like I'm not as well. Actually, it's not even that. It just what makes it hard, right? I would say it's where Dark Souls I wouldn't say is normally actually all that hard. It's just a learning curve. Playing one-handed is actually hard because there is only so much like that I can like move my hand, right? Like I can only move my hand so fast between certain buttons to try to do stuff. That it makes it kind of difficult to, you know.
Also,
I
controller's
can
not
imagine,
made to
'cause
be played with one hand.
Because from moment to moment, you're having to choose between moving and like actually acting, as opposed to kind of doing both at the same time.
Well, no, so like I can move and like dodge and stuff, but like I have to take my hand off of all of that to go hit the triggers. And that's
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
That's what makes it kind of hard, going backwards between stopping to attack and then moving and dodging. And so
Yeah, that's what I mean.
it's more difficult. It's not like immensely harder. I'm kind of used to it because I've kind of been doing it for years actually. Because the way I started doing this is because
For funsies?
no, not for funsies. I would whenever I was eating food. I would.
Oh.
I wouldn't put down the controller, so I'd still be playing while I'm eating food with the other hand. And so like I would do it. I would play the game one-handed a little bit for a while, pretty much all the time. But yeah,
Gotcha.
it's been fun. And then it turned into a feet thing, and now we have the sock gotcha game.
Yeah, I heard about that. The rundown on. I think you were explaining it to somebody on one of my posts.
Yeah.
On the $300 gotcha outfit post.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's literally a gotcha game. So the way it works, right, is that you can pay $10 to make me spin, but you also earn a free spin every time I die. And so I'll spin the wheel. Yeah, it's No-Go's fault. No-Go's one suggested it, and everyone was like, "Yeah, do that." And I was like, "Okay."
All right.
And
Fuck
then it actually allowed me to pay for Jade model, so fuck it. People liked it.
Works. It works. Yeah.
But anyway, and then every sock, right, from like normal socks all the way to like see-through socks that we had for the first iteration of the wheel, right? It'll go from like 25% chance to like 5% chance for like the rarest, like most exposing sock. And so you could pay to increase the chance of your particular favorite sock landing on the wheel. So basically move it to a higher slot, for example. And so that's like the gotcha aspect of it. And then even if you don't get what you want, right? Every time you make a donation, it would count towards the overarching goal, which would have me slowly exposing my foot.
This is literally fucking pity mechanics in this thing.
Yeah, I
kinda,
added pity mechanics to the fucking gotcha game. The goal so far, I can't remember what it's at after the last stream, but I know it's close to 2,000 because I've been freaking out about that. But the idea was at 1,000. I think I asked someone asked how much they have to pay for me to just take my fucking socks off, and I was like, no. And then Juno had happened to have like dropped by the stream, and I asked her, and she was like, I don't know, this much. And I was like, okay, bet. This is what I'll do. At 1,000, I'll expose the heel. At 2,000, I'll expose. I'll bring the sock down as far as the sole. 3,000.
How much have you?
I will have the sock only covering my toesies, so like the ball will be exposed. And then 4,000, the foot's totally exposed. And then we added an additional goal. At 5,000, I'll do the baby foot stream.
How much
What?
have you earned
The
so
fucking
far?
what? You say baby foot? What the fuck is that?
What should I answer first?
Go with Jazz first. Go with Jazz first.
The baby foot stream. Baby foot is an exfoliation, like a foot exfoliation product that Nay suggested to me on Throne, and someone else bought it for me, and it's been sitting on my shelf for months.
What?
I've just not wanted to use it.
A what product?
So
Foot
like
exfoliation.
What does that mean?
It'll basically remove all the dead skin from your foot and give you a very baby smooth.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Oh, it's like
yeah.
a
So
foot
it's
spot
just,
thing.
you're just like baby
Okay.
oiling your foot up on, like, just oiling up your feet on stream. Is that what we've come to?
Yeah. Unironically, yes. filling my foot with acid, specifically.
Rose is still gonna claim that her chat isn't horny.
Basically,
She's still gonna make the
feet.
claim.
Yeah, the freshest feet. But, and now to answer your question, Miles, we're close to hitting 2,000, so we're close to me having to expose my soul.
I'm telling you, Rosa, this is gonna get less and less ironic as time goes.
By the way, just so you guys know, I've been listing down possible podcast titles for this first episode as we go. And that definitely.
What, baby foot?
You'll see. I'm gonna post them all. I'm gonna send them all to the offensive charm chat when we're done. Oh man.
Fucking fuck. What was I gonna say? But yeah, and so I thought in my head, I was like, haha, they'll never hit the goal now. I'm almost done with Dark Souls 2. We're almost done. We're totally good. They'll never hit the goal. At best, they'll get soul if they really go hard last minute. And then someone paid money for me to play Dark Souls 3 one-handed. Which means the second I'm done with Dark Souls 2, I have to start doing Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 3? Oh, man. Oh, almost forgot to point this out. We should have done this at the start of the stream. But yeah, guys, we're going to be taking questions. There's a little thing at the top of the chat there. If you want to send us some questions, we'll answer them at the end of the stream. And hopefully at one point this channel will get popular enough where we can start charging you for that with super chats. But for now, we'll just take your questions normally.
The goal is to eventually make you guys pay for the DLC. We'll make you pay for the content that was free in the first. We're gonna pull the game dev on you.
Okay. Well, Okay, maybe we'll still take free questions, but paid questions will get priority.
You can priority.
If you want us to read your question like right then and there in the middle of the stream, wherever we're at, you could pay for it and we'll do it. But all the poor questions are at the end of the stream.
I love having a class of society, huh? Great, 10 out of 10.
I swear to God. The speed episode is coming, guys. Shut up, Asta. No, it's
See
not.
guys.
No, it's not.
See guys.
Hear me out.
See you guys. Jazz is showing you the reason why we need content. I'm going to advocate for that right now.
No.
Wait, what? We need what?
So that everyone is equal.
Communism.
Fellas.
Everyone shall be equal.
Fellas, hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yeah.
Asta said the feed episode is coming, guys. No, it's not. I'll explain to you why. Right?
Okay.
Over the course of the entire one-handed Dark Souls 2, the furthest chat will likely reach is maybe the 2,000 goal. Maybe. They really do. Which is unlikely. Right? The 2,000 goal. And that's the goal of Dark Souls 2 with all bosses fought. Right? Dark Souls 3 is a much shorter game. It's also an easier game.
If they make you play Dark Souls 1 one-handed.
That's not on the list of things they can make me do.
Bloodborne one-handed. Is it there?
No. Stop giving them ideas, Miles. Stop it. What I was to say was, Dark Souls 3 is a lot shorter. So, if you guys couldn't make it to the halfway goal, then you probably won't make it to the full goal by the time you're done with Dark Souls 3. So fuck you. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm gonna get away with it. No, they don't. All right, you're all broke. All right, in this economy, what the fuck are you doing giving me money? Stop that. Cease.
Yeah, save that money for when I'm doing my birthday stream in January. That you can give me your money instead. Okay, all right. So Rosa, aside from your weird foot fetishing stream, is there anything else going on with you, or is that it?
Foot fetish stream. You just call it that from now.
Yeah.
What else have I been up to lately? What else have I been touching as far as the media? Oh, I've been rewatching Ruby. That's been fun.
Yeah.
I've been working on a fucking Ruby themed D&D campaign for the server.
Oh, this is research then for the campaign.
Yeah, I've mostly been rewatching it just for fun. And for the folks in the community that don't like Ruby to be like, oh wow, this actually isn't bad. I have my ego is never bigger than when I watch Ruby with people that like don't like it, after watching it like maybe once. And then they like notice details and stuff for the second time around. I'm like, oh wow, maybe my criticism was invalid. And when I play Dark Souls 2, and people who don't like Dark Souls 2 go, oh yeah, that is pretty cool. Why isn't that in the other games? Those are the two instances where my ego is most hugest. All right.
Your huge quest complete.
Yes.
At that point.
It is in those moments when I watch Ruby with other people and when I play Dark Souls 2. My ego is never greater.
Oh man, Volume 10. Yeah, we're definitely getting it. Looking forward to Volume 10.
I really hope so, man.
I have zero opinion on Ruby, not gonna lie.
I really hope that we get Volume 10. I want to see the bimbo on the big screen. The himbo, sorry.
Oh. On a broken Zephyr house. I saw Trolls 3 today. It was good. I mean, yeah, I kind of like the first Trolls movie. I should go back and watch the second and third ones at some point. But
people be watching movies.
End of the year, people gonna start getting their bonuses. Oh no.
Right? I haven't. Fuck. When was the last time I went to the
Asa,
theater?
You've never watched Ruby? Asa, you would love Ruby. It's super gay.
Oh, I know when the last time I went to an actual physical movie theater to watch a movie was. You know what it was? Because I went and saw the fucking Mario movie.
There are only 3 volumes of Ruby. That's a fucking shit take, Snake, dude.
Oh man.
Here's a hot take for everybody. You ready?
Yeah.
Hold on to your seats. It's a real one. The best thing that ever happened to Ruby was Monty dying.
Oh man, we're going down the Pippa route, huh? All right, okay. All right, everyone, strap in.
No. Pippa said it's always been bad. All right, and Pippa, honestly, that is just bait. I'm sorry, that's the truth. I find it impossible to believe that Pippa truly believes that. And if she does believe that, that is the shittest take I've ever heard from her. But I'm sorry, the fact of the matter is that the way that Ruby was... The reason why Ruby's story is so fucking weird after season fucking 3 is because there was no fucking plan. The way that Ruby was planned was that fucking... Monty would be like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if these 2 characters fought? I have an idea for a really cool choreography for these 2 characters to fight. I'm gonna work on that. And then the writing team would be like, okay, how do we make that fight happen?
Yeah, just work around
it. Like, narratively. That's the way that Ruby fucking happened. Alright? The reason why the fucking, like, show's story even fucking works at all, where we have a semblance of a story that's actually pretty decent, is because we moved away from that direction of like planning.
And that's fair, but I will say that the actual fight choreography of the show suffered from the loss.
Yeah,
of
it did.
I'll say that.
Agree.
I'll say that.
The
fights aren't as cool.
Yeah. They're still pretty cool in some of the like.
They're still pretty good, but they're not as cool as they were.
Some of the earlier seasons, I feel like they've gotten worse and more anime as time has gone by, which sucks, right? Like what made Ruby special is the fact that it wasn't another fucking generic anime. Yeah,
like you had actual cool fight choreography. It was like fucking God of High School, right? Where it's like, there's intricate thought that goes into every move and step. It's more, it's like a dance, you know. Like these people look like they're trained professionals in a kung fu movie or something.
The moment that I realized that like the people that like are extremely like harsh and like, oh, Ruby's bad for so and so reasons, are fucking retarded. Was the minute someone has an argument was like, oh, here's why I don't like Ruby. I watched this video. They sent me a video. And in the video, the person compared to the anime... Sorry, they compared Ruby as generic anime. And then these same people will then be like, oh my god, I love Ice Queendom. The fucking actual, like, anime Ruby.
Oh, yeah.
Which is extremely generic and lifeless, by the way, for anyone that hasn't seen it.
I have not watched it. I assume you watched it, because, you know, it's a Ruby-related
I watched a few bits of it. I couldn't swallow the pill.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's the moment I realized these people are fucking retarded and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, they just they just want to hate on something because it's popular to.
Oh, man.
That's the truth.
You know, I'd say you're not wrong, and we'll probably get into that in the news pretty soon here. But is there anything else on your week before we transition over to news?
The pacing of Ice Kingdom throws me off. Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. No, I can't really think of anything else. I've just been, I've just been vibing, trying
cool.
to survive, trying to not be sick.
That's cool. Well, all right. Well, then, but speaking of the news and some news that might relate to you very specifically, Rose, I hear GameStop's having some issues these days. What's what's going on? What's going on with GameStop, Rose? Could you tell us about it?
Man, I can tell you about it when I worked there a year ago.
Uh-huh.
I can tell you about it.
In relation to what's going on, like right now, pretty much, or
What's
Isn't it
happening
just
right
like
now is,
physical game stores just not?
Yeah, what's happening right now is just they're just getting ready to close shop. But
yeah,
this
yeah.
all
So for those who don't know, just real quick, just to give them a preface, a base. For those who don't know, apparently GameStop is just laying off a shit ton of people and getting ready to apply for bankruptcy, and just getting ready to just go out of business.
It was a great run, Reddit. It was a great run, Reddit.
Yeah,
fucking up Wall Street. That was great.
Yeah,
But
currently, GameStop is getting rid of all of their like health benefits for their employees. Like, just all of the benefits in general, all of the like insurance coverage, all that stuff. They're just getting rid of it for employees, pretty much. Totally.
Yeah. Isn't GameStop a thrift shop for gamers now?
Kind of.
Yeah. Essentially.
But
Sorry, go ahead.
So for some context, right? So I stopped working at GameStop a year ago, and but really, that was my second time quitting. My first time quitting was a year and a half ago. I want to say July of last year, where I quit from my manager position. I came back later in the year, like 3 months or so. I came back just to help out my local store, because their assistant manager got fired, and so I got offered a position as a key holder while getting paid more than assistant managers make. So I was like, low responsibility, decent pay. It's literally 2 minutes from my house. Fuck it, why not? Okay, so I worked there for a while until they wouldn't get rid of the roach problem, and I got sick and tired of having a fucking panic attack every morning, so I quit. It's not worth it. And so, but when I worked there for real, and I put in effort and time, and it was my life, because when you're a GameStop manager, it becomes your fucking life.
Oof.
Around that time, they were getting rid of, the assistant manager position. They put a freeze on it. They wouldn't allow you to promote assistant managers, even though I didn't fucking have one and I needed one. Right? Because, I got so lucky that my assistant manager quit right when I was going on vacation. And then when I came back, the girl that I had trained specifically for this to take over the position, she has all the skills, she knows what to do, right? I'm giving her the hours of an assistant manager. She just doesn't have access to anything on the fucking computer. I can't promote her. I'm not allowed. Right? I'm not allowed. So, right off the bat, there's that. That's the first thing they started doing to kind of cut costs, right? No promotions. But they're still expecting you to put in all the effort and work. They just won't promote you or pay you properly for it. Then they started pushing the SL2 program, which is where they have one manager take over 2 stores. On its own, it's already a problem. Alright?
Yeah.
Logically speaking, that's already a lot of fucking work to put on someone. By the way, if you jumped onto this when they were first introducing it, you would get $3 extra pay.
That's
to take over an entire other store.
That's not worth it, bro.
$3 extra pay.
That ain't worth it.
Right? So, to give you some context, most managers make, at that time, right, made about 16 an hour. I want you to think about that. So now you're getting paid to run 2 stores for 19. Jazz, how much do you make again?
About $22 an hour.
What do you do?
The warehouse work. Warehouse work.
Okay. So
yeah, I'm not like I'm not like a supervisor or manager or anything. I'm just like,
Yep.
baseline, bottom of the ladder. Just,
That should give you some context. Cost of living is about
Yeah.
the same as over there.
Yeah. Hmm.
I was making
So-
18 because I was friends with, well, not friends, but I was, I was pretty close with the district manager, and I was also coming from a mall store, so I had a higher level of experience. Right? The only way they would normally pay you 18 an hour is if your store is, for example, my home store, which is in the ghetto, and you are given an additional $2 because you're in a high risk area.
Oh Jesus! You mean GameStop doesn't treat its employees very well? The same GameStop that tried to pass itself off as essential services during a global pandemic so it could stay open instead of closing,
Yep.
like a bunch of other stores.
That global pandemic that I entirely worked through, by the way. Literally all of it, from the moment we had to put our masks on to the moment we had to take them off. I was
Essential
there through all
worker,
of that.
GameStop employee.
My entire,
Oh.
from key holder to manager experience was during COVID. I worked at the biggest fucking, tourist mall in the area that has 2 GameStops. It's that big. Right through COVID. Still mask era. Still having to have little glass shields in front of us. Yeah. But
Man.
anyway, whatever.
Man, America really half-assed that, huh?
Yeah. So, okay, so they're now they're implementing this the SL2 program to have 2 managers, right? They're only giving you extra $3 for it, and that's if you jumped on it when they were first testing the waters with it. If it got to the point where they had to force you to take it, you get $1.
Oh.
You get an extra $1.
What do you mean force you to take it?
Well, I'm gonna get into that. So,
Oh, okay. By all means.
and again, they're pushing this at the same time they're having an assistant manager freeze. Let me explain to you what my experience was without an assistant manager. I would work 5 days a week, right? And the 2 days of the week that I'm not at the store, I have to answer phone calls all the time because the person that's there at the store working full time as an assistant manager position doesn't have access to everything, and sometimes you need to do certain things. So that's an issue. And it's not like, oh, the assistant manager will be there soon, they'll take care of it. No. There is no assistant manager, so I, off the clock, have to take care of that. Right? It's obnoxious. Now imagine, after I left, the person that took over that store was an SL2, who now runs 2 stores, neither of which have an assistant manager. What this means, because you're still working, they're not going to pay you for overtime. No, you're still working for your 40 hours, up to 44 max, which they then remove later on because they don't want to pay people overtime. They actually cap managers at 40. This manager is now at his original store 3 days a week, at my old store 2 days a week. Which means, instead of there only being 2 days where there's no assistant manager or any sort of manager at the store, there's 5 days where there's no manager whatsoever at the store. There's 5 days worth of fucking unsupervised chaos that you have to come back to and take care of in 2 days. As opposed to having the whole week to do it. Yeah, the girl that I trained, she quit. And then she went and became an assistant manager for, I want to say a Hot Topic at the mall? Yeah. Yeah. It's
Probably better off.
Yeah, she was, yeah. Well, she quit that too, that's also hellish. Just, the mall environment is fucking hellish.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
fair
can
enough.
But, in any case,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
And then, so this is what happened while I was there, right? A few months later, right? I find out, so my district manager left. He quit, right?
Yeah.
I later down the road, I'm talking to my old boss, and, he's kind of catching me up on stuff. So here's what happened. Apparently, he was supposed to be enforcing the SL2 program a lot harder than he was. He would offer it, but he wouldn't force on anybody. It got to the point where the company started looking into it, and it's like, hey, you either force them, or we're gonna cut you out. And he was like, I'm just gonna leave.
What?
And so now, the way that it works, what happened with the new guy that came in, he was actually forcing it. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Here's what you're supposed to do, apparently, as a district manager. You're supposed to go up to managers who have been working here for, upwards of, 8 to 10 years, right? The very few of the old guard that still remain. And go, hey, you've been really dedicated to this job, despite the fact that we've really not given you any good bonuses and constantly treated you like shit. And not at all valued your time. Now, you're either gonna take a second store, you're gonna work a second store for nothing more than an extra $1 an hour, or you're fired.
Fucking hell.
That's what they did. And so what happened was most managers fucking quit. They ended up having an issue where they had a bunch of untrained people having to be moved up in position because they couldn't get outside people with manager experience fast enough because people have lost the interest. Previously, there was an infinite supply of young, ignorant kids that can't wait to work at GameStop.
Yeah, video games.
That's gone. They don't have it anymore.
Oh.
So there's a huge employee shortage.
Mm-hmm.
People just aren't applying as much as they used to, right?
I mean, that and kids these days are just lazy.
The employees that they have are not properly trained.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, at least they were able to cut off half of the fucking managers of every district by forcing all of them to run 2 stores. Isn't that amazing?
Jazz, would you want to work at GameStop if you're treated like that too? Kids these days are also more informed about the conditions in the workworkforce. It's not about laziness, bro.
You can't do that.
I was doing it. I was being a bit hyperbolic on that.
Yeah. You cannot do that to the silent quitting generation. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And so it's shit move after shit move. They try to implement an SL3 program where you run 3 stores, upwards of 4, and then eventually the idea is to get you in the mentality of I'm doing this to eventually train up to become a district manager.
Yeah, I was gonna say a district manager.
Right?
Is what it sounds like, yeah.
But it's all fucking
I mean, would they
bullshit.
even promote you?
You can only
would they even promote you?
There only are, that's the thing, there's only so many districts. The only way that you get promoted anywhere, alright? The only way you get promoted, they're not gonna be like, wow, this guy's ready, let's open up a new store just for him. No. The only way you get promoted is if there's an opening.
The only
way an opening happens is if someone quits or dies.
Yeah.
That's the only way it happens. And so, that's just the way it is, right? No one moves in this company unless there is need. You do not get promoted to assistant manager unless there's a lack of it, right? I got promoted to key holder because the person that trained me was moving to California. I got promoted to assistant manager because the previous assistant manager was a friend of mine. Quit. Well, he went 2 weeks. I got promoted to manager because the manager of the store that I ended up taking over, I think she also moved to California. Why are people moving to California?
I don't fucking know, but I wish they'd stop. We're already in the shit because of the writer and actor strike fucking up our economy. On top of the fact that people are just walking into stores and stealing tons of shit because our fucking mayor made a law where it's only a felony if you steal up to $900 worth of stuff. So people just steal a bunch of shit that's not up to that amount of money and then just leave and not get. Not get a felony for it.
I'm starting to understand. I need to move to California so I can actually afford the cost of living via theft.
Honestly, though.
But anyway, but yeah, and so they're doing all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're basically trying to create what they're trying to do is get a smaller group of people to do more of the work, right? And it's just not enough. It's not gonna save your company to have no plan and just fucking go out of your way to literally exploit your workers. That's not how you fucking save your company. You need to have a plan to make money. Do you remember when the fucking, they became a fucking Fortune 500 company overnight because of the fucking, Wall Street bullshit? Do you wanna know what they did with that money? Do you wanna know what they did with that money? I swear to God, I'm not even fucking joking. I would have customers all the time coming in hey, are they paying you guys good? Now that the company has tons of money? You guys must be doing great. No, I didn't get a raise. Do you want to know what I got? I have it in my closet. I got a free GameStop to the Moon hoodie.
Amazing.
That's what I fucking got.
Incredible.
That's what my company gave me.
Nah, you know what they should have done? They should have thrown you guys a pizza party.
They should have given They should have given Rosa a dildo. They're fucking them over already, apparently. At that point, why not? Why not, right?
What they did with that money was that they spent it on GameStop to the merch, or GameStop to the Moon merch, which they would then sell at the stores that no one would fucking buy.
Yeah, because who cares?
By the way, the only reason I got a free hoodie is because they're fucking pennied out. Do you understand what that means?
Not expressively. What does that mean?
When something gets pennied out, it means that we don't sell it anymore. Because no one's fucking
You guys got
buying
you
it.
guys
Yeah,
got
okay. Discontinued, essentially.
They didn't give us to that as a gift. They just pennied out.
Yeah.
Technically, we were supposed to destroy it. I own it though. Fuck you. I went it to sleep. It's really comfy, actually.
I mean,
but anyway.
why not?
And they spent it on NFTs.
No. God damn it. The fucking NFTs, man. Oh.
That was their fucking strategy. They were given a golden opportunity and they fucking wasted it.
I'm gonna need like a list, like maybe 5 or so years from now, of exactly how many lives NFTs ruined.
I'm going to bet you.
I need a number.
I'm gonna bet you in like university business textbooks, like a few years from now, there will be GameStop and like what not to do to fuck over your company.
Bro, literally, man.
It's gonna be right there.
Dude, it wasn't that hard. Dude, I remember, like, dude, GameStop has done so many things over the last several years to try to, like, get money. One of their biggest formats, which I learned really early on, was phone trade, right? They'd taken phones, they send them to some fucking Japanese, not Japanese, some, like, this is before they started selling the phones back. Because at first we wouldn't
in
sell
Southeast
them.
Asia.
Yeah.
Betting it's in Southeast Asia.
Yep, they would sell to some Southeast Asian country, right? As like
Probably
aftermarket
me.
used phones.
Probably the Philippines.
That's what they do. I think it was actually China. But that's only what they do. They would buy used phones and then sell them slightly uppriced in bulk to China. That is what they would do. This is before we started selling them. China stopped fucking buying them, so we started selling them. They don't sell very much. People don't come to GameStop to fucking buy phones. Oh. Sometimes they do. I'd sell one occasionally, but it's not often. For the most part, they just kind of sit there.
The expected customers, man, I really want to buy this game, but I also need a phone. If only I could do both at the same time.
Oh, dude. Lord. Mommy, can we go to GameStop? Yeah, sure. Hey, Mom, I want that. Son, that's an iPhone. What?
Oh,
like,
man.
yeah, it's illogical. And so, like, they have all these, like, really dumb side jobs, like, side businesses or, like, little stuff they try to do to get money. But, bro, just make a proper fucking business. Go into the fucking, like, online market. Try to find a fucking way to get into selling. You have a brand. You have a great brand. People all around the fucking world know about Gameshop. All right?
GameStop.
Everyone, they call it Gameshop.
Oh, did they? Oh.
All right.
They do.
All right. To be fair, I know about GameStop. We don't have GameStop in the Philippines.
Saying.
We have a different company.
But
I know about GameStop.
You have a super well-known, massive brand. Marketing is not gonna be hard. Right? Yeah, your marketing team is stupid and you should fire all of them and just hire me. But, you know, still, right? It's not too hard to market. You have a globally known brand. People in third world countries love GameStop because they come to GameStop and they buy stuff and then they go to their country and resell it. And you, for some reason, don't like them. Why? They're giving you money.
Hey Jenny, I'm gonna bet you. They looked at the marketing division, took all the money, and then everyone just sent it there.
I don't know, man. And it's just like, dude,
that's what happened.
Get into like, do what GameFly does. You guys heard of GameFly? GameFly's still in business.
Wait, really?
What's
Do they
GameFly?
Do they still mail the discs?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Holy
What's GameFly?
shit. Okay, so GameFly. Okay, so Netflix, right? Miles, Netflix used to be a thing where instead of like streaming to the website or whatever, like it would
Those
just
were
be a
different
fucking
times, man. I watched all of fucking Avatar.
Oh yeah,
on disc.
I heard of that.
yeah. So
I heard
yeah,
of
so
that.
yeah, GameStop or fucking Netflix used to do the discs in like these little paper slips that you get in the mail, and then you send them back, and they'll send you a different movie, et cetera, so on. GameFly was the gaming version of that. Like that was the gaming's answer to Netflix back when it was still doing the fucking discs in the mail and whatnot. I guess it's still a lot. I didn't know GameFly was still a thing, and that
Can you
it's
see
still
my screen right
like it's still yeah, I can see it. I didn't know it still mailed out discs though. I mean I assumed they just do the thing where it's like, oh, maybe you like I guess game streaming is still like a thing we're figuring out, eh? But
Well,
yeah, I didn't know they were still.
It seems what they're doing is working since they're still around, and
you can
GameStop's
buy
just
games.
loving it.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, because it's not brick and mortar, you have less of an issue with, like, expenses.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
And
you just
so-
have like whatever warehouse is handling the deliveries, and you're good to go.
Exactly, right? And so, the solution is really simple. Let me explain what the solution is, and this would get you so many customers in the door, too. You make a service like Gamefly. Instead of making people have to go to the post office, you tell them to go return at their local games. Done.
Yeah.
Now you have people coming into the store. Yeah, they're only coming to return, but maybe they'll see something they like. Right? Hey, you can rent the game, but then you have to return to your little GameStop, and you go to the GameStop, maybe they'll want to buy it. They'll pay to buy it. Right? People do it all the time with fucking Gamefly. People will rent a game, they're like, hey, I actually like this game, I'm gonna keep it, and they'll pay for it. Right?
All right. Well, me, the president of GameStop, thinks that sounds like a great idea, but have you
I could
heard
just
of
take
those
all the
new-
money.
Have you heard of those newfangled NFTs the kids are messing with these days?
Like,
And
here's the
and
thing,
here we
right?
are to today, and we're filing for bankruptcy.
it
so.
wouldn't
It's not
take
even-
long. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with like Gamefly, right? Like doing something like this, right?
Yeah.
Because they can do this and other things too. The thing with something like this is that you already have the supply of video games, right? You already have the return system to verify that people don't steal shit, right? Because you have employees working at the store, right? This would not cost you a lot of that money that you got to invest into, and it'll give you a return. You just have to set up the website. That's it, right? And it's just one of many things that they could do where it's just like, you know, there's so many ways to get into the digital space. And again, you have the marketing for it, you have the brand, you just don't do it. And I just don't get it. I really genuinely don't.
I don't think because that takes work, Jenny. And NFTs are supposedly the way to the golden parachute, so to speak. You know what I mean? They want the shortcut. That's what the fucking higher ups at companies want now. They just want the short-term game.
Something else that would do amazing, which is one of like one of the big things about GameStop, right? Like as a brand, one of the like when people talk about GameStop in the past, one of the things they remember is the cultural aspect of it, right? You go to GameStop, you hang out with people, etc. You meet new people. Back in the day,
Yeah. Oh, like
GameStop-
the
for events,
oh,
they would host events, like they would host
the midnight
like,
releases were the shit. When midnight releases.
Midnight
so
releases were fucking
cool.
awesome. They'd host little tournaments, stuff like that. Bring stuff like that back. Don't just do a normal midnight release. Like actually put in the effort for these things, right? And then that'll
Yeah,
get people into
absolutely.
the door. That'll increase public appeal, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Like
host,
the fucking.
host local tournaments. And give it an entry fee. I don't know, $5 to enter, something like that. Whatever the total number of entries, right? People that enter everyone pays $5 to enter, right? Somewhere from there, you can fucking make the prize pool. Done.
Dude, like the fucking the midnight release.
Or you know,
of,
you can
of
get
Smash-
sponsors to make the prize pool
There
for
you
you.
go.
Just advertise your shit.
Absolutely.
Get sponsored.
Yep.
But
Yup.
man, I've been to a few midnight releases. Like the midnight release for fucking Smash 4 on the 3DS. That shit was incredible, man. Like they were throwing out like they had like quizzes, like Nintendo quizzes of like, oh hey, which character starred in this game, etc. And they like give away like lanyards and T-shirts and shit. And after we all got our hands on the game, we're all just sitting out on the curb in front of the store, just running matches against each other and shit, because like everybody's feeling the hype of it. And it's like, yeah, it was a great time. It's a great memory. That was incredible. That was a fun night.
And then they started having
but yeah.
ordering rules.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Nintendo's kind of stringent about that kind of stuff still. So I don't know about Smash. Tournaments for Nintendo.
Didn't that become a whole thing recently? They shut down like a whole fucking like.
They shut down a Melee tournament. Ludwig made his own in response to try and save Melee.
And didn't they try to shut that shit down too?
They tried, yeah. Nintendo's very ass backwards about this kinds of things.
Forgot forgot what the fuck I was
But,
gonna
but yeah,
say.
back to GameStop though. Back to
I
GameStop. Yeah.
was
So
gonna say something. I
GameStop.
forgot what it was.
I was just
Okay.
gonna say, like with regards to like you, how you guys were. I want to compare because all right, it's probably not the norm, but my mom runs a consult. She helps business. One of the companies that she
You're, like, cutting
was
out.
hired to help.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You were kind of before, but like now it's like a lot.
Oh.
Hello.
All right, next time I'm gonna start the call and you guys will connect to me. How about that?
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's
Alright.
anyway. All right.
Sorry. So your mom, consultant. Yes.
My mom's a consultant, right? She does a lot of work for different companies. One of the companies she works for is like a company that's makes and sells like tissues, bathroom products, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And the workers in the factory for these kinds of things, they're treated so well. They're given 3 meals a day and free laundry, free medical. I'm just comparing. I'm just like, damn, these factory workers living in a third world country are treated better than GameStop employees living in the
Yup.
U.S.
Unironically, yeah.
It's just the thing.
It's
It's
true.
thing like it's a problem with a lot of businesses these days. Where it's like, okay, how do we cut costs? How do we save the bank? You know, how do we fucking make sure we're still profitable?
Think
Why don't
my
we make
mom's
things infinitely harder for the workers and/or the customers? That'll work.
my
And
mom's
it
very like
fucking works.
traditional. Like before that became in vogue in businesses to just like get short term game. My mom and dad were very like long term focused. You know, for a
That's
lot
the
of business.
ideal,
I think
man.
that's
Like, you
that should
have
be
to
the
really
ideal.
think about stuff that's like long term gonna be sustainable. Stuff that gives you a higher return than what you're putting in, you know? And like and the stuff that like minimizes risk. It's like that's the thing, like a lot of the ideas that like GameStop what they did with their fucking money was like, yeah, we're gonna make a line of merch, which is not gonna sell, and then we're gonna fucking get into this fucking stuff that's super high risk and unlikely to take off. You cannot hype is not
I swear to God, dude.
like hype is not going to put numbers long term. Hype
My-
fucking
my-
dies.
My biggest nightmare is when Steam decides to go public.
Did you guys know
If
that,
ever it happens.
I
hope it never happens.
I hope
Did you guys
fucking
know-
Gabe never dies, man, because Steam's gonna go a certain way if once Gabe goes down.
Did you
Yeah,
guys
That's the
know
only thing keeping
that
them like reasonable. There you go. Ahead.
GameStop
That what?
for a little while
Mhm. Mhm.
had a line of gum and energy drinks?
No, I had no fucking
No.
idea that was the case.
So that was a thing. We
Did-
had
Obviously, it didn't work out, but
the
Clearly, yeah.
section. You know, like when you walk into like a Walgreens or like CVS or
Mhm.
like any sort of store,
Yeah.
they have a little
Little corner
section
store,
with
yeah.
like gum and like stuff like right before you pay. You know, for like those
Mm-hmm.
little like impulse buys.
Oh yeah.
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 So for our little impulse
those are usually
section,
more.
we had fucking shakers, little boxes of powdered energy drink, and gum that would, like, this stuff was like the old like fucking fruity whatever the fuck crap that would like after a couple chews it becomes bland. Get like 2 chews out of that
Mhm.
shit. Yeah, this stuff was like that.
Yeah.
The energy drinks I had. I remember one of my coworkers. I was working English. I was working at the mall when they started putting these out. And one of my coworkers really liked them. He was like, I really like this flavor, so he started drinking it. Right, just drinking it because they gave us one for free to try it, so I thought we can then market it out. So people be like, yeah, it's super good. We drink it ourselves. Look at it, so good. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Okay.
He spent the day drinking it, and he got to like almost like I didn't think he drank that much. He drank like maybe like a cup or 2 of it, and he had the biggest fucking headache for like 2 days. Like he spent like half the day in the bathroom, right, and then the next day,
How much caffeine did they put in that thing?
dude, he was jittery.
Too much.
Like he
Too
was
much,
like
most likely.
he was hyper, right? Super hyper. Once the crash came, he felt like absolute shit. There was a point while we were working where he literally like he almost passed out, and we had to send him home.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Caffeine crashed that bad. Holy shit.
Yup.
How much caffeine was it? Dude, that must have been enough to like.
Let me see if I can find the product still, because they don't sell anymore. What ended up happening was
Oh yeah, I hope they don't. That sounds
Um,
fucking dangerous.
Just a
what ended
bit,
up happening
right?
was people wouldn't really buy it that much, so it would just sit on the shelves all day. And then I remember, I'll never forget.
Can't they have
one
partnered
time,
with Mountain Dew or something,
dude,
or Monster, or Red Bull?
I remember one time they fucking came in, like these kids came in, and they were like, there it is. They grabbed like the cups and stuff and like the energy. They're like, we want all of this, all of it. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, you guys actually want this stuff? And they're like, yeah, we really want it. I was like, okay, whatever. We started selling. I was like, so where did you guys hear about this stuff? Like, where'd you guys like? They're like, oh, dude, we noticed that like they started selling them, and we know that it's just not gonna sell, and it's just gonna go out of stock really fast. So we're just buying it as collectibles. And I was like,
Damn.
they're like, yeah, we don't want to fucking actually eat this stuff. We just want to have it in a box, so then we can sell it.
These are the kids that make a profit on the Steam market using selling CS:GO skins.
They were like, yeah, dude, this stuff is gonna be the one time GameStop does this, and we want to have it as a collectible so that we can resell it later. I was like, holy fuck, Giga Brain.
Bro.
What the fuck?
Bro. I mean, send these kids to Wall Street right now. Put them up there.
All right. So I think at this point,
I can find the Respawn. That's what it was called. It was.
I'm assuming we'll have more time for news next.
Respawn was developed by Razer.
His name what? Razer made it?
Yeah, Razer. Like the keyboards and mouses and shit, right? Like that Razer?
It was developed by Razer, specifically designed to help enhance mental performance for gamers.
Amazing. Great. Fantastic.
10 out of 10.
Okay, so at this point...
Let me find you. Designed for gamers by gamers, giving you added boost is sharp. Added boost is sharp and focused. That's what it says. Giving you an added boost to sharp, not sharpness, to sharp and focused when gaming. 0 sugar, only 20 calories per serving, all the function you need without the sugar crash. That was a fucking lie. 4 delicious flavors. Choose
wait. I mean, if it's a caffeine crash, then they weren't lying.
Yeah, I guess. Pomegranate, watermelon, blue raspberry, tropical pineapple, and green apple. Individual stick packs, so precisely portioned packets, make prepping a breeze. Developed by Razer, specifically designed to help enhance mental performance for gamers. While most energy drinks are typically promoted for increasing physical performance, Respawn's formula is created to boost mental performance, to help gamers stay alert and focused while on the virtual battlefield. Respawn's drink mix contains caffeine, 95 milligrams, B vitamins, choline, green tea extract, and ground ginger.
Yeah, that's... I don't... Okay, at this point, I think we have properly outlined...
I'm surprised.
The many...
It's in clearance. I can tell you by what the price is.
Yeah, $5. I can see it says $5 on the screen.
No, not the $5. When something ends in 97, that means it's in clearance. So it's in clearance and on sale at the same time. Oh,
well, damn.
Oh, look, right there, 70% off clearance. Yep, they currently have a sale on clearance stuff.
All right. Guys. I think at this point we've probably pretty, significantly outlined what has led up to this moment of GameStop filing for bankruptcy. So I did want to get into the next news story, but oh, you know what? I think there's something weird going on over there in the K-pop stand pit. Oh no, someone forgot to lower the live cow and the Blackpink merch tribute into the pit. Oh, they're going rabid. Oh, they're starting to climb out of the pit. Oh no. Oh no, they're going after Woozy because he said he likes Made in Abyss. Oh, they're killing him. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, that's my attempt to lead in. Take it or leave it. For anyone who doesn't know, the fucking K-pop stan Twitter is going absolutely nuts right now, because apparently some K-pop dude named Woozy listed off some anime he likes to watch. I believe, I think Jujutsu Kaisen was in there. I think he said something like, I think he said Berserk. I'm gonna say he said Berserk. But what people are really focusing on is he was talking about fucking Made in Abyss. And now people are on, or K-pop stans are on a fucking warpath trying to cancel this man because he liked an anime that a fuck ton of people actually liked. I think it actually won Anime of the Year on
I think
a
it
couple of
did,
different
yeah.
sites
Yeah.
the year it came out.
The reason
And a
people
shit ton of
don't
people
like
like
it is because it has like child gore and stuff.
Yeah, that's
Which
the
is
thing.
like,
yeah, and
okay.
that's
I don't mind.
Mhm.
So what? It's a fucking
Yeah.
dark themed anime. It's supposed to elicit
mhm.
violent reaction.
That is the point, yes. But see, that's the thing about Twitter in general, but definitely in
Dude.
this case, K-pop stan Twitter. The line between reality and fiction is a little blurry for these people, so they don't really understand that you can like
Let me-
consume this content without really
Dude,
endorsing this
Here's the
content.
thing, though. Here's
let
the
me-
thing,
And,
though. The psychoticism goes on both sides. I actually pissed off like a significant amount of the lolly community
Mhm.
because I asked if I were to watch like a sub. Cause I know there's a version out there that's like I think the kids are like better clothed. Cause I was
For
like
example,
I don't see how them being naked has anything to do with like the whole like violent thing, you know? So I was like, there's a
will
version out there where it's like a bit more censored, they're better clothed, and I was like, if I watch this, am I missing out on anything? And they were all like, well, and yes, it's important to the art style of the author,
Oh,
and blah blah
God.
blah blah blah. And I was like, guys,
Oh.
chill. I just asked a basic question. I just had like, is this gonna affect the
Oh,
plot
yeah,
or
yeah,
not?
no,
God.
Like,
people
it's
can
really
absolutely be-
important because the author made it this way and you need to consume it the way the author wanted you to so you can have the full experience, so it is important. It's like, motherfucker, that's not... Does it affect the plot?
No, people can absolutely be rabid on all sides, but like, yeah, K-pop stan
Fucking
Twitter like
lollicons.
came out in waves for this shit,
Mm.
and so much so that it is now extending to not only more like K-pop stars, like different ones who apparently at different points in time either mentioned Made in Abyss or alluded to Made in Abyss or whatever. Like anybody who's even said anything even close to resembling liking Made in Abyss is getting sucked into this, and also other animes are getting sucked
Alright.
into this. People are
I mean,
shitting on people
alright.
for liking Berserk, for liking Jujutsu Kaisen. Like it's starting.
I
to
mean,
What?
I'll just put it this
Okay.
way. K-pop is about perfection, bro. Like idols just have this job to be perfect at all times, especially with regards to like their morality. They have to be quote unquote
Fucking- do the-
pure.
Do the K-pop fans just not have taste in anime?
I think so, yes.
Like that, a little bit.
Cause
yeah.
like, I don't see how anyone can watch Berserk and be like, you're a bad person for watching Berserk. Like, what the fuck? It's a story about overcoming struggle. What do you want?
It's also extremely dark and incredibly violent with a lot of
I mean-
different stuff. And I imagine the specifically the non-consent moments of Berserk might
I mean-
get Twitter people specifically.
well,
up
yeah,
in
but those are the
tizzy,
bad
'cause-
guys.
Yeah, I know that's the point. Yes, but like, see, people don't really get that. You know, people don't like it's we're starting to see like a bit of a like soyifying of like villains in general.
Yeah,
where it's like,
it's-
oh, villains can be evil, but they can't be like bad people, right? Like they
Well,
like,
Yeah.
they can't be like they can't have like really like actually evil things
you know-
because then people will be like, oh, that's too much. They went too far. But it's like they're supposed to be a bad person.
You know,
You're
at
not
this
supposed to like
point,
them.
you know,
I'll
at
tell you
this
what that
point,
is,
Jazz.
though.
Wait. Before I say that, you know how
No,
bad
pause
it's
first,
getting.
pause first.
You know how bad it's getting with regards to that. Even Tumblr's complaining about that.
Yeah. Oh.
Alright?
Tumblr's
Yeah,
really
that's
on a
how-
roleplay.
Even Tumblr's
Yeah.
complaining. No. Tumblr's complaining about the fact that bad guys. They're like, why can't bad guys just be bad? You know.
Yeah.
Even Tumblr's complaining,
I can tell you what that is
complaining on
now.
that side now.
I can tell you exactly what that is. We had a couple of really good like bad guy, but like he just misunderstood, right? Stuff like that. We had a couple of really well done stories of characters like this, which were not very common in the past, right?
We had Breaking Bad,
Alright.
alright.
Yeah, but now it's nothing.
turned
but
on a lot
sympathetic
of women.
villains, right?
And now we have a lot of it. Too much
A lot
of it.
of sympathetic.
now
too many
anything other
sympathetic
than-
villains.
Now anything other than a sympathetic villain is bad because I can't jerk off to it. And so
Oh, yeah.
No, I'll put it. No, Stan. All right, I'm not.
will-
I'm
I will say
gonna
one
say.
thing.
I will say it's not just women. It's like guys who
yeah,
also
yeah.
want to be like that
It's
bad
not
guy.
just- yeah,
all right,
exactly, yeah.
there are gonna be guys who want to be like that bad guy.
I like
That's the
to
thing.
joke.
To that,
I like to joke
Uh-huh.
about how like a lot of media is determined by like what women like, which is really odd but strangely true.
yeah.
But yeah, no, obviously, yeah, absolutely. Like, guys also like these types of characters, right? It's like, oh
Like-
wow, like for example, Strad.
What if-
Do you remember the last moments of the Strad fight? How cool that was? When you guys are kind of realizing, like, wow, like this guy despite all of his evil, like, there is a good guy down in there. He just,
Yeah. Buried too deep at this point. So,
Yeah. And
yeah.
so,
and sometimes they gotta go. Sometimes they
yeah,
just
exactly,
gotta go.
right? Like, but you have that moment of like, that small moment of, like, where you see the light in someone before you snuff them. And so it's just like, it's impactful, right? When really well done. The problem is, it's not always well done anymore. Nowadays, they're just good guys. They're just anti-heroes, all of them. Literally all of them. And so it's just like, just give us actual bad guys for once.
That's why I
know?
thought when we watched the Puss in Boots movie, remember, Rosa? The Last Wish, the second one. I was so refreshed. It was such a breath of fresh air to get a villain like Jack Horner.
Yeah.
The guy, the big guy. Like, he's just an asshole and like unapologetically extremely evil.
Yeah.
It's like it's like, you're not just gonna shoot a puppy. You're not gonna shoot a puppy, are you? Yes, in the face. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
And,
walking
his-
across the bridge
the
made out of his
cricket
own
trying
dudes,
to be
right?
his conscience and trying to like the whole joke of that character was that, like, oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna turn around and be a good guy, right? We're gonna find the goodness in you, and then it's gonna be another one of those, like, that there's a reason why you're evil, right? Like, there was something tragic that happened. No, people just didn't buy my what was it? Like, I think it was like
Pies or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It was some stupid shit.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Basically,
some
just a
stupid, super
bastard.
entitled shit. And it's just like,
Yeah.
like, there's no, like, oh, he became this way because of something that happened to him. None of that. There's no, like, he's just a bad guy. And that's it. He's just a really easy to hate bad guy. And we're all gonna cheer when he fucking dies. That's it.
Yeah, and that works for
That's
me.
all we fucking want sometimes.
Media policing returned to the 50s. In a weird way, yeah, Spaghetti, but it's so odd because, like, the internet is still, like, almost just as horny as it's always been, but there's also just, like, this weird, like, Puritan aspect that's just been kind of all over everything lately, and it's like,
guys, Asia is a very suppressed society, alright? Like, you guys, fucking, there's a reason why porn goes so fucking hard in Asia, alright? It's because people are suppressed in this land, alright?
It's
That's
true.
the only time people get to express themselves is on the internet, because in real life they're stuck in some fucking salary job where they're forced to work 60 hours a week.
Hold on.
fuck,
Hold on,
ouch.
hold on.
Oof.
They're forced to work 60 hours a week, go to the bar with coworkers, try to socialize with them, and then get up in the morning after being hungover and doing it again. It's a shit workplace. That's why online people are just
This is
fucking so
Asia.
gung ho.
This is Asia.
Yeah, yeah.
Asia on the outside, Asia on the inside. Alright?
Oh, Lord.
This is literally
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Like, guys, guys, I know in the West everyone's like, oh yeah, 4chan's like it's a scum of the earth, blah blah blah. You guys have not seen 2chan.
What the fuck is 2chan?
It's the Japanese version,
Okay.
or like it's.
I don't know. But
It's not.
It's also it's funny though, because like all the horny now comes from Japanese studios and like Chinese studios and whatnot. You got your Genshins and
That's-
your fucking First
Yeah,
Descendants
that's-
and all that, and that shit's being stomped out in the West as fiercely as possible, right? Just like all over the place.
Oh yeah.
But
That's
Asia
something I
does not
find
give a fuck
extremely
anymore.
fucking funny. You know that fucking like that
Yeah.
that video is going on like out like recently of like the pair of like jean panties.
Do you mean by the West? Do you mean the West or
Oh,
just
yeah, the-
America?
Yeah, the
Dude,
jean panties. Yeah,
I saw
that.
that, and the first thing I thought was I noticed it was like a 5-day-old post. So I was like, I'm not gonna bother. But the first thing I thought was, I wonder if I could beat V to the punch. Wow. Fucking the West. Oh my God. Fictional women in your movies and video games with their titties almost out but not out.
All right, guys, wait.
Evil.
Are we
How
by the
dare
West,
you
are we
give
talking-
us fan service? Also the
All right,
West.
but by the West, are we talking about the West or just America? Because I feel like that's just an American thing. I don't see people in Europe complaining about
That's
this
true.
shit.
That's
Yeah, it
true.
could be.
I don't see people in Europe
I'm
or in
honestly not-
Canada.
Dude,
I'm not
the
too
Compel- complaining
duality-
about this
the
shit.
fucking duality of what America like considers to be appropriate is fucking nonsense.
It is
What's
insane,
that?
'cause-
Wait, chat, I'm gonna
Anime
research that just one real
Anime
quick.
women fan service? Evil. What's this?
Terrible.
Women in a movie talking about their not a movie.
Oh yeah,
music
2chan
video,
was the OG.
talking
Right, yeah, my
about
bad,
their
guys.
vagina, and then fucking flapping their ass in
Oh,
the
yeah.
air while they're wearing literally fucking basically nothing. We
Yeah,
love it.
well,
That's great. Let's
wow,
show it to our
yeah.
kids.
Hey, that's empowering, okay? That artist is doing that for herself.
Wait,
so
what were
it's
you?
empowering. So
Wait,
shut up.
I was distracted. What were you guys talking about?
No, you're talking
3D
about, like, you're talking
women
about
getting
music
naked
videos
is
and-
empowering. 2D women getting naked is incel bait.
I guess. Yeah.
It's just. I'm pretty sure that's just an American thing. I'm pretty sure people are just more
Sex
comfortable
work
with
is
sexual
real
outing your
work. But not hentai. Hentai's bad.
Hentai is ethical sex work. What do you mean?
I don't like how
Well, that's the
Twitter is
thing.
becoming weirdly
I'm
puritanical.
just telling you the way America works.
Yeah.
They're really puritanical about very specific things. What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Fictional people are affected? I have an issue with that. What's that? Real people are affected? Turn a blind eye.
Whatever. yeah. There's definitely been like puritanical on Twitter has definitely been on the rise. It's just like I don't know where we lost the part where, hey, if people are doing some shit over there that you're not really in for, move on, block, do whatever you gotta do. But no, now it's I must tell you how you are. I don't like this thing and you are bad for liking it. You fucking bigot,
it's just...
phobe, whatever the fuck. Like it's misandrist. You fucking or misogynist. Yeah, you fucking misogynist. It's like fucking. If you don't like it, don't look. Just move on. Block them and go do whatever you're doing. Like people aren't allowed to just enjoy.
I remember
shit anymore. Man.
I was like reading through the subreddit, right?
Evil.
I was reading through.
Good.
I was reading through like the fanfiction subreddit. I'm a big fan of fanfiction, guys. All right. I was reading through the fanfiction subreddit. One of the things that people authors like to complain about was when people would read a review, and people would leave a review where they would complain about the content and like how it was triggering and stuff like that, even though the fic is tagged.
No,
like the trigger warnings are there. The person went in anyway, read through the damn thing, left the review, said you're a bad person because you wrote this.
And it's always so hypocritical too, because these same people who are making these fucking tweets, you check their tweet history, their likes or whatever, and they always got like
porn and shit.
Fat, or whatever, like fat titty artists and My Hero academic character, whatever the fuck, right? But there's always something in those likes that it's like, yeah, no, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's also like the trigger warnings are there. The fic is tagged.
Dude,
it says right there on the tin what's going to be in this fic.
I'm gonna enter like a new age of like Twitter discourse where every time someone disagrees with me on something, I'm just gonna check through the likes, screenshot something, and then send it back and be like, "This you?"
Yeah, I mean, hey, works for Rev, but like it's just, I don't know, man. At some point, it became like Twitter meta to clout farm something that you think is bad and see how many people will like and retweet it because you think it's bad, and I guess they agree. But it's something just innocuous, like I don't know, somebody drawing some high school girl anime or whatever the fuck, like just something you could so easily just turn your eyes away from and not give a fuck about. But because you can farm Twitter clout for it, you have to go all in, and you gotta make it the biggest, most dramatic ass post you can make. And and it'll catch on, and everybody will start retweeting, follow it. They'll start arguing about it, and blah blah blah. There you go.
It's just engagement.
Engagement.
The algorithm.
You can't say it's just
the algorithm
American thing
just
when
feeds
K-pop
into it.
Stands are literally blowing up casket over.
Well,
yes.
I mean,
no, I'm talking about when I'm talking about
true,
referring to the West regarding No, I'm talking about I'm talking about specifically when Ginny and Jazz are referring to the West, and it's usually just America.
Yeah, that's true. It all kind of.
I know the West is pretty much synonymous with America right now, but
I don't think it's just America. There's certain countries that very much kind of function under the same sort of like mentality, like fucking Germany has a bunch of shit like this as well, right? Canada literally has laws against this shit. Like there's certain types of content you just can't show in Canada. Like Canada literally has content restriction laws. Right? America just complain about it more because they fucking can.
True.
I mean, it's not about that. I mean, it was with regards to sex. I mean, like other countries are more open. That's my point. I'm not talking about content restriction stuff. I'm talking about people outside of America in the West seem to be more open to sexuality.
Yeah, I can
I
see that.
guess.
It's weird because like even Americans are like just strict. It's weird. Like somebody coined the term like safe horny, right? Where it's like you can talk about like certain horny things and it's totally fine, but then other horny things, if you post certain art or whatever, then everybody jumps up your ass about it, calling you a misogynist or sex pervert or
What I find really
coomer,
funny
whatever
is
the
that
fuck, right?
the horny things you're allowed to talk about are the more extreme things, and the horny things you're not allowed to talk about are like super vanilla.
Yeah.
I think it's because the more extreme things are just like too far fetched. Like if you're a monster fucker, like
I guess.
obviously it's not gonna happen IRL.
Mm.
There's no orc
I
that's
guess.
there's no orc anyway. Yeah.
I guess,
Absolutely.
yeah.
All right. But yeah, that's some stupid bullshit. But that's not the only stupid bullshit going on Twitter. But before I get into that, I must say, hey, Rosa,
Huh?
you, Rosa Codal,
Yeah.
fucking
What'd I do?
anime snake girl muppet on the internet
What'd I
who
do
tells
this time?
feet jokes. You aren't using your platform to talk about the real issues enough. You aren't talking about BLM or the Ukraine Israel war or any of that. and
Last
that's
time that I
not
talked
good.
about BLM, I got fucking blacklisted by a bunch of VTuber companies.
Oh man.
I was advised
But, yeah.
not to speak about the real issues.
Okay, so what I'm alluding to is there was recently a tweet by a certain VTuber. I can't
Aurora.
remember the name of it.
Aurora Maki.
Yes. Yeah, Aurora. And
All right.
let's read through it real quick. Let's set the stage here. Aurora Makinara went on Twitter and with her whole chest said, "Y'all don't think if I win any one of those VTuber awards," and VTuber awards so that she applied to, that I'm not taking that acceptance speech as an opportunity to talk about real issues. I'm thinking y'all when then going straight into BLM, Free Palestine,
I have a question.
Congo, and Sudan. Yes, what's up?
First off, do those award shows even get views? Second
I,
off,
Yeah, dude.
I think it's some kind of weird circle jerk.
It will-
thing.
it will- it will get
just like real
views.
award shows. So.
usually they don't get a lot. Usually the people that win them get more views than the show itself.
I mean the streaming's got a lot of views.
Two, well, yeah, but the Streamies are a really big corporate-owned event.
I mean, even then, dude, things don't start. If this Fillion's first like VTuber award, it obviously it's not start big.
Mm-hmm.
It has to grow there. It
okay,
has to
wait,
start
hold on,
somewhere.
Hold on. That's why I asked that as a question. I didn't say it because I don't know who's hosting it. But there has been like fucking 10 of these this year, and I didn't ever hear back about any of them. I didn't hear about when they went live. I didn't see that much talk about them. There's been a lot of these this year, so that's what I'm asking. Like, is it even gonna actually get that much attention?
I don't know. I do remember
think
that.
so.
I remember that.
Fillion's
I remember the
hosting it?
one
Okay,
VTuber
likely,
award show.
it might.
Fillion. Yeah. Okay. I do remember hearing about the one VTuber award show that's made by a fucking company that doesn't really know what VTubers are and is trying to like AI clone them.
Yeah, that one's getting
that
one's
shit
getting
is wild.
that one's getting eviscerated in the
Which is good.
comment
which is good,
section.
Right. We're not all gonna get fucking Revenge of Mewtwo, right? Like we're gonna
Or at least get the
we're all gonna have to fight our
VTuber.
evil AI clones.
You know, at least Fillion is like affiliated with the VTuber community. Is familiar with the
she's-
VTuber community.
She's pretty well known. Okay.
Is-
So that
has a
answers
big
that question.
platform.
That answers that question.
Yeah,
It is
second-
yes.
second
Okay, so
question.
there is gonna be a platform to be gained here. Second question is the person who wins gonna be allowed to like talk about it and have like an award ceremony? Like, oh my god, thank you so much. I like to dedicate this. Like, are we doing this?
really
Or are we
doubt
doing
it.
the traditional thing of this person won, got the most votes?
Moving on,
Congratulations.
yeah.
Moving on.
That's what I was thinking. It's like they're probably not gonna have like
no.
fucking acceptance speech or any of that.
No, I think they are. I think they are going to
they
get
really?
inspection. Yeah, I think it's a whole show by Fillion. Yeah,
Oh,
Okay. We'll see
that
how
like
goes.
whoever's nominated will be
That
there.
was
I think there will
my
be.
first like set of questions here.
All right.
But,
What else? What you got?
Alright. No, that's it. Go on. You can continue now.
Oh, okay. Continue the post. All right, shit. I closed it. All right. So where'd I leave off? Okay. Congo and Sudan. Like so many people are complaining about the person running it, but aren't thinking about what it means to win it. It's a chance to make an audience accountable on a huge platform.
Okay, now pause again.
Imagine reaching. Okay.
make an audience accountable.
Accountable, yes. You are accountable for all these problems in the world. By
I
the
don't
way.
know if anyone else in the room knows what accountability means. But accountability
I might.
is synonymous with responsibility.
Yeah, one would assume, yes.
If
That
I
sounds
were
about
to
right
say,
to
for
me.
example, I want to make you accountable for the horrible events of 9/11, I'm not saying I want to make you aware. I'm saying I want you to take responsibility, Yoro-sama now. So, what does this person mean by they want to make an entire group of audience accountable
Right.
for BLM, for Palestine?
Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna let you guys talk first. Then I'm going to offer my perspective, obviously,
Okay.
which is different from both of you.
Well, do you
obviously.
guys want me to finish the post?
Yeah, just
or-
finish it. Just finish
Yeah,
it
go
because
on.
I'll read through. I'll read through your post, Rosa. I know you posted here. I saw your comment. I'm gonna read through your post and I'm going to try to offer a different perspective and try to refute your claims, Rosa. How about
Here
that?
we go.
Go
Here we
for
go.
it.
After I finish reading this post, it's gonna be Rosa versus Miles Part 2.
Ding ding ding.
I will ask you both
Round
to try and keep the volume
All
down
right.
this time
All
around.
right.
I already
Alright.
said
Alright,
I already
alright.
said my piece. So I have nothing else to say.
Okay. Imagine reaching that big of an audience to talk about things that matter. Fuck the clout for personal gain. I want that clout to spread more awareness. You all know I have always used my platform to speak up on issues. That's never going to change, so vote for people that will make a difference. This is your voice and opportunity too. And
All right.
then I believe she also advertised one of her things right under the serious post. So
No,
there's
she
also-
advertised because she advertised this what the things that she's gonna talk about. These are the things that she got nominated for.
yeah,
and
right,
stuff
right
like
under
that.
this
Now,
very
all right.
serious post. It's like, oh, these are the categories I'm in, by the way. Vote for me. So
All
it's
right.
like, I don't know.
Oh wait, fuck!
Go-
I
go-
accidentally
go ahead.
unfollowed Rosa. Wait. Shit.
Damn, already? We haven't even started the debate.
Wait,
We haven't even
hold
started
up.
the argument yet.
over.
I
Goddamn.
accidentally unfollowed Rosa. Wait. All right.
Okay.
Now,
Miles,
full,
the floor is yours. Please. Go ahead.
all right. Full
You have
disclosure,
10
guys.
minutes.
Full disclosure, guys. I am a bit biased towards Aurora because she has helped giving me a platform and also which allowed me to get more work. All right. Full disclosure there. That's why I do kind of want
followed her. Okay, I'm also following her. I didn't know why. I didn't know
All
where
right.
I heard of her from.
I
Now
do
know.
Mhm.
I do want to make my defense. Your Honor, ladies and gentle nuts of the jury. I'll make my defense. All right. So, I get what you mean, Rosa. That you don't feel responsible for what's happening across the world, right? That's
Yeah.
because basically, personally, you have nothing to do with it.
I don't just not feel responsible. I am not responsible. I have nothing to do with what's happening with any of these things.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. You have nothing to do. I think because for me, I think Aurora is basically pretty earnest with what she believes. Because when Jazz gave the topic to us, he submitted as VTuber virtue signaling, and to me, I feel like Aurora's not that kind of person to virtue signal because she likes to walk the walk. All right. For what she says, she actually does give platforms to people who are for minorities in the VTuber community. She has used her platform. She has used her platform for those kinds of things, and I think she's done a lot of good for people who are not as heard, not as seen in the VTuber community. All right, she's pretty generous when it comes to her platform for making people heard. All right, that's why I don't think virtue signaling applies here because she is going to do what she says.
Real quick.
Now-
I feel like there's something I should bring up before you continue. By the way, just one little thing, because about this person in particular, because there was also a bit a while ago about a post that she made during the Hogwarts witch hunt, by the way, and there was a specific bit in there about how being doxxed. She's totally fine with people being doxxed who just want to play the video game. Ostracized and ousted as well, by the way. So that's that. There's a
All right. I'm gonna
context.
I'm
on
obviously
this
I'm obviously
person in
gonna I'm
general.
obviously gonna say I'm not okay with that. Obviously, all right. I'm gonna say I'm not okay with that. All right.
All right.
I'm not saying I fully agree. Okay, I support this person. I fully agree with
Yeah.
everything they say.
That's-
No, okay,
okay.
I got you.
Obviously,
As much as I get what you're saying, Jazz, that's not the topic at hand. Yeah.
yeah. It's
Alright.
I feel like that's kind of
Mouse isn't
that's a
endorsing
fact.
this person. He's just defending the current point.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Go ahead. My bad. Continue.
All right. Now, personally, Rosa, I don't know. I feel like when an Aurora means like hold people accountable, it's more of responsibility to your fellow human beings who are suffering in the world. You
To do
know,
what?
that's how I see it. Because let's be real, guys. Around the world, there are people suffering right now, and Aurora chose to make these kinds of issues known, specifically
Okay.
concentrating on these
These issues are major issues which are already known about. I don't need Aurora telling me about them. They're in the fucking
Yeah, you don't
news.
need it. You don't need it.
No
Other
one
people
does.
need it. Other people. Yes,
I
they
assure
do.
you,
All
there's
right.
not a single
all right.
fucking
Let me.
soul on Twitter that hasn't heard about it.
I mean, it's not just about that. It's also about making sure that politicians hear about it. That politicians know that their
Yes.
constituents want them to do things
I'm
about these things,
certain
right?
that politicians are watching VTuber Awards.
Listen,
I mean,
man.
and on that point, like, isn't that their job to know about it anyway?
Yes.
Like,
No.
isn't,
No.
like, knowing about these things, isn't that their job?
Here's guys. Let me continue. All right.
Sorry, go-
Politicians do what their constituents want, and if constituents want these certain things, politicians do have to listen, because you guys, we live in a fucking democracy, and
What?
people can participate in that democratic process, right?
Somewhat.
So if more people bring these issues to politicians, all right, then it's easier for politicians to try and find solutions to these kinds of things. Now, obviously, it's not perfect. It's not perfect government. It's not perfect process. But that's the whole reason why we have a democracy in the first place. So we have a chance for people to bring up these issues, like, hey, we care about this thing. It's not an activist job to provide solutions. It's an activist job to demand solutions from the people in power who are able to create solutions for these problems, all right? Because that's why I think, Rosa, that everything you said about, are you gonna give us the thing you said, you're gonna have a plan for the Palestine leader and stuff like that, or like what a free Palestine is gonna look. I think those are irrelevant. That's not the job of an activist. No, I'm just saying, it's not that they're irrelevant. I'm just saying it's not the job of an activist of the point you're trying to make. Because an activist is just supposed to make these problems more, it's give visibility to these problems so that people...
the people of a country care a lot about another country that has nothing to do with them, instead of the people in this country who are also having issues. Yeah, okay, cool.
Your tax money is going to Israel.
I know,
Let's be
and that
real.
fucking makes me want to kill myself, because it's going to Israel instead of my fucking hospitals.
And here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. And you can make it known to your press, to your fucking government that you want this to happen, that you don't want your...
Is the thing. Don't think they fucking know
guys,
that? Here's the thing about our government that I think you fail to understand. Our government doesn't have to do what we want them to do. Our government just has to get elected. Once people are elected, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. Now they hold the position.
Rosa, I think you've forgotten the lesson. You've forgotten the lesson of JoJo Part 5, bro. It's not about the results. It's about the process and doing the right thing.
This isn't the right thing anyway. The things that she's fucking vouching for.
If I may,
I mean, all right. Let's talk about the thing she's vouching for. All right.
Okay.
Let's talk about the thing she's vouching for. Let's say BLM and Palestine. All right.
Okay,
BLM.
I
will admit.
Sorry. So can I raise my hand on that one?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the most qualified to talk on that particular topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
BLM, go for it.
So with BLM, I am kind of incredibly sick of hearing about BLM, and for many reasons, right? Mostly because a lot of BLM and the thoughts behind it are kind of bullshit. Like the actual BLM organization, right? It came out like earlier this year that like 2/3 of all the donations and such they were taking that are supposed to be helping the black community were going towards mansions and sports cars and bullshit, right? Like fuck the BLM organization. They're a bunch of they're race grifting assholes, right?
The
owner and BLM in general.
The owner spent one of the things that they filed as like a tax write-off, as an expense, was that they spent, I think it was like $800,000 on security, and the money was sent to the cousin of the owner of the BLM movement.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Like, not just the organization, but the movement itself focuses on all the wrong shit, right? It's always like blaming white people for everything, blaming cops for everything, when the vast majority of the shit that's hurting the black community is the black community, right? Like you are so much more likely to be killed by another black, like a young black man is more likely to get killed by another young black man than a cop. Hell, you're more likely to get struck by fucking lightning than be killed by a cop. That's how the numbers are actually panning out, right? The fact that like the what's it called, the culture of black people is the problem, right? Kids are growing up with like the gangster rap. They're not getting proper educations. I saw a video the other day. Some asshole had like a kid's birthday party, and his son's holding a gun, and the kid's like a fucking, like, he looks like a 5-year-old or something, right? He's got kids dancing around, waving a gun through the air, and it looks like a real ass gun too. Like, you know, and like, it's just like, so there's no focus on what actually matters, what is actually going to solve the problems of the black community. It's all just blaming it on white people and bullshit.
If that
right?
money
like,
went into like schools, right? Like if I saw improvement in the ghetto that I grew up in, right, as a result of that money, I wouldn't have any sort of problem.
Yeah, here's the thing. I get it.
Else.
No,
BLM, like
here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Oh. I no. But like, yeah, but my long short of it is, last sentence, I can't fucking, like, as a concept, yes, of course, Black Lives Matter. As an organization and a movement, fuck it, it's garbage, it's stupid, it makes no fucking sense.
All right,
It's not actually working towards solving the problems.
Usually when I hear people talking about BLM online, they're talking more about the message it means rather than like the organization itself. Like, I get the fact that the organization. All right.
Again, as a black person, I can't, from what I've seen of BLM as a black person, I can't disagree with that statement.
I kind of feel for Rosa's point where, like, if the money went into schools, right? If the money went into like making things better economically, when things are better economically, things are just better in general.
Yeah.
With regards to like everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's definitely, you know, what needs to happen because like the environment that people grow up in will always shape them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously. And when I think of BLM,
mm-hmm.
the fact is too, I don't think racism is over in America.
Well, no, of course racism not over. Of course, racism. Well, I mean, okay, no, racism. Well,
all right, Ginny,
I don't believe it's as much of a problem as people make it out to be these days. Right?
Are you sure?
I don't think it's as, because like there are black people who will like say everything is racism.
Traditional
and it's
racism
hyper prevalent.
Versus blacks, that does no longer exist in America. The
I
idea
disagree.
of
Some
institutional
stupid asshole.
racism where you have some sort of magical disadvantage because of the fact that you're black, that doesn't fucking exist. You have a disadvantage because you're poor, not because you're black. That's not why you're special.
There's poor white people too.
You have a disadvantage
But
because you're poor.
Miles, let me put this in
Cuban
perspective for you.
Yeah, but
is
why?
the perfect. Alex, hold on. Before you go say,
Okay.
but white people have blah 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 blah. There is no better example of how much easier it is to make money in the U.S. compared to other like countries, and how much the work ethic and the effort that you put into like doing this shit matters than Cuban people. Because black people in this country grew up in a house or an apartment or whatever the fuck, right? Cuban person shows up and they have nothing. They buy a used car for a couple $100 if they're lucky, if they can get a loan, and they fucking live in their car. And they find a job and they start from literally nothing and work their way up. And guess what? The predominant like ownership of anything near Miami is Cuban people. We didn't have anything when we got here. We weren't given homes. We weren't given nothing. We just showed up, figured it out, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear but like I don't have opportunities because I'm poor. That is bullshit. On the contrary, our country is so fucking retarded that even though some of you fuckers aren't even qualified, we specifically cut out other people's opportunity to get into things to give them to you. So I don't want to fucking hear it. Our country does have a problem with racism, but it's not towards black people. It's towards white people.
Yeah, and the example I would give, of course, is the whole what's it called, affirmative action that was in colleges until not too long ago, right?
Yeah.
Like black and Mexican people could get in on much lower scores than white people, and white people could get on lower scores than Asian people who had to like score even higher for some reason, even though Asians are technically a minority in the U.S. too. But
Yep.
but I guess they have to reach a higher standard. We forget the fact that they are minorities because a lot of Asian people will end up out earning like white people in the U.S. Like
Yeah.
Asians are crushing it so hard that they somehow lost their fucking minority status, even though they're still minorities technically.
I
Like,
think they're a smaller
it's so ass
Asians are a
ass
smaller
backwards.
minority than all the other ones as well. They're a smaller group.
It's so ass backwards. It's
And
unbelievable.
so
Bro,
again, like this is the proof. It's not about
here's-
what race you are. It's not a racist thing. It's a classist thing. Our country has a classism problem. The middle
And a
class
cultu-
doesn't
and a
fucking
cultural
exist
thing.
anymore.
And a cultural.
I mean, okay. I'll agree. I'll agree that classism is a really big problem. But you can't just tell me that a country that's built on racist institution, everything just goes away in a few years after Martin Luther King Jr. Comes up and says, "I have a dream."
It's not a few years. It's been, my guy. It's been fucking long.
It's
been
not
decades
been
and
long. And
decades at this
it's not been long enough, bro.
It's
Like
been
these things have been.
It's been almost a century. And again,
Miles.
I'm sorry, but you don't live here. Like, shut the fuck up. Our fucking systems, our institutions, however the fuck they were built, have been so fucking rewired that it is in the favor of black people.
All right, fine.
Like,
I don't need to talk
legitimately.
about. I don't need to talk about America. I don't need to talk about America. I'll talk about the Philippines, right?
I'm sure
Okay,
in the
fine.
Philippines it's not the same, but I'm telling you how it is here. Right? In the country that was
I mean-
supposedly built off racism, which, by the
Since-
way,
I mean, since-
slaves that we bought from the blacks.
That is
All right,
as well.
since we're talking about racism as a general topic, I can talk about the Philippines then, where it seems like
Go
people
for
who are light skinned are actually treated better.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's,
That sounds fucked up.
Horrible.
You should do something about that.
yeah.
Yeah, we should. Should, but there's not.
I don't know, man. Like, how does that link
Yeah, we
back
should.
To the topic of like being
It's
an activist?
the thing though. If people have an idea that racism still exists, even if their ideas are different, I still think they should be heard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I
But,
don't know,
like-
man. I think
I still think they
heard.
should be heard.
I think they should be heard up until the point where they're demanding to be treated special. At which case, it's just like, well, fuck off.
Yeah, but I would like to circle back to.
I mean,
something in
like
chat room.
even talking about like you said like it's a classist problem where like
Mm-hmm.
predominantly where black people are there, it's like not very affluent compared to other places in the country, right?
Bro, black ghettos aren't the only ghettos.
Yeah, there's.
Well, yeah,
there's a lot of
obviously.
together.
They're just the worst
Well,
ones
obviously.
because they're fucking.
And
They're lazy.
Yeah, and I will say it's like, and it's not even like just black, all black, right? Because you were telling me.
I
the
don't know.
story a while ago.
It's like expecting
Haitians?
people to
Yeah.
succeed. It's like
Haitians?
expecting
Okay,
people to
hang on. Okay, full timeout for a second. I'm gonna need us to stop like talking into each other when we're in the middle of a sentence. Cool? Good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. But Rosa, you were telling me about how you were talking about the
Haitians.
Haitians and the American blacks and how they just could not, like, they're both black, but they couldn't get
Yep.
along because Haitians came in with a different Haitian culture than the
Haitians work
American
hard.
black culture. It's a very different thing. And I'm just gonna say it, Miles, as a black guy who's lived in America his whole life. I was born in California. I've lived here the entire my existence, and I've lived a pretty fucking good life because my mom and my dad worked hard, and you know, I had plenty of great opportunities. I got to go to expensive colleges and whatnot. Like it is just a cultural thing at the end of the day. Like the skin color really doesn't matter all that much. In fact, if anything, my skin color was a boon to me because again, like affirmative action was a thing not too long ago, and I was a shit student. I got shit grades in high school, and I still managed to go to a pretty nice college. And I wouldn't doubt that like affirmative action has something to do with that because I probably didn't actually like fully earn my way into that college. But before we get into like the giant geopolitical conversation, I would like to point out something very pertinent. I think that Snake Dude for Life said, and his comment is: when you go out to a restaurant, does the waiter stop you to remind you about starving children in Africa? No, that's not what you're there for. So I think there is something to be said about the fact that we as streamers are entertainers, right? And before what we want is always what the audience wants. We're working to build an audience, to build a platform, and that's like that. The way you do that is by giving the audience what they want. Now, audiences who watch digital Muppets flop around on the screen, whether they got the giant tits or they tell funny jokes and talk about feet or whatever stupid joke, like whatever. Like, I don't think those are the same kind of people who are showing up because they want to hear about our geopolitical fucking
Well,
opinions
I mean,
and stuff, right?
here's the thing,
So
though,
it's like,
Jazz.
it's like, yeah, we're entertainers. It's not really what we're supposed to be. That's not what we're supposed to be. So I
Here's the
don't know.
thing. Here's the thing, though, Jazz. Like VTubing is a medium. It's not like it's a format, right?
Yeah.
And the content that you make can vary wildly. There are also political streamers, you know that, right?
I agree
Oh, absolutely.
with you.
But those
as
those people
someone
are in
someone
that
who's
in that
currently
niche.
on this podcast talking about this very thing, I agree with you. But here's the thing: the award show isn't Aurora's stream.
That is
I
true.
mean, yeah, but it's a platform where people are usually traditionally for award shows. When you give a speech, you're allowed to talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of the problem too. Like I don't really.
That's
give a shit.
that is the culture of award shows.
No, I get it.
I've
but,
seen
like,
celebrities, guys,
She
listen.
can-
I've seen celebrities that like talk about the causes that they're passionate about.
That's
All
fine.
right.
That's fine.
So why can't she
You know
talk
what?
about hers?
Hold on. I think you're mistaking something. I'm not saying she can't. I absolutely think she can. But I also think I'm allowed to criticize her and call her a fucking moron for that. And everyone's allowed to fucking hate it, because they're going to. And them hating it isn't gonna make them somehow anti-whatever the fuck, or racist, or etc. They're just not there for that.
They don't have to be there for that. I don't think she's aiming for that kind of audience anyway. Like those people, if you hate it, then fuck off.
They're there for the
I mean,
award show.
Obviously, she's not gonna change your mind. There's
it's
the
like
block and the mute function there for a reason for the people who will get affected by the message, who will think, hey, maybe I can do something to help out. You know, there are people there getting bombed. Maybe I can do something to help out. Isn't that a good thing?
I mean, I suppose it just
Like if I go, like you guys help me with my charity, right? You guys help me with
Right.
Hunger Free Philippines.
yeah.
Okay.
I can say that it's a political thing too. These fucking politicians are not feeding the people of the country. People are going hungry. They're living on less than $100 a month. Fuck, less than $100 every 2 months.
That's a
If I want to talk about,
clear, like, it's clear where the issue lies there, right? I think we can agree.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean,
Are any of
the
us
method.
here well
here's the thing,
enough
though.
in geopolitics to be clear on what the issue is
I
over
told-
in Palestine?
Here's the thing, though, Jenny.
sure
I told
she's
you
not.
that doesn't matter. What matters is there's a problem, and we want people who have power to fix it. Our job in a democratic society is to tell these people in power, hey, we want this,
Okay. And by all means, you can
right?
go ahead.
If you guys don't agree with her wanting to help people
I'm
there,
going to use my power as a person of the United States to tell my government that I don't want them to do anything with fucking Palestine. As a matter of fact, I want them to help the people here. That's what I'm gonna tell the
Alright.
politicians when I speak.
all right, good. Then make sure the government doesn't give weapons to Israel then,
I would love that.
because that's what's happening right now.
I would love for them to stop doing that.
And there you go.
I wish they would stop giving weapons to Israel. I wish they would stop sending fucking billions of dollars to Ukraine. I wish they would stop sending money outside of this fucking country. And then maybe, I don't know, do what fucking BLM was supposed to do and put that money into the ghettos. I would fucking love that.
So, are you gonna do something about it?
Like what? Bitch at people in power that don't listen or don't care, and they know they're not gonna do it. It's not
I
gonna
told
get
you,
them
man.
votes.
It's not about the fucking result. It's about the process.
I don't have. I think you're much more like what's what I'm looking for?
Idealistic.
That's
bit, yeah.
I wasn't say optimistic. Not necessarily
That-
idealistic. 'Cause
well,
I don't
Yeah. In this context, it might mean more or less the same thing.
kind of, but I would say
It's-
optimistic person than I am, right? Which is fair.
Yeah.
You're absolutely allowed to be that way.
Absolutely.
But personally, I think when I think about doing the good thing, and like whenever you guys look at the charities that I support, right? They're usually pretty small. They're usually not like trying to solve some major world issue or some, trying to solve some major thing.
Just help out where you can, sort of thing.
The charities I've supported thus far have both been charities that just give video games to kids that are in hospitals. Is that gonna cure their stuff? No. Like, I don't feel like putting money towards something that is not going to, directly make a huge difference, or might not make a huge difference, right? I don't like putting my money into gambles. But you know what I can guarantee? That some kid somewhere out there is playing a video game right now because I ran a charity event, right? It's not a whole lot, but it's legitimate. Like, I am 100% certain this is happening, right? Something good, however small, happened, right? I would rather spend all my time doing lots of little things that I can make 100% certain are going to do something good for somebody out there than waste my time fucking trying to solve an issue that I can't solve, and there's no guarantee that my government can either.
Yeah. I know. I think it's still worth trying. Maybe that's the difference between us.
Yeah, and that's valid.
For me, I still think it's worth trying. It's worth going the distance for.
I still think that she's preaching to the wrong audience here. We're talking about people who watch anime puppets online.
I mean, it doesn't matter. People who, as I said, it doesn't matter if people who will hate on it can just fuck off. The message isn't for them anyway, since they're not gonna receive it.
Oh man, it's funny you say that.
Longer than a Joe Rogan podcast, we're not as old as Joe Rogan. We have more stamina. Except for Jazz. Jazz is old. He's like 60.
That mentality will certainly get you somewhere. I'm distinctly reminded, because people were talking about the Marvels recently, right? And
it's like, yeah. Go ahead.
Talking about the Marvels recently, and it's and how like it's eating shit and all that, and they went back and there was I think it was an online news thing that went under recently called Jezebel, I think is what it was called. But they were talking about like Charlie's Angels reboot they were doing a while back, and one of the when the movie was first coming out, the title, the headline was like straight white cis men stay home. This movie's not for you or whatever, right? And then 6 months later, same website comes out with an article after the movie bomb saying, "Why aren't men going to see the new Charlie's Angels movie?" And it's like I get that you want to make the world a better place, but you gotta keep in mind your audience and your platform and what exactly these things like cater to, right? If you don't have the
message consistent.
that too. If you're just like going at an audience that probably isn't like bothered, at least in that moment. Like, I'm not saying these people aren't ever going to be receptive to these messages, but you have to understand who you are, what role you're filling. And as on the grand majority, us streamers, we fill the entertainment role. And most of the time we're just playing fucking video games and telling fart jokes and whatever the shit, right? So if we just all of a sudden switch it up on people, the reaction's probably going to be pretty negative. And as we saw from her post, what's her name?
I mean, what if I tell you that everything we do is political?
Aurora, that one, yeah. Aurora, like
I mean, what if I tell you that everything we do is some form of politics?
Man, yeah, I sure love when I go and I stream Dark Souls 2 with one hand with my feet out on the fucking table, and then that gets someone votes. I love when that happens.
No, it's not about that. I mean, not just about that kind of politics. I mean, because politics is just basically when it comes to social dynamics between humans.
I just
there's always going to be a deeper meaning behind everything we do.
I suppose, but I am more for the fact that it's like, again, the reason she wants to talk about these issues is because there are massive issues. Like they're world, like this is world news all over the place.
Yeah.
Right? People know about all of these things already, and they're hearing about all of them constantly from every news network, every news podcast. Like, people are very well aware of all the shit that's happening, right? But I feel like there's got to be places where people can escape it. Right? Like, people are so down on escapism these days, but people really do need that. When you're the kind of person who was like Rosa, doing her manager job 5 days a week, working shit hours, and also having to be on call the other 3 days.
Dude, if I was still a fucking Gamestop manager and we were having this conversation, I would have gotten this stream canceled ages.
That's what I mean. It's like people
because the amount of the tiniest amount of fucks that I gave back then.
Yeah, I can imagine. But let me finish my thought here. People just need places where they can escape all of it, where they can just watch somebody play a video game and tell stupid jokes and whatever, and not have to think about all of this stuff all the time because it's already coming at them constantly. Every time they look at a TV bulletin on the news, like a news thing, you know, it's just like it's always there. Of course, you want to talk about it because it's constant.
Alright.
That's
Yeah.
So my thought is maybe some of us can just be entertainers. Right? That's all
I will put
want
it
to be.
this
I wanna
way.
be-
I will
want
put it.
some
I will
place
put
people
this
can come to
way.
relax.
I'm
The
gonna
only
send
way
Miles on
people
this.
are, the only way people can ever escape, is if we're if you go to the moon, Jazz. That's the only form of escapism you'll find in real life.
That's a sad thought to me.
That's just how it is. Well, it's not a sad thought to me because I know
I'm
because
not
to
gonna
me,
get Miles on this.
Okay.
all right.
well.
Because we're
Alright, Miles,
always
you
just gonna
finish,
be
then
we're
Leslie,
always
you
just
finish.
gonna we're always gonna be part of society. Put it on Joker face. All right.
Oh, for
Anyway,
God's sake.
that's just how it is.
Hmm.
And there's no escaping that. No matter how hard you try, something's
Fine.
always going to. Yeah.
So, to what Jazz said, yes, there absolutely does need to be some form of escapism. And those places are gonna exist regardless of what the fuck Aurora says during a fucking, like, VTuber award show. The escapism places
Sure.
will still exist. Right?
That's
Just
that's
maybe,
true, that's
you know, you want escapism, maybe don't go to a fucking award show full of streamers that you don't know. Plain and simple. Right? Streamer of the year might straight up be a fucking political streamer. Right? Can you imagine if I won
guess that's
streamer
fair.
of, like some major streaming award? I'm not gonna talk about some political shit up on stream. But like that would piss off a lot of people, right? Like a lot of people their whole like worldview and their happiness would plummet. But hey, that being said, over on Miles' side, the idea that there is no such thing as escapism, and no matter what, you're stuck in this, you know, thing, I disagree. When I used to go to work, I wouldn't turn on the news. I would come home, I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd play video games with my friends. And that was my fucking day. So I strongly disagree. And which president, I wouldn't vote. Because no matter
It's not
what president
it's not a political
wins,
thing.
right? No matter what political bullshit happens in the world, I'm still gonna be poor. So, again, you absolutely can have escapism if you really, really want it. And at the end of the day, all of the nonsense in the world does not have to affect you. You can choose to care, absolutely. And you could choose to put time and effort into it. But if you really, really want to not care, and just kind of turn a blind eye to everything else happening in the world, which it's not going to affect you anyway if you don't look. You absolutely can. You do not have to go to the moon. You just have to keep your fucking... You just have to stay in your lane. That's all you have to do.
For me, I just don't think I
Well,
can live my life that way, Jenny.
That's all you have to do unless some fucking asshole fucking activist says you're going to block the road.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good
well,
thing. It's a good thing. This fucking activist thing is something that you can avoid, isn't it?
I suppose
Yep,
so, eh?
it's a good thing this
Right?
particular
She's not
activist-
blocking the road.
Yep.
She's not blocking the road.
Yep, which is why I don't have that big of an issue with this.
Alright, so at the end of the day,
I
I
think she's a
suppose
fucking
what we can
idiot
do...
and a fucking imbecile and extremely ignorant, but I don't have a problem with this. Yeah, go ahead. She's absolutely
end of
allowed
the
to
day,
do
I
it,
suppose-
as long as I'm allowed to criticize.
All we can do is agree to disagree on this one, it seems.
Yeah.
I mean, we're
Which I
agreeing,
suppose
though.
it is what it is. Yeah. Agreeing to
What?
disagree.
No, like me and Miles are like agreeing though. Like, well, we're not
About what?
agreeing on. Well, we're agreeing on the fact that she's allowed
Well-
to have that platform and talk about it.
Yeah, oh yeah,
I agree with them.
I'd agree with that too. Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
Yeah, she's
We
absolutely.
just
allowed to
disagree
talk
on.
about that.
We just
Which-
disagree on whether the platform is right or not.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't care, then why post at all?
Well, because I. What do you mean by that? Like, define that.
Why would you? Why would?
I think he
No,
means
if
your
you didn't
reply.
give a
Why go out
shit,
of my
then
way
why?
to make a
Yeah.
post calling her out, and because what she's saying is ignorant and stupid. She's allowed to go say all she wants, but I'm also allowed to criticize that decision.
I don't think it's ignorant and stupid.
I think I'm allowed to use the same way she's allowed to use her platform to talk about whatever she wants. I'm allowed to use my platform to make people aware that what she is saying is fucking dumb. And why? That's what I
I mean,
believe.
fair enough.
Yeah,
I can use my platform to say what you're saying is fucking dumb too. I've done it before.
Yes, you can.
Fair enough.
I've done it before.
Yes, you can.
And may do it again. But at the end of the day, we're all still gonna be friends.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
important thing.
Yeah.
So you guys want to play Fortnite?
I mean,
fuck
kind
no.
of, kind of, yeah. Honestly, I do. But before we get into all that, why don't we get into some viewer questions and wrap this stream up, huh?
Oh yeah. let me
How
go
long
check
been
this out.
going?
Rosa, we've been going for like 5 hours, probably close to 6 now. But we're wrapping it up here.
Have
to
we?
the viewer questions. Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
5 hours on the stream. Yeah.
Oh, that's what we got.
I mean, hey, it's been a fun podcast though. Honestly, this is kind of
Honestly,
fun.
yes.
We should do this more often.
Okay.
What do you got? What do you
Yeah,
guys
we're
think?
doing it once every 2 weeks, Jazz. That's pretty often.
But what do you guys think though? What do you guys think of our first podcast experience?
I think it's fun.
I'm having fun. I'm not gonna lie. I expected you two to argue more than me and Miles. But no, like I guess this is
I
exactly
guess-
what we expected to begin with, though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is basically what I expected to begin with. I know chat's siding against me because most of them are Rosa viewers. All right, that's
Yeah,
fair.
and
You guys
that's
can
fine.
think what you want.
That's fine. Yeah,
That's
don't
fine.
let that bring you down. Like that doesn't take any like validity
Yeah.
from what you're saying.
Absolutely not. And hey, as this podcast,
Don't worry,
keeps
I'll grow
going,
my
I'm sure
audience here
we'll-
too, guys. We'll have
we'll
wars
attract
in the
some people
comment
here.
section.
That's
Don't worry.
That's gonna be fun.
There'll be
that is gonna be
there'll be
fun.
fire fucking fights in the comment sections, guys. Don't worry.
That's gonna be fucking
But
fun.
hey, chat, try and keep it civil though.
Yes.
Yeah, we're all friends here. We're all at the end of the day,
No-
we're all
no
friends.
slurs. All right. Slurs are only for the Discord.
Oh my god.
Here. Okay, so what do we got in the questions, Rosa?
Okay.
what questions
First
we
one
got?
is from Nogo, who asks,
Mhm.
"Are Korean Asian Cubans? North are
What?
from the island, and South is in Florida."
Huh?
Wait.
He's
Wait, what was the
comparing
per-
North Korea to Cuba, and South Korea to South Florida.
That's not even close.
I don't think so. No.
That's not even close to being.
Koreans are-
I can't even weigh in on this one.
Yeah,
you
no.
guys got
As far as like wanting to leave North Korea, right? Compared, I guess that's kind of similar to like Cubans. But no, they're quite different in quite a lot of ways, especially culturally. For example, Koreans really value beauty, right? They have a whole society
They
around
do.
that, and like they're really big on like
Plastic surgery.
plastic surgery and stuff like
and
that.
stuff.
Like they have a big culture around beauty and stuff like that, which is really cool.
Mm.
Cubans just like anything. Cubans will fuck a tree or a pig. Alright? Like, Cubans don't really care. Cubans don't really have standards. That's the main difference, actually. Also, we don't eat spicy food. We don't like spicy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's. I guess that. I hope that.
I know. Rosa makes a lot of comparisons between the Asian and Latino communities, but we have our differences.
Yeah.
I'm not Korean, but I get the Asian mentality that it's pretty different.
Mm-hmm. Haven says, "I'm here to rescue the fleshy from the VTubers." Jazz, they're here to take you away.
Don't worry. I'm doing just fine here. I'm okay.
Fucking
Plus,
Jazz, the referee, stopping me
I
and
think,
Rosa.
I, think I might be needed here still. I think I'm needed. This might get too violent if I'm not here.
I
If the
would
TV
never.
isn't here to separate these
I would never punch Miles. I love Miles. I would yell at Miles.
Yeah, I love Rosa too.
I also
I would yell at Rosa.
I also wouldn't insult Miles. I think Miles is one of like the most intelligent people I know.
two. Mm.
Like Miles is absolutely my favorite leftist.
Yeah. Honestly,
Amazing.
I thought I was a real idealist, and then I met Miles, and I just want to protect him. 'Cause it's just
Yeah.
precious.
Did-
It's precious.
Yeah, you have to also remember like Miles is like a very like positive like person. He's very
sure.
like idealistic positive versus I'm a positive nihilist person. So
I wish I was more like you, Miles. Honestly, I wish I could. I
I mean-
want to be more like you.
yeah,
God, you're gonna
like-
break me and
I u-
flip
I
my
u- I-
ego.
I
Don't
u-
say those things.
I used to be more like you, man. I wish I could. I
Yeah.
still could be.
Miles
Honestly-
is a lot more like optimistic versus I'm a lot more nihilistic,
I used
and so
alright. I
that's-
used to be
that's where a lot of our mentalities clash mainly. I'd say.
I used to be a pessimistic son of a gun. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh, so we inverted, I guess.
Yeah, but as I grew up,
I wouldn't call myself pessimistic. I'd say I'm more realistic is where I'm at right now.
all right, I used to be like a lot more cynical, a lot more like stuff like that. But I don't know what point things changed for me.
Hmm.
I think it's when I left university.
well.
Yeah. I think it's when I left university that I became a lot more positive.
Do you guys know what
Fair.
positive nihilism is?
No. Not
So-
exactly.
Nihilism is the rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that everything in his life is meaningless, right? So it's the idea that nothing actually really matters, right?
Right.
That's what nihilism is.
Yeah.
It's a very negative outlook on the world, typically. Typically associated with depression.
Mm.
My mentality is a positive nihilistic mentality, which is the idea that, and again, nothing matters, and at the end of the day, we're all, after we all die, it's nothing. Nothing matters, genuinely, right? But I like that. I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. It makes me feel safe and content.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, if life has no meaning, you can kind of just make one of your own, right?
Yeah. But anyway.
I mean, that's also my point of view. I just take it
True.
in
Yeah, I
a
think
different
I'll be
direction. The way I give life meaning is for me. I want to be able to help others.
That's good.
That's
I'm pretty
my-
sure
that's-
I'm pretty sure
that's the way
we all do.
Meanwhile,
sure we all do
in my
100%.
mentality, right, my view on life is basically that it is simply a form of existence you get to experience for a little bit. So you really should just enjoy it as much as you can while you have it. Find as much entertainment from it, especially. Right? And that's why, I value entertainment so much, more so than, even health. But, and, at the end of the day, you're gonna die, nothing's gonna matter, so after you're gone, you're not gonna care about what you leave behind.
There's actually
I
there's
don't
also
bother, major stuff.
there's actually a school of thought for that. It's called Epicureanism.
But what?
That's a word I had not heard before.
It's you guys ever heard the phrase "eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die"?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's an Epicurean. It's like an ancient Greek philosophy.
Checks
Kind
out,
of
yeah.
Living the fullest sort of thing. What's that fucking cringe ass saying they used to always say? Fuck, what was it? Wow, I'm so
If only we had
YOLO.
Google.
That YOLO, yeah. You
Oh,
only
that
live
one?
once. Fucking YOLO, yeah. You only live
YOLO?
once.
Yeah.
That's stupid
That's-
shit. Oh man, there's so many people who regret that tattoo now.
All right. I mean, listen.
The
If we're
yellow
going old
tattoos,
school,
man.
if we're going old school, we don't call it YOLO. We call it Carpe Diem.
Oh, see,
Oh,
see
no.
the fish?
That's the Roman. That's Latin,
Yeah,
bro.
okay. All right, fair.
All right, guys. I studied philosophy in university. All right, I'm gonna use it. All right, motherfuckers. I'm not gonna
So-
use this degree for nothing.
Yeah.
I don't,
How
I don't
how
believe
did
in
that
that
how
sort
did
of
that go?
mentality, the no regrets mentality. I sign up because there's the thing, right? Yes, you only live once, but if you do something stupid and you ruin it, and then you have to live with it for the rest of your fucking life because you're a fucking coward and you won't kill yourself,
Oh,
then what the fuck are
Jesus.
you doing? Right? That's not. The rest of it sucks. You want the majority of your life to be relatively entertaining, right? You want to have as much experiences as possible. Not just bad, or not just good, but also some bad, just for, the shits and giggles, right? You only really get to experience it once. And so, but for the most part, you want it to be tolerable. You don't want to be miserable. Because I don't see any value in living life in misery. But anyway, Asta asked, how much for Miles and Jazz to start doing feet gotcha as well?
You don't want to see my feet are
I
hairy.
mean, I never plan on showing my
Fuck that.
face. Not gonna lie.
Whoa, he said things about face,
Or my-
feet.
I've never planned on showing any IRL body part ever.
Fair enough. But me, I just don't think you guys want to see my fucking feet. I forget to clip
I
my
don't-
toenails sometimes.
guys,
I got
don't-
hair all over my fucking feet.
I
Like,
don't want to
you
break
wanna see
people's
it.
immersion, guys.
I mean,
Holy
Jazz-
crap!
Oh,
Imagine.
whatever. Who cares?
I mean, Jazz,
You're
just
t-
shave.
you're t-
Miles is saying that, by the way, to a literal face camera.
I have never once in my life shaved my legs, and yeah, I couldn't give a shit last Miles. I'm a hybrid streamer. I don't fucking care.
hey,
Also, I just
some
don't
people
want
are
to.
into the hairy footsies, though. You know?
I guess. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. If
So,
If that'll
so,
help,
$1,000
Miles-
and Jazz will do it.
Miles
If
said
that'll
no,
help-
plain and simple.
If that'll help
Jazz,
my
how about
birthday
you?
donathon, I will do that. Sure.
For how much?
What's up? For how much? You guys have to. you guys have to figure that out.
$1,000.
I'm gonna start planning it in December. I need you guys to help me plan out the birthday donathon and what I need to put on the goals.
You want me to help you with
I'm going hard for this one. I'm trying to get to 2,000 to pay for Spark 2.0.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna need help figuring out what the fuck I can do. Mostly like everything up to that point. Hopefully not like something that costs money, so I can actually put all the money towards
And
the
Yep.
model.
Bro, people
Yeah.
people like planning 2.0s, and here I am planning to live and die by Bond's model.
I mean that's totally fair. That's totally fair. But because like Piro's been talking about doing a 2.0. They've been working on some. They've been up in their game both in art and rigging. So it's like, oh fuck yeah, I really want to actually go in on that. But yeah, that's my plan. So I'm gonna need some help making a plan for that. And I know you two have experience, so I'm gonna need you two to help
Okay.
me out on what to do for the birthday donathon. But yeah,
$1,000
so, yeah.
in Parcho's feet, guys.
You know what? What I was gonna do for 1,000, I was that my initial plan for 1,000 is like, okay, you guys put 1,000 in. I will reveal my secret brony history, all of it. The
That's
role-playing,
fucking major.
the role playing, the song covers I did way back when. I'll reveal everything.
What?
We get to 1,000, I will do all of it.
Right. Wait, Rosa, did you know
you
about this? Rosa, did you know about this?
Hold on. I knew that Jazz had a brony history.
Yeah.
I didn't.
We never talked in depth about it. I just knew that he did
Yeah,
like
there's-
brony like role play and like
It was like a
yeah,
decade.
brony history.
and
Yeah.
art. There was art. There was commissioned art of the characters that I could share. I could do the whole thing.
Man.
There was
That's the
cutie
2,000
marks.
goal. That's the 2,000 goal, Jazz. That's the 2,000.
Yeah?
I'm telling you
Yeah.
right now. That's the 2,000 goal. That is gold right there. All right. I wish
All
I
right.
had
Well,
some
well,
like secret past I could be like, haha, look at all these treasures from a forgotten era. Like, no.
Don't you? Don't you?
No, I wasn't on the internet.
I mean, I think there's some stuff you could share with chat that would be very interesting.
Oh,
that
yeah,
they don't
but,
quite
like-
know about yet.
But like,
Okay,
but like,
yeah.
we need to get the stuff for that first.
Sure. You know, I can see Jazz being a brony. Of course you could, King. Okay. But yeah, that was my plan. So you know what? If you think that's be the 2,000, sure. But then we still need something for 1,000, so we got to figure it out.
Okay.
All right, but
Okay.
we'll talk about that later. What's the next question?
Are we having highlights for each episode?
Highlights? If we do, I don't know because I don't have time to go back through the whole fucking thing and try to find highlights. So
I have to be the one to edit. Honestly, maybe I'll just I just like cut out sections
Steer
instead of
that,
editing
Miles.
anything.
that'd be fine. If you cut out some sections, and that would be great, Miles. If you could help us out,
We can cut out
getting
some
some clip. If we can get some
uh,
clips of this podcast out, I think it would help. Absolutely.
If
Put 'em
okay,
up
hear
on
me
Not-
out.
TikTok and
Hold on,
whatnot.
hear me out.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
will say just for the sake of your time not like, being properly, reflected in any sort of gain. I would say maybe instead of doing like highlight videos, just do fucking shorts. The algorithm's gonna pick
shorts,
them up
little
better, and it'll
clips.
actually help grow the channel and stuff.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start paying Miles for shorts again soon, so that's gonna be fun as well.
Yeah.
For, like, my
Yay,
channel.
money.
I wonder if maybe we can find a way to like monetize this before actually hitting monetization. It's gonna be a while before we hit monetization on this channel.
We
think the
could.
best-
We could.
Maybe a
set up
Patreon
set up-
or a Ko-Fi, but like I don't know
I
what
was gonna
rewards
say,
we
we
would give.
set up a tip jar as for a Patreon. I say if we're gonna do a coffee or a Patreon like a tip jar thing, then it should just be a tip jar first and foremost.
Yep.
And then as we get traction on
I
this,
think
if
we
we
should
get
just make
traction
a
on the
tip
channel,
jar and
then
then
we
use
can
the-
start.
Then
yeah.
we're gonna use the tip jar to pay Miles to do shorts because I don't want him to do them for free.
Yeah, that'll work.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
That'll work.
Okay, bet.
Okay. Any other questions?
Don't worry. Wow, I can
awesome.
edit them any way I want. That's a lot of power you're giving me, Rosa.
Do it.
You can edit mine however you want. You know that.
Yeah, just put a Hitler sash on Rosa.
Oh man. Oh man.
I can make myself look good and Rosa look wrong. Okay.
That's fine.
You can literally
You are
can
fully
literally
allowed to
do
that.
you can literally do I'm right and you're wrong. Look, I made this meme of me as the Chad and you as the soy Jack.
You can. You absolutely
Obviously,
can.
obviously, I have more fucking integrity than that, guys. Let's be real.
Hey. I think it would be funny because it would get the show more traction. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you should
Probably,
do that.
yeah. Like you and Rosa arguing might actually become like a draw for this podcast. That might like for real become like a podcast like highlight that people come and watch it for.
It's like, hey, look at this leftist owning this dirty Nazi ridoid on this podcast.
we haven't even
The Chad leftist.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I would cringe too. No, that would make me cringe way too hard, Rosa. There's no way.
All right. We'll look into that later. All right. Any other
Random
questions?
censors when Rosa speaks as if she's always swearing like she did. Just,
fucking play both sides of the equation for the.
Oh yeah, just
do bleeps at random moments. Like if I ever say like a word like oh yes, I don't want to help them. Just bleep out them and then put like a little side that says like Rosa said a N slur here. It's just like
oh no.
people look at the uncensored version. It's like no, she didn't.
Oh man, fucking Jesus. All right, come on. Next question. Let's get through the questions.
What's your favorite one from the big three of anime? Naruto, Bleach, or Naruto Shippuden?
What the fuck?
What?
Naruto in there twice.
Who made that question? Who did it? Is it
Asta.
anonymous?
This was asked.
Asta, you piece of shit.
Wait, because
This
it
was
should be
Asta.
One Piece, right? It should be One Piece, right? Is the other of those three?
No, it's Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it should be.
No, it's
No, Dragon Ball's
Shut up.
before.
No.
Shut,
Piece is trash.
shut the fuck up, Rosa. Get out
Doesn't
of
belong
here.
there.
I don't want to hear
Okay,
it.
because there's an old school big three and then there's like a new school big three, and I think the ones
Yeah,
asked
the
were
old
like
school.
new school
Yeah,
big
the
three.
old school was One Piece, Naruto, Bleach. For me, it's Bleach.
I think I'll swing towards One Piece now, honestly, because I've been watching it and I've been enjoying it quite a bit. But
One Piece
I was
for
a
me.
I was a Naruto kid growing up though, so it's kind of hard.
I was not a Naruto kid. I did watch it like when I was older,
I
like
was on,
in college.
I was on, like Toonami and shit.
And I thought it was good. And then Shippuden happened.
I've been meaning to watch Naruto. My sisters got into Naruto like randomly on their own, and
Yeah.
I'm like, and they were like, oh my god, I've been watching Naruto. It's so good because like they've always like known me to be like the one that like introduced them to like anime and stuff like originally, and like Naruto's been around fucking forever. So I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. I really like this part. And I was just like, I haven't watched it. They're like, huh? You're old. Why haven't you watched Naruto? And I'm just like, well, fuck. I watched good anime, sorry. But like also like I've watched like clips of Naruto and the fights are really interesting and like they look really
Naruto's
cool.
good. Does it deserve like
I've heard Naruto's really good but has a lot of filler is the issue with the anime.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a way to watch it without the filler.
I also
There's a way
watched
to watch it
Bleach,
without the filler.
and every other season in Bleach was filler and I didn't mind. So
Yeah.
There's
I
a way
got
to
the
watch
story
Naruto
of
without the filler.
Is it by playing the Ultimate Ninja Storm games? Because that's what I did.
What
That's how I got the main story beats. Ninja Storm.
What is
took over the
wrong
main
with
story.
you?
What? It worked.
Okay,
I got
hold on,
past all the
hold on.
filler and got the main
Hold on.
story beats. Like,
Hold on,
what do you want
hold
from
on.
me? Yeah.
I just want to say, I love that you're saying that.
Mhm.
So originally, how I got into Dragon Ball, right,
Mhm.
was I had a friend who really, really liked Dragon,
Mm.
right, and his parents wouldn't let him watch Dragon Ball at home because it's violent.
Mm.
So he would come to my house, we'd hang out, and he'd be like watching Dragon Ball, right? Like be like,
Mhm,
oh, like
yeah.
I ought to watch Dragon Ball on like computer or whatever, like stuff like that. Or like he'd have like oh, like a friend at school lent me this game, but we can't play it at my house. We have to play it here. Stuff like that.
Mm.
Or he'd like convince his dad to get the game for him or something. And I wasn't interested in Dragon Ball. The first time he showed me Dragon Ball, all I saw was big muscle dudes screaming, and I was like, this is fucking lame. This is the lamest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's like, no, it's cool. I'm like, you just think it's cool because you're not allowed to have it. This is stupid. Alright? This is stupid, I don't care about it. And then I started playing it more and more. And I got really into it. And then I can't remember which one it was, but I played like some of the older like Dragon Ball. I think it was Dragon Ball Z Sagas, something like that.
Or something,
I played the whole way through and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool, I want to watch the show. And so that's around that same time they started airing Dragon Ball Z Kai on
not
what
Z
channel
Kai.
it was.
Fuck. It's probably Cartoon Network.
No, it wasn't Cartoon Network.
I think it was
it
might have been Nickelodeon actually.
Nope, it was really early in the morning on Sundays. That shit was my fucking religion. Toonami, I think it was.
I never.
Toonami's Cartoon Network though.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. At least it was when I grew up.
Or was. I haven't watched
sure?
actual TV in such a long fucking time.
For me, it was like
yeah.
Cartoon Network and
Yeah,
Cartoon Network Toonami were on the same channel. Yeah, it was like under Cartoon.
Yeah, it's like how it was like a different segment of the day, kind of like Adult Swim. It was like Cartoon Network at night.
Was
You know, that
Toonami
sort of
just the morning?
Toonami was like in the afternoon when I was a kid. Like late afternoon, like
No,
6 p.m.
It wasn't Toonami, I don't think. What was it? No, yeah, it wasn't Toonami.
Yeah, Toonami was like the gateway to a shit ton of anime for a lot of kids. Like they played Naruto, they had fucking Bobobo on there. I think like Zatch Bell and fucking what's Rave Master was on there. One Piece was on there for a bit. I'm pretty sure. Like yeah, Toonami had just like a shit ton of anime.
Was it 4 kids?
Code Lyoko was on fucking Toonami.
Maybe,
Toonami's where I got into anime.
I got it. I fucking got it. I'm pretty sure it was fucking 4 kids.
Oh no, not the 4 kids.
4 kids. The 4 kids. You watched fucking 4 kids.
It might have been. It might have been 4
Oh
kids.
god.
I'm not
God.
certain. I'm not. I'm looking up like morning.
And Jazz, you know
channels
about
and
like
how it
all the
came up,
4
and
kids censorship
that feels
stuff.
familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, so 4 Kids is known for having like the bullshit censorship
I'm not certain,
on like all
but
the
I
all the
remember.
animes they
I
have.
remember they would air. I remember what order it was, but it was because like after Dragon Ball, they would always air. I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds at the time, something like that. And I'd be like, I'd kind of like, I'm like, okay, I don't want to watch this, but I also don't want to get out of bed, but hang out. But I always wake up super early in the morning. It was like 11 in the morning, or like 10 in the morning. I'd wake up and like watch fucking Dragon Ball. But yeah, I got super into it, and then I bought like or I used Netflix to like watch like the rest of it pretty much.
Man,
how was it switching? Because the Netflix version was probably like the actual, like for real uncensored version. How was it switching from fucking 4 Kids to the Netflix version?
I don't fucking remember. I don't remember giving a shit. Like it was kind of.
That's true.
To me. Also,
wait,
I didn't rewatch any of the episodes. So
hang on one second. Remember when all the 4 Kids characters sang the Star Spangled Banner? Oh yeah, they had like all the fucking anime characters singing the Star Spangled Banner, which I'd like the irony of that was lost on me as a child, but that shit's hilarious. That's just totally. That's amazing. Yu Yu Hakusho. From what I remember, Yu Yu Hakusho that was on Adult Swim because that one was like a little more adult. Like that was one of the Adult Swim anime, alongside like Blue Gender and fucking Case Closed. The Boondocks.
Case Closed is Detective Conan's still going on. Can you
Still?
believe?
Yo, they replaced guns with fingers.
It's not ended yet.
Guns. You're telling me Yu-Gi-Oh had actual guns?
Yes, it did actually. The original Yu-Gi-Oh anime had like some guns in there, some from time to time.
It was from the American, wasn't it? Wasn't it from the American?
No, this is like the original anime that was like I came out of Japan, I would assume. But like
no, I remember there was a character that was the most American guy ever.
Oh yeah, like he had a fucking headband that was like had an American flag on it and shit.
Yeah, he was like.
Yeah. I remember that guy. Maybe. No, I think
every
like
country belongs to America or something like.
No, I think it was like some of Kaiba's like guards, like the fucking CIA looking dudes with the black suits and sunglasses and shit. I think it was those guys. Might have been him too. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't watch much Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. I watched like a few episodes here and there.
I never got into Dragon Ball when I was younger.
Fucking Frieza stabs Krillin with a horn?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't see that because you were watching like fucking 4 Kids.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, no, Krillin gets fucking harpooned on a horn and dies.
Bruh.
And then Dende heals him, and then he dies again by exploding. So
Yeah, I mean,
so yeah,
it's a meme for a reason, isn't
I
it?
thought I just got hit
Mhm.
really hard. Oh, then fucking like
No,
the
he got
blood
stabbed with a
that
horn.
fucking Frieza is drinking is red instead of green.
Yeah, there was like
That
yeah, and there
that's
were, like,
something I never really cared about. Like oh, the alien's
Mhm.
blood is green instead of red. It's just like it's
Oh,
still
yeah.
blood. I don't care. It doesn't matter what color you
Yeah, no, I
make it. Just
got
don't make
you.
it white.
But they definitely toned down like the because there was like dismembering and shit in that show too. Like Tien got his arm cut off during the Saiyan saga. Fucking Piccolo got his arm cut off several different times because you can just grow them back, so it doesn't really matter. But
Actually,
yeah, like,
actually,
people,
there's
people
one.
got like torn in half and shit. Cell was like sucking people dry, and you like see them like shrivel up and turn into mummies as he sucked them away when he put his little tail in them and shit. Like there was all kinds of fucked up stuff in Dragon Ball in like the uncensored version.
There was one 4 kids show I watched. Actually, do you guys know Sonic X?
Yes, I know Sonic X.
I watched the
I like
4 kids version.
I like
Wait.
Sonic X.
I will say something that okay. So I just saw an image that I thought was interesting. It's the image of Goku on the ground with a hole in his chest after they fought fucking Raditz.
Yeah.
So apparently the 4 kids version, he's not supposed to have a hole in his chest. I vividly remember him definitely having a hole in his chest and being like, "How is he still alive?"
Yeah, I don't know. That
I love
could've been-
Sonic
maybe,
X
maybe
too,
it was
yeah.
like a later censorship, so it could have been. But yeah, Sonic X.
Maybe they let it through and they were like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
'cause
we
I
can't
watched Dragon Ball
actually."
Z Kai. It's like I'm watching like a comparison. It's like, oh yeah, it's Dragon Ball versus Dragon Ball Z Kai. It's like he has like a like it's like a there's like a big like purple like bruise on his stomach rather than like a hole. But it's
Oh.
like no,
Sounds
I
fucking
definitely
weird.
remember a hole.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
On
think
s-
maybe they got a little heavier with the censorship after a while, like because Z Kai was like made specifically for censoring all that shit. Like when they were marketing it, there's like, oh yeah, this is the real story. This is the super version of the show. No, it's just the heavily censored version of the show.
I see.
Oh man, yeah. And that's why like when what's it called when Team 4 Star was making the Dragon Ball Z Gaia bridge, they like were like the joke was the fact that it was like the censored super like shortcut version of the original. It's like but yeah, I feel like the reason Sonic X was fine is because Sonic X was literally built for 4 kids, right? It wasn't just like an anime they took from somewhere else
Yeah,
that was like
Sonic X I
heavily
also
censored
watched.
to fit 4 kids.
Sonic X was good.
Dude, I remember
Sonic X was good.
watching.
I like
Did
that.
you guys watch the 3rd season?
No, probably not.
Did
Probably not.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
the last one was never translated into English. It was only in Japanese, and I watched it.
Oh, gotcha.
And goddamn, Tails got a girlfriend, and in the end, they made him kill her
Oh,
in order
like
to
the
save
one-
the universe.
The plant bitch with the green hair?
Yeah, Cosmo.
Cosmo, yeah.
Yeah, Tails had to pull the trigger.
Oof. Damn.
So,
Okay. Holy shit.
The first time that I ever watched Sonic X
Mhm.
was on a Game Boy.
Oh, I remember those. I absolutely remember the fucking like game. Like they started coming out with the Game Boy cartridges that just had like episodes of TV shows.
Yep.
I had one that had an episode of SpongeBob. You remember the Night Shift episode where they were staying in the Krusty Krab at night? I watched that shit so many times because I had a little Game Boy cartridge that had that episode in it. Oh, that shit was wild. Oh man, that was back in the
How
day
much did
before
those
the Game
things
Boy-
cost?
About I think they were still less than like an actual game. Like they were like $20-$30 maybe.
Yeah.
But man, that was like back in the day before they even had
Holy
backlights in the fucking Game Boys, and you had like if you were like trying to use it at night, you had to use like the street lights in the car to try and see the screen. 'Cause you
Man,
couldn't-
I only
they didn't
ever
have
really played.
backlights yet.
I had a Game Boy
Oh,
Advance
man.
SP. I only ever really played Mega Man and Pokemon.
It blows my
Good shit,
mind that we
good
could
shit.
watch movies on those things.
Right? Like it was
Yeah.
super shit quality. It was the shittest quality possible.
But it
Yeah,
was
you could-
possible.
It was it's like,
Dude, like
and now we
I
just have phones and
like,
we can
I
watch
remember it
shit in
vividly.
4K on.
like the scene with like Sonic and like the fucking like he's like racing like a car. Like the first episode.
Yeah, that was in the
Sonic
that was in the
X?
intro.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
like the intro. It's like he's like racing a car and it's like the like Sonic Boom, I think it was the song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, no, it was the gotta go fast. Gotta
Yeah.
go faster. Yeah, that shit.
Oh yeah, no, not Sonic
Um,
Boom. Yeah, it's faster. Sonic X, something like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I remember that.
Yeah, the Sonic
I-
Boom song was from
In
like
my
Sonic
brain,
CD.
it was high quality.
Way earlier.
But when I look at the image of it on
Yeah.
my my phone, like I looked up like the scene to try to make sure
Mhm.
I was remembering. I was like, yeah, it was this show, right?
Mhm.
I was like, wow, that looks very different. I remember it being very hazy. Like
Well, yeah, probably looked,
I
it looked
remember-
like shit on your.
I
on
remember
your
the
Game
show
Boy.
having like a film grain aesthetic, you know? I guess it wasn't
Yep.
supposed to have that.
No.
Bro, like I know how you feel because like when I think about like my time playing TS2 when I was a kid, I remember playing Tony Hawk Underground and like, man, the graphics are so realistic. Went back to it when I was in university. I was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck am I looking at?
I remember when San Andreas graphics were the hottest shit. Like, dude, look at this
man.
game. It's like real life. It looks just like real life, man. Isn't that crazy?
God, GTA San Andreas was
Oh,
such a good game.
Dude.
Holy shit.
I'll never
tell you what-
forget. That was like my first like M-rated game, and like my cousin got it for like her PlayStation or PS2, and like my uncle invited me over. Hey, play this game. Come play this game. We were playing this game. It's crazy. It's just like real life. And I was playing. I was like, wow, this is. I'm allowed to see this. We're like murdering people, like real people. Like that looks just like someone on the street. Exactly like a normal human being.
Oh Lord, Jesus Christ. Okay, but I do want to circle back to Sonic X for a second, and the fact you brought up the fact that the last season was not localized. But you
Actually,
said
maybe it
also
was
goes-
localized.
Oh, was
but
it? Okay, I was gonna say because like if it wasn't,
Brain remembers
and
these
like
when
if,
cutscenes in
if
4K 120 frames. Yeah, what
it
happened?
was
to the
localized, but I
game?
watched the Japanese season 3.
oh okay, it
Yeah.
wasn't- okay,
It-
all right. I was gonna say
I watched it in
maybe
Japanese
the
for
reason it
season
wasn't
3.
localized because it went so fucking hard in the third season. But okay, how many more questions we got, Rosa?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll do the last one, then we'll wrap it up.
Is Bigfoot someone's persona?
Probably.
Probably, I would be willing to bet. Maybe.
I don't know.
You could say it's
If-
Bigfoot Sona.
Wait. Are they asking if there's somebody who's like actually going to like cons, like furry cons, as Bigfoot, or if Bigfoot himself, the motherfucker walking around in the woods, is just someone in a fursuit? Like, what's the question here?
Yes.
It has been someone in a fursuit the entire time. The primordial furry.
Primordial furry.
Oh, that's going in possible podcast titles. Bigfoot the primordial.
People are gonna be watching it like, what does the title have to do with any of this? We're gonna get to like the last 20 minutes and be like, oh. The primordial furry. Holy shit. Can you tell us, by the way, the possible titles before the stream ends? Just because I want to know. I want chat to know.
Okay. All right. I got from way earlier on when Miles was talking about his Stonathon, Ladder, the strongest Dark Souls 1 boss.
Okay.
We got achieve sustainability to escape the Philippines. We got GameStop managers fight shirtless in the rain. We got stream your baby feet for money. And we got Bigfoot the primordial furry. Those are what I came
Those are
up with.
pretty good. Those are pretty good.
All right. Thank you. I tried.
I think GameStop managers fight shirtless in the
Fight
rain
shirtless
is my
in the
favorite.
rain.
I think it's my favorite.
Okay. Well, it's up to you. You gotta edit the title after the stream ends. So I'll leave it to you to choose which one you like. All right.
You can wrap
Alright,
things
so
up now, I think.
Yeah, I think that's it. So, guys, why don't we talk about what we got coming up on our channels for the people real quick? Miles, you first.
Me? Nah, I'm still
Yeah.
thinking about that. Holy crap. It's been I've just been like resting after that charity stream.
You have any idea of some games you want?
Alright, I do. I mean, I do have some covers coming up soon that
okay.
I'm working on. So
All right, cool.
also preparing for debut next year. Yeah,
What?
All right.
that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have an entire debut. It's gonna be great.
Sick. We'll be there. We will be there for that. I will absolutely
I'll be there. Will you?
Will you, Chad, be there?
Will you?
Okay. What about you, Rosa? What's coming?
Fine.
Tomorrow I'm doing
Or-
crab. Crab.
A crab.
I'm doing a
crab?
crab.
I'm doing a crab.
I can't. I fucking can't. I'm tired, man. Tomorrow
No,
I'm
you're
doing
good,
a collab with Ari. We're gonna play the Outlast Trials. It's gonna be my first time. She's popping my Outlast cherry. Well,
I
specifically
see.
my Outlast Trials cherry. I've played the other Outlast game.
Okay, I was wondering. I feel like you played the other game.
I played the first one.
Mm.
But,
I watch. Yeah. Okay.
but yeah, we're doing that tomorrow. I think at 10 p.m. EST. So I'm excited for that. This is my first collab with Ari. So like for like like I've started doing the like funding table, so people can like fund stuff like outside of events, as a way to like kind of have more like general income.
Yeah.
So people they kept suggesting like oh, you should make a collab one of the goals, and it's just like, well, I don't want to like hold people like to my goals, you know. Like I don't want to sell other people's time. You know? And then Ari just happened to be like in chat, and she was like, you can sell my time. And I was like, okay, I'll make it real cheap, like $5. She's like, I'm only worth $5. It's like, I'll make it cheaper, $3.50.
You're right.
God damn it, Loch Ness monster.
I had to explain. It's not that your time is worth less. It's that I really want to hang out with you.
Oh.
So fuck it.
Oh. That's cute.
But yeah, someone finally donated $3.50, so now I have no choice. Oh god, whatever will I do? I have to pester Ari for a collab until we finally got scheduled. So I'm excited. We're gonna hang out tomorrow.
Hey.
She's really cool people.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Besides that though, I need to finish The Last Faith. I need to finish my Dark Souls 2 one-handed run. I need to start my Dark Souls 3 one-handed run.
Fun. Sounds like good stuff.
Besides,
5,000 chat, please. Come on.
please don't.
Come on.
Besides that, I'm trying to think. We might be finally releasing the No Step on Snack merch soon. So I'm considering saving it for January, since it's right around the corner at this point anyway. Like that we can actually like spend a good bit of time like what all the merch is gonna actually be, aside from like flags. And releasing it alongside the 2-year anniversary.
Cool.
And then aside from that, I also have good news as far as Ginny related stuff. The VTuber, the L2D artist and rigger, same person, that's doing them, is finally very soon able to actually start working on it. Once they get rid of the restrictions that have been preventing them, and looks like we're gonna have Ginny by the end of I think November. Or was it
End of November? Oh,
no,
nice.
by the end of December.
the
And
end of
then,
December, okay.
we're gonna probably have Jin by the end of January. But that being said, I'm probably gonna save them to do a proper like soft re-debut. Since it is gonna be like a not a soft re-debut, but like a proper like soft rebrand. That's kind of what we're doing with Ginny. And I want to leave time for us to make all the art for the lore video and stuff. We're probably gonna do a debut for that, like to make time in between events. I have something special coming up as well in February, which I look forward to telling y'all about.
How the fuck do you guys plan these far ahead?
Well, in the case of the
Like,
February
damn.
thing.
I was like, hey, what you guys coming up in the next couple of weeks, maybe, or next week? I don't know. Like, shit, we're going way out here.
I like telling chat about things because chat is like my literal source of income, so it feels like I'm talking to like a group of investors.
Boss, this is my
Fair point.
report, boss.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, this is what I'm doing
So
with
I'm
the
gonna-
money you're giving me. Please tell me you like it.
Here's the accountancy.
Those are
Here's
like
the Google spreadsheets, boss.
I do like spreadsheets. It's my inner manager. But yeah, I have been working on something special. Well, not really working on it, but like I have made a very special deal with very cool people, and I look forward to doing more stuff with them starting February. And I hope you guys look forward to it too, because it is in the vein of stuff we were talking about earlier, Miles, like trying to help other people. It's in there or not be charity related stuff. So
Let's go.
Cool.
I'll be there to support.
Good stuff.
That's me for like the next several
All right.
months.
Nice.
Sure. Damn, I thought it was hard lasting a week. You're gonna do several months.
Mm.
Dude, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, I'm also gonna probably end up doing that like a fucking like streaming to life without my
Endurance stream?
credit cards marathon.
Oh, good luck with that one.
Yeah.
Pain.
Stream every day.
Dude, I'm paying like fucking dude, I'm legitimately paying nearly like I'm paying $260 I think in fucking like credit card like interest payments
Mm-hmm.
monthly. Like that is a whole ass fucking bill. Jesus.
True.
I'm so glad I don't have a credit card myself. Not gonna lie, and that it's not really needed in my country.
Mm. Okay. Yeah. All right.
How about you, Jazz? What you got?
Oh, yeah. I was wondering. I was like, am I have to like shout myself out here, or is one of them gonna like?
I got you, bro. I got you, big bro.
Appreciate you. All right, so I need to do so much different shit on the channel, and we'll like next week I can definitely get more into it. This week was fucked for schedule, right? Because we had the D&D, we had this podcast. I had shared the stage yesterday with Chutzpah, and of course tomorrow is Thanksgiving, so I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. All right,
Tomorrow's.
I gotta.
Okay, it's okay. Go.
Oh, okay.
I think my
Miles,
mom
yeah,
wanted to do something.
Miles
but-
just realized it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. It makes you feel any better, Miles.
I'm not American, guys.
Well,
I'm
it's all
not
good,
American.
It's all good.
It makes you feel better. I also forgot, and I am American.
I'm not American,
no.
guys. I do want to
Well,
make
yeah.
sure to greet my server because a lot of them are Americans who like live in the West.
All right. Yeah, so I'll be doing all that. But next week, I'm going to try and get back hard to the stuff I need to finish. I still got to finish fucking FF16. I got to get back to Cyberpunk. I'm sure there's some shit I'm forgetting. But I want to look into the Fortnite season, which I haven't done yet. I still got to finish the current... I got to get caught up on fucking Genshin. But probably the thing I talk about next time in my week section is Genshin and Star Rail. And I want to start playing Street Fighter 6 again because, hey, guess what? In other news, I know we're out of the news section, but they dropped the third costume for all the characters, and they look fucking awesome. So it's making me want to go play Street Fighter again. Guile no longer has his big stupid whatever the fuck you call that hairdo, and he looks completely different. So that's interesting. Go check out those fucking new costumes. They're really cool. Yeah, so that's my plans. I got a lot. Monster Hunter too, of course. I got to get back to playing Monster Hunter because that's what a bunch of people followed me for. So Monster Hunter, I got to play some more of that. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. Oh, I should also probably mention since we're going so far ahead anyway, Rosa, that there won't be any more Share the Stages until the 12th of December, where a big Share the Stage, a big event is coming. It's going to feature a lot of guests, including these two. Are going to be guests who will be in attendance for that. So keep an eye out.
Wait, really? I'm just kidding.
I'll be dropping more info on that getting closer to the date. But please keep an eye out because we have a big Share the Stage event. Unfortunately, this one won't be open to the viewers like it normally is. But that's just because I have so many streamers I'm inviting to come and hang out for this. So gotta make it sacrifice somewhere. But yes, I'm very excited for what's coming up on the channel on the 12th of December. I hope you guys will be there for it. Come check it out. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Speaking of December things, we got one last question.
Oh, we do. What's up?
Shall we all hang out for Christmas?
I will probably be spending Christmas with my family.
I
most
will
likely.
also probably be spending Christmas with my family.
I will spend Christmas with you just like I did last year because my families
I
hate
was
each
thinking,
other.
Oh, I was thinking though, maybe we should like plan a collective thing for New Year's.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Am I gonna guest?
Stream's always fun.
I'll be there as a guest.
Yeah, absolutely. You would absolutely still be invited as a honorary. You were fucking what's it called?
An original
alumni.
member.
You're collective alumni. So yeah, you'd be invited to come hang out for that. For sure.
Alumni.
I graduated.
One of the founding members of the collective. There we go, founding member.
I thought you were saying founding fathers for a second.
Oh.
Founding daddies?
No, he's a communist,
No?
remember? He doesn't believe in the founding.
Fucking propaganda rotted Jazz brain. for the U.S. propaganda just rotted Jazz brain with that one. Thank you for that.
Legacy member, I like that. That's great.
Legacy member's good too. I like that one.
Senior
I like
member.
That one's good.
No, that implies you're still there. Never mind. I was
Yeah,
trying to figure out a way
not
to call
senior
him roles,
member.
but he's not Jazz, so it's not that hard. Or it's not that easy.
Wow, fuck.
Um.
All right, guys, let's wrap it up.
With that, we're at the end.
So, no, by all means, go ahead.
This is where we plug our Patreon. Hello to all our there. We don't have
No, we
Patreon.
don't have
We don't
yet.
have
But,
it yet.
like,
We'll plug it next time.
Maybe in the future.
We are, yeah, we are at the end. Thank you guys so much for coming by and for hanging out with us. It does mean a lot that you guys would come over and spend so much time with us. Today we plan to do this for like 2 hours, maybe 3. Jazz wanted 4. We did it for 6.
We'll try to be more concise next time. I think
Yeah.
it'll be easier because we were talking about like a bunch of shit
This is
that's
our
happened.
first one. It's the big one, you know?
Yeah. Next
the
time
big
we're only going to
number
talk about
one.
stuff. Next time in 2 weeks we're only going to talk about stuff that happened in the 2 weeks prior, and hopefully, I mean, how much stuff could happen in 2 weeks, right? There shouldn't be that much to talk about.
Teehee.
Fucking China invades us. That's what's gonna happen. Easy
Oh
clap.
god.
Fuck it out.
No.
All right. But look forward to next time, everybody. We'll
Yep.
we'll see you all
We'll see
next
y'all
time.
later, guys. Have yourselves a nice
Thanks
night.
so much for watching.
Do take care.
Bye.
Later.
I'm not gonna tell you guys to go fuck yourselves this time.
But next time, though,
Maybe.
ready for it.